the rooms and stuff?
I have seen posts.
Thank you very much. You're a good man.
Because the live feed from the main entrance showed them, but maybe they got from the side through a window or something. I don't know if they're inside.
I mean, actually, Mark, are you going to talk about Georgia, or have you got a different question?
Trenches.
Okay, we'll go back to trenches. We're going to do a little bit more on Georgia. I hope Nick is going to talk about Georgia, but I was going to make a little comment as well. Yeah, so I mean, Georgia has been under the Georgians. There seems to be a big disparity between what they want and what the government has wanted. Let's hope that things go really well for them. The world is changing quite rapidly in the last year, isn't it? Right, and it looks like other stuff is happening. Nick,
I think if we did a rundown of governments in the region that are broadly pro-Russian, or at least, let's say, acting.
Do it.
Well, I haven't got them all on top of my head, but I mean, we wouldn't include Kazakhstan in that anymore. I don't think. I think Kazakhstan has chosen a side.
But the difference with Kazakhstan is there's still a Russian influence, right? So whilst he may have dissed Putin, there's still some bits and pieces. I wouldn't go they've changed sides in that he's marching on Russia at the moment. He clearly seems to have some sort of relationship with Xi, but there's other stuff that happens with Russia, right? And there might be a reckoning about that at some stage. But anyway, do you want to put a list through?
After that, you've got Armenia, which I guess could be a good deal more independent Russia, but my money for if this is the start of an Arab Spring type wave, then my money for the next place to kick off is Minsk. It's Belarus. I think there's an enormous amount of tension pent up there from 2 years ago, or two and a half years ago, when when was the last election there? Faked election, 2019, 2020, and what we're looking at there looks to me, yeah, I would say Belarus. In terms of what will happen in Georgia, people are saying, oh, the police are backing off and they're waiting for military support. I don't think we're going to see a Tiananmen Square. I think
that was peaceful.
What?
Ish.
Tiananmen Square.
Peaceful-ish, yes.
What, apart from the PLA murdering thousands of people?
Well, that's how it started. It didn't start off with a riot. It started with people.
No, but I don't think it's going to end. I don't think it's going to end in a Tiananmen Square type thing. People are getting a bit ominous on Twitter about, what they're calling the army in, but we don't have much of a record in any parts of Europe of mass killings of civilians by military forces, and I don't think Georgia is at the Pol Pot level yet, or the whoever was in charge in China. But I don't know. These things are difficult to follow in attempt to follow in real time via Twitter, because unless there's somebody is actually there on the ground live casting, by the time it's a bit like sort of listening to looking at signals from Mars. By the time they get to us, the situation on the ground has actually changed. So I think I'm probably going to stop looking at Georgia now, because I know that in the morning things will have settled one way or the other, and there isn't much we can do to influence it. And so sometimes it can get a bit like watching live sport, and I kind of feel bad when that happens.
But Nick,
when there's a tight.
Would you acknowledge the fact that in Belarus, 25,000 people were detained during?
Saying somebody was on about, are the Georgians going to start massacring
there's
their
more
people?
than 8,500 Georgians in relation to the population that's quite massive, who have been detained in the last 2.5 years. There's mass torture ongoing in riot police administered and security forces prisons. There's massive discontent in civil society. Alex Kaftelli, when he was in Georgia, last late summer, early autumn, if you may remember. He did not feel comfortable getting onto MriyaReport on a regular basis. He did this 4 or 5 times during the whole month. Normally, Alex is here pretty much every day or every second day if he's not too busy. He did not feel comfortable speaking on a Twitter space when in an environment of them, because he knew.
Can you tell us, Axel, what? Sorry, can you tell us, because I'm not quite sure what after 2008, did the Russians at some point leave, or are there still Russian troops occupying some chunk of Georgia?
Of course, they're occupying Ossetia.
Well, was that what the war was ostensibly about?
They were trying to insubordinate the country, and they wanted to get rid of the Georgian government and enfeeble it, and therefore subjugate it by means of putting up a proxy government.
But was presumably the pretext was to protect the Russian-speaking minority in some part?
Yeah, that was part of it.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not asking you to accept the pretext. I'm just asking to find out what the claimed pretext was. So the Russians are still sitting there on a chunk of Georgian territory.
Absolutely.
Do you know how many? Do we know how many there are?
Well, how many people?
How many Russians?
Yeah, of course. There are Russians in Georgia. That should be at least 400,000.
No, not the civilians, the troops. How many Russian troops?
Well, if you look at the area, what's this? They have an airbase, Ochamchira, in Abkhazia, and they have in South Ossetia. They have 3 garrisons. They probably are quite empty at the moment. That's the biggest issue. They emptied a lot of the garrisons there. If you remember, at the beginning of this war, we saw what was. Somebody has to correct me. I think it's the 32nd Guard and the 211th something. The 211th was in Sukhumi, and the 32nd Guard was in South Ossetia. Somebody needs to check those numbers. But they were there, and these garrisons were emptied, like 80% of them. You literally only had the garrison guards there, and the base guards, and that's it. And they left. And the 58th, I think the whole region was once under the command of the 58th Army, who were stationed in Vladikavkaz at that time in Russia, who then actually undertook the war in South Ossetia. So they're still stationed there, but they don't have as much capacity anymore, but they don't need it because they had economic suppression because of this Russian-influenced Georgian billionaire, friend of most of the billionaires, and of course, Putin. Who created, by the way, a social democratic party, which advertised free healthcare, and a vast social security net, and a so-called pragmatic foreign policy with Russia. Does that sound eerily familiar? More entitlements, meaning buying votes.
I think it's
the Niskanen model of electioneering.
I think it's quite a step from universal healthcare to Putin.
No, they use the universal healthcare to buy the votes and create the entitlements and therefore the dependencies. The more people are dependent in the countryside, and it's not just about universal healthcare, it's about the fact that beforehand, fair Georgia was extremely poor, very poor, especially in the countryside. And they then gave them universal healthcare, and for that, this party had to fund the household differently, and therefore they needed to create a different economy, and that economy only worked with Russian money, and that fit perfectly for them. This is how they integrated this. And if you look at Batumi, if you look at Tbilisi, and if you look at the real estate prices, who invested where and what, how and what, you can see this all. You can't get anything in Koboleti anymore other than for prices which you would get in Sochi. There's a good reason for it. And relinquishing the laws so that Russian investors could get in and buy up the shoreline and buy up all the nice assets, go to all the nice ski places, go to all the nice places, even buy in Bakuriani, in Borjomi, some of the best ever wells and places. It's just astonishing. This should never have happened. And we allowed it to happen. It's our fault. And yes, of course, they use social democracy in order to entice a large part of the otherwise poor population, in order to then hand over the entitled happy masses to, as what the Germans call Stimmvieh, the cattle which goes to vote. And that's how they won their elections, because they won the elections. But they delivered poisonous Russian money into the economy to win the elections. It's insidious. It's Bolshevik. It's what they do. And we allowed it to happen because of the transition between the Bush government and the Obama government. We allowed it to happen between April and November. We should all be ashamed of ourselves.
Sorry, David, I want to correct something. They are not in the government building. It was I read the post wrong, so they are not in the building, but they are standing on the steps.
Oh, Mr. Rem, right? I mean, that's just that's reporting like Taz, isn't it?
Yes, I know. This is not funny.
It's not the standard we expect from MriyaReport, right? So, but yeah, you come speak to me in my office tomorrow.
That's why I'm correcting it.
Okay. So the two hands have been up for quite a while. Simon, we'll go to Simon and then Laughing Tommy, if we may, please.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen from Scotland in the UK. So 2 quick observations, 1 recollection, and then I'll just leave you with a historical oddity. So first observation, I have a conceit that I put together like a fantasy dinner party invitation list. And without insulting anybody else here, I think Axel together with Doman are now on that fantasy dinner party list as people who I would ideally like to have at this festival dinner parties.
We'll drink all your wine.
Moving on. Moving from there, it's very poignant to see somebody who's standing in the UK at the moment, people standing underneath a riot hose, waving the European Union flag, considering that Boris Johnson and his Little Englanders took the United Kingdom out of the EU and didn't see the benefits of it, whereas so many people now deeply see the benefits of it. And indeed, the UK now seems to be having a bit of regret and regretting that they took themselves out. But anyhow, so there's that.
Hold.
David and I.
What you just said is so perfect.
Yes, sir.
Let me add something to it, because what you said is absolutely perfect. There's a picture which my friend and colleague, perfect, couldn't be better, posted by Noel, the aggregator group. It says Tbilisi now. What is on the picture? 2 European flags and the Georgian flag on a mass, on a sea of people in front of the parliament. And my friend Joanna just said,
yep.
I wonder if Europe understands how much it is loved by those which are not free.
Simon, did you see the interview with Boris Johnson where he stated that Ukraine should join the European Union as soon as possible? The interviewer presumably didn't say, but surely an independent, sovereign Ukraine would be able to make its way better in the world without giving up its freedom to the jackbooted EU SSR unelected Eurocrats. But the interviewer missed that chance. But yeah, Johnson said Ukraine should join the EU as soon as possible.
I caught it. I mean, for most of my life, I have voted right of centre. I will confess to being a young conservative way back in my distant youth. But Boris and his acolytes, I just want to hit him around the head with a wet haddock every time I see him. Just so annoying, so far wrapped up in himself and not what is good for the nation. Anyhow, you're going to get me down a rabbit hole. A happier recollection. David and I are much of an age with regard to shooting things and wearing uniforms. And he mentioned the Sterling submachine gun. I just want to share this. I've shot all sorts of things in my time, and of pretty much every caliber you can find. The most fun that I have had, I think, is firing the 9mm Sterling submachine gun on a pop-up CQB range. It is a tremendous fun weapon to fire if you ever get a chance. Now, if you ever see it on the TV, you often see them fired from the hip, which is the one thing you don't do. And if we had ever done it, we would have been yelled at very loudly. You're supposed to extend the stock and fire from the shoulder as much as you can. And again, you just fire short bursts to take things down because of the climb that has previously been discussed. There was one other way of firing that we were taught, but were never used. And that's you folded the stock back underneath the barrel, and then you jammed this thing directly into your midriff, and you held it tight in there, and you turned your entire body to aim where you wanted to fire. I've never come across anybody who's used that technique in combat. I did hear from a chap who fired pretty much an entire magazine from a Sterling into a gentleman in Northern Ireland who was wearing a very wet, heavy overcoat, and goodness knows what underneath. And the gentleman that he was shooting at escaped and was still running away. So it's one of those curiosities that a 9mm, particularly from a relatively shortish barrel, something like a Sterling, doesn't always do that much damage. So yeah, but a magnificent weapon to fire, lots of fun. And then the last thing I was just going to mention, that if we're talking firearms is always an interesting thing. I don't know if you all know of the Mad Minute. If you don't know about the Mad Minute, go and look it up. It's tremendous fun also. Going back to the old 303 Lee Enfield bolt-action rifles, the Mad Minute was basically to see how many accurate placed shots you can get on target. I think it was a 2-foot target at 300 yards you could place within 1 minute. And I think the record was something like 38 rounds on target in 60 seconds by a sergeant back in 1914, which is a tremendous achievement. But if you ever got a chance with a bolt-action rifle with iron sights, see how many rounds you can get on target in a minute at 300 yards. It's a good test. That's
Simon, could you, for clarification, were you referring there to a bolt-action wet haddock, a semi-automatic wet haddock, or a fully automatic wet haddock?
Oh, for Boris, it would have to be a fully automatic wet haddock.
Yes, a brilliant story there. Anyway, laughing Tommy, but we will carry on this story about Lee Enfields at some stage, Simon.
So,
yeah. So a couple of things regarding my favorite topic, which is receding Russian influence. Events like Tbilisi are very good as pertains to overloading Russia's bandwidth to deal with things, because they're already severely strained in Ukraine. So, and they've been pulling out resources from Syria, which we know for sure. They don't have, basically they use Belarus for training, but they can't keep enough troops there. So if there were protests right now, I doubt that we'd see maybe a more brutal response, but I don't know if they could maintain the scale, and this wouldn't do a lot of good given the population's, how should I say it, mood towards Luka. And as for Georgia, I agree with Axel that things have been pretty much hollowed out. And what's interesting is Central Asia, because we were talking about so the current president Tokayev is the second president of Kazakhstan, the first one. Even though he stepped down, he was part of the Constitutional Council and another position which let him remain in control of vital parts of the government, and in this way, the Kremlin could exert influence over him. And last year, in January, before the invasion, they had protests regarding energy prices, and Russia delivered 100,000 special forces troops through an air bridge to demonstrate power. And it was after those troops left, after the protests were basically subdued, that they left. And Kazakhstan, although it's entering different economic agreements with Russia because it sort of has, due to its position and its level of economic development, has been pretty much taking every possible opportunity it has to move itself away culturally. They went back to the Latin alphabet, their Turkic language, so they wanted to go back to the Latin alphabet from the Cyrillic. They started changing the names of different streets and so on, away from the Soviet names. And they have also been moving up forces to their northern border, which is their border with Russia. So, and for the rest of Central Asia, we've got Kyrgyzstan that recently made a law by which they have to basically be able to conduct all their governmental function in Kyrgyz and not in Russian. And they also renamed the quarters of their capital to non-Soviet names, which of course Russia perceived as an aggressive act and were complaining about. And so on. So Central Asia has been moving away from Russia, and it seems that Russians just don't have bandwidth to deal with it all. It was obvious that they don't have military bandwidth anymore, because if you remember, Azerbaijan tested their ability to react in the Nagorno-Karabakh, and let's just say that Ms. Pelosi visited Yerevan first, and the Russians that were supposed to guarantee the peace and security basically promised that they would send evaluators.
Sorry, laughing, Tommy. I was trying to get my mic and it wasn't responding. That's a really good breakdown, and I guess there's. I wasn't sure whether you said it. Of course, we know that there's a little bit with the Kazakhstan and Xi. So last year, when before the invasion, Russia sent in their VDV troops into Kazakhstan, didn't they? And then Xi asked them to remove them, and they did pretty quickly. Yeah, so I mean, things are changing, aren't they?
So Kazakhstan, basically their biggest border is with Russia. So in order to be able to survive in their region, they have to pursue what they call a multi-vector strategy, which is they deal with China, they deal with Russia, they deal with the US, and it's all not to allow for an external party to be able to gain political and economic control of the party. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Tokayev is in any way a glorious beacon of liberal democracy, but he is at least a domestic dictator and not a Kremlin dictator. So I guess we call that progress at this stage. Oh, and also,
yes.
As for waning Russian influence, I'm happy to report that in my native Bulgaria, today we had a municipal decision, and we're removing the monument to the Soviet liberators, the Soviet army, which was a monument in the center of my city, and was getting methodically defaced throughout the last decade, and especially since the full-scale invasion. And also a couple of pro-Russian parties were doing a constitutional challenge to Bulgaria, sending help to Ukraine. And today the constitutional council basically told them 9 votes to 1 to go split.
So the world is literally de-Russifying itself, isn't it? Or de-Soviet Russifying itself. This is all very, very good news, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Right, and we have. Sorry, I always laugh when we say Hans because I was an avid watcher of Peep Show, and Hans is a character in Peep Show. So if you've never seen Peep Show, you should. It's very, very funny.
I thought you were going to say something about Max Bygraves.
No. Max Boyce was anything. So anyway, Mark, first Dryfly, and then well, you put your hand down, Nick. So it'll be Dryfly and anyone else who wants to come back to it after that.
Yeah, just come back, David, to the subject of trenches, if I may. You were talking the other day about, I think, the example of Crimea, and they've been digging these wonderful trenches on the beaches, and with sort of wooden supports, it looks like. But the wood that I saw, they're not fully buried, and it's going to be poking half up out of the ground. I'm not sure if anything else has happened in that area since then. And obviously, you were commenting about the risk of splinters. I'm not talking about the trivial ones, but pretty horrible, nasty ones. If there was any form of action in that spot, is there any further news about trenches in Crimea?
No, we've not seen it because it's satellite imagery really, but with the trenches. The update on trenches is that they've dug more trenches. I say more. They've dug trenches in Zaporizhzhia now. So the guy who is busy in Crimea has moved. He's taken his wagon and gone up to Zaporizhzhia region and dug more there.
Okay.
I would say equally as laughable. Yeah, they're a little bit laughable. It's all interesting stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to think that there might be something on my timeline. There may be something in the nest. I'm struggling to see the nest at the moment, so I can't help you. So it might be in there. There's certainly something that Doman tweeted out earlier today.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure. And Dryfly.
I got a quick question for you on Georgia. I remember 6 months ago there was some discussion that Putin was pulling the Rosguardia completely out of Ukraine, 100%, and replacing them with soldiers, Mobics, anybody. But the Russian watchers I was reading at the time said that this is a sign that he's extraordinarily worried about events similar to what's going on in Georgia, and that Rosguardia was then moved out across the whole Russian Federation and into Belarus and likely into places like Ossetia. Have we heard anything, seen anything? Is there anything on that? And that kind of dovetails with the discussion earlier today about the barracks being emptied. They were the ones who were supposed to pick up the slack should anything happen. And I just was going to ask the question, has anything heard anything, seen anything, any kind of news at all about Rosguardia?
It doesn't matter.
In the last
Driver, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, it doesn't matter. I can tell you why. Rosguardia has nothing on the Georgian army. Nothing. The United States of America.
I believe you 100%. The reason I'm asking is that
the United States of America has trained under its Security Assistance Program in the years since 2000, I'd say 10, more comprehensively. 2008 started with the support program for rebuilding, reconstruction of the United States, but since 2010, the United States of America has trained the Georgian army, even against the interests of the current government. Georgia, percentage-wise to its population, has been one of the top two, and oscillating around the top two contributors to the NATO missions in Afghanistan. Georgian soldiers are superbly respected for their capabilities, their training, their capacity. The army is not in sync with this prime minister and with this government. It serves the nation. This
I have
army
no doubt
will
about
beat
that.
the shit out of anything Putin sends. And for the
I have
rest,
no doubt about that.
and
But
for the
what I was
rest-
wondering is that
And for the rest, there's the 101st Airborne with 4,100 men currently deployed in Romania, because your government once gave Georgia the verbal commitment. George W. Bush did, and it was reiterated again and again and again and again that if Georgia, even when not in NATO, were ever to be attacked, the United States of America would be there. I trust the Georgian diaspora in America will raise hell if you fail. I doubt that you will fail. This is a unique opportunity to free Ossetia, free Abkhazia, and return Georgia to its rightful place amongst the righteous and free nations.
I don't doubt it. What I'm saying is that my guess is that I'm just thinking that's where the rubber's going to meet the road, that they don't even have any troops there. But that was the sign to me that Putin knew that this kind of stuff was likely to happen, that they were pulling the Rosguardia back, which the only thing they have ever done is basically torment
But it's
populations.
widely Rosguardia, that's about what, 320, 340,000 men. They're widely distributed, predominantly the main city centers. So you have them in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kazan, and the likes. You also have them, by the way, in Belgorod, in Krasnodar, and in Rostov at this point in time, because they want to make sure that those cities, stay cool and calm. And they've deployed some, as requested by Luka. That does not mean our Luka, but by Lukashenko, for development aid and joint security assistance programs to Belarus, of course.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of them are in Belarus. I mean, a lot of them. So anyway, that's a question. So I would expect to see if there's real noise in Georgia, they'll be the ones with their heads on the stick first. That was my whole question. And I'll listen. Thank you.
So I'll add a little bit to that as well. So I was looking at numbers of Rosguardia. There is some people who think they're not as high as was initially suspected. My opinion was, when we stopped seeing the Rosguardia, was basically because they're not frontline troops. They're really riot control, that sort of thing, counter-terrorism and the rest of it. And I assumed that they took them out of the arena because they were dying at a great rate. And Putin himself sees their value in keeping control inside Russia. That was just my opinion at the time. What else? Oh, right, we've got a hand. John, sing us a song.
I'd love to, but
you can't sing.
No, I'm the only person I know signed a major label record deal saying we'll sign the band if that guy stops doing backing vocals. So yes, I'm afraid contractually I'm not allowed to sing.
But it has worked then, financially at least.
Yeah, I just want. Yes, I don't want to shut the space down. Shout out to my friend who's listening in Georgia. We were just messaging, and solidarity with him. And so what you're suggesting is, in all these movies where someone fires an automatic weapon one-handed while sort of pointing it out at the end of their arm's length, that's not real, right? This is what I've learned on Space Today.
I think we may
Hollywood
be
is
saying
lying
that's
to me.
not real. Yeah, exactly.
Fake news. Yeah. Okay. And well, I'm just gutted. That's all. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. It's just all those movie stars from the 70s and 80s who
throw all your.
I guess they were using blanks, so that didn't happen. Yes, indeed. That's it. It must. I guess using blanks, no recoil. So yeah, there you go. It's
that's all digital added to the movie. Mostly they don't even shoot. They just move the gun, and then afterwards they put some fire and some sound to it.
This feels like the day when I learned Father Christmas doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, it's not so bad. I was sorry,
I was 25 at the time.
Right, okay. Yeah, okay. So I don't know, John, maybe you remember those little plastic soldier characters you used to be able to get. You used to get the British ones, and you used to be able to get the German ones, and then there'd be Japanese ones and the rest of it. And there was the guy who was always firing his Bren gun from the hip. Did you ever remember that?
Indeed, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
so this is not a Bren because I am not so old. There were Bren guns, but I have done that with an LMG. It is a lot of fun. It is not something that you would call accurate in any way at all. So just fun, even more fun when you've got tracer because you can see where the rounds are going. And with that, we're back to Laughing Tommy.
So, Luca was before me, but just quickly, I wanted to...
Oh, I do apologise. Yes, you finish it, and then we'll go back to Luca. And Luca, you can be on as long as you want. There you are.
Sorry, just a very quick remark. I am hoping that whatever happens in Georgia, if it's military, somehow a missile lands in a particular villa around Sochi. Just to remove someone's summer home from there would be very,
Being a
very
stray
nice.
missile?
Stray missile, kite with a shell on it. I don't care. I just want to go.
Maybe the people who will just invade it and steal the golden toilets.
But they did already dismount them. Don't forget, after all the dispute and all the bad media, they had to take all the tapestry away. They took all the stuff away. They showed as if the palace had gone and that they had a big TV show about it. And then they rebuilt it again.
I was going to say, oh dear, not to be trusted. Anyway, Luca.
Luca?
Hello, mic check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Okay, so yeah, briefly. First of all, did I just hear like Axel saying not our Luca and putting maybe this Luca here next to what I call the carrots dictator? I think I heard it correctly, Axel, huh?
Yes.
All right. No, my point was like I was trying to make it back from the Sierra Nevada here on the California mountain range, and I was snowed in for 24 hours. I couldn't log into the space, and I log in now, and I see like something is going down with Georgia. I'm probably like you guys been talking about it for like hours, but like I'm gonna go read. But can you just give me like a primer live? What's going on?
I think Laughing Tommy can do that best. Laughing Tommy, are you still there?
Yep. So basically, the Georgian Dream government, the ruling government of Georgia, the party is called Georgian Dream. They're bottom law, which would basically designate all non-government organizations that receive more than 20% of their funding from outside of the country as foreign agents, which is a problem because a lot of pro-democratic Georgians are part of the Georgian diaspora in other countries, and it is a law that the Kremlin has been using to basically discredit and target all kinds of different international organizations in Russia, and now the Georgians were trying to do the same. Georgian Dream, and this is a government that was basically elected because it promised that it would apply to the European Union by 2024, and now they're pushing Russian law, and people were a bit peeved by that, so they went and expressed their disagreement. They got all the way through the barricades to the main entrance of Parliament, at which point the crowd was dispersed. But there were tear gas, pepper spray, Molotovs, water cans, the whole deal. A bunch of people got arrested, and we'll see what happens. And the president of Georgia, who is currently on a work visit, of course, to the U.S., canceled all her meetings and will be coming back on the first flight possible. But she said that she would veto the law. However, under Georgian law, only a simple majority is required to override the presidential veto. So the party has the ability to just push it through anyway. And that's the whole situation, I think, pretty much summarized.
But I see the first tweet you guys put there on the messenger in Kiev saying that the governor of Georgia about to flee to Moscow. Is that speculation?
Just a joke, I think.
Oh, I see. That's just a joke. So, okay. So basically what you're saying is that there is a situation brewing in Georgia and, the current coalition is in trouble and something might be boiling, but we're not at that stage. I mean, we're not at the stage of like Yanukovych, like being caught like on a black and white camera at night, right?
We're not sure, basically, at this stage. It seems that the police has been able to restore order after urging repeatedly the crowd to disperse, but we don't know what the longer-term political ramifications will be, because if they try to pull this stuff again, these people aren't just going to stay home and say, well, this time you can do it. So we'll see in the coming days how things will play out regarding the Maidan 2, or we should ask Alex what the Georgian equivalent for the name would be.
Yeah, and just to verify, before I let you guys go on with other topics,
did we lose Luca?
Yes, I think we lost Luca. Luca, if you're still talking, I think problems. Please cycle down and come back up.
While we're waiting for Luca to come back, let's head on to Aaron. We weren't deliberately ignoring you. It was just, yes, it was just the way it was. Aaron.
Thank you. I was just wondering, for my own, trying to put it into context in my head, they talk of a Praetorian Guard that stays behind and protects Putin. And I'm totally, like, no idea, but I've heard numbers of 200,000 men, a Praetorian Guard. Is that, do we know what units they are, how they're constituted? Are they just policemen? Are they highly trained units? Are they effective units? And any ideas of the numbers? Like 200,000 sounds incredibly high to be staying back in Moscow and St. Petersburg in the middle of a war. Just a little idea on his so-called Praetorian Guard that stays back and protects him. I'll step down. Thank you.
I'm not sure. People talk about the Rosvardia as being his, right? That he got them going and all the other bits and pieces. So I couldn't tell you. I can say about numbers. If you were fearful for your life in that there might be an uprising, you might want to keep people back behind who would be looking after you. But Laughing Tommy's got his hand up. Maybe he's got more about it.
So, as in every other dictatorship, you have parallel power structures with similar functions, so that none of them can attack the dictator and they have to compete. But specifically, Russia has two what you might call protectors. So Rosgvardia is indeed a force that is under the command of Putin and not the military chiefs of staff. However, what is referred often to it is often referred to as the Praetorian Guard, is the Federal Protective Service, and it is estimated to be about 50,000 in number, and it has a subdivision called the Presidential Security Service, which is approximately 2,500. And there, the smaller unit, the Presidential Security Services of Russia, is the direct descendant of what is the 9th Chief Directorate of the KGB. Anytime.
Wonderful, and it's all gone a little bit quiet now. About time to, well, I might say, Alan, if you are here, it's probably about time for me to disappear, I suspect. Axel, are you around?
I'm around the whole time. I was just literally eating a little midnight pheasant.
Oh, that's very good. Right, so I'm just saying I'm going to say adios to everyone. It doesn't mean I won't not speak, but I will put my hand up as a normal human being does. So with that, I'll put you over to Axel. Yes, there's nothing normal, right? We know that. I will pass you over to Alan as well. And a good night.
Good
That was
night.
delightful the last 4.5 hours.
Oh, it truly was. I really enjoy listening to David co-hosting with you, Axel. And there was just so much to discuss. It's a big news day all around, whether you're looking at Georgia or looking at Ukraine. And so David has gone, and thankfully Nick has come up with his hand. Nick, go ahead.
No, I was appreciating your kind words. And it occurs to me that with some co-hosts, it's chemistry. With others, it's more physics. But there was, yeah.
And with some co-hosts, Nick, it's both chemistry and physics. I guess. I don't know.
It's quantum electrodynamics, baby.
That is way over my head. Oh, Aaron, you're breaking up a little bit.
Did you do your homework?
No, I have not done my homework.
No worries. Just saying. Okay, cheers.
Yes, I believe I promised to send Aaron a link. Can you remind me what it was again, Aaron?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I was trying to get even a rough overview, an idea, percentage-wise, the contributions matched up. Forget all the other countries, just Europe versus America versus the USA. It was just for my own sort of thought in my head. Okay, America's given this much, Europe's given this much. You know, how even is it, or how does it sit?
And I did find that. And now I have to see where I have bookmarked it, and I will send it to you. It's a pretty interesting chart. I didn't memorize the chart. I cannot recite it off the top of my head, but I will get it to you.
No worries, thank you.
As I say, all I have to do now is find it again. It's much like looking for a book in my bookshelf.
Yeah, no rush. Whenever you take your time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Do we have any updates from Tbilisi, by the way?
Yes, Alan, the crowd, the live stream is still going. The crowd seems to be moved away from the plaza in front of the parliament. There was a lot of police officers that came in, and they seem to be now on the corner of the block. Parliament is still in view, but basically they've saturated the space with enough officers that it's no longer tenable for the protesters to stay in unless things get really violent. But judging by everybody's body language and demeanor, it seems that things are getting, the situation de-escalating at this point.
And so this is roughly 9 or 10 hours since the protest began. Is that right?
I am unable to give you a precise estimate, unfortunately, but it started. So I think there have been low intensity protests, I think, for the last couple of days, because it was supposed to be voted on Thursday, but they snuck it in today, and that's why people reacted the way they did. And I think that the main protest started this afternoon, but it seems that Nick maybe has more information.
Nick, go ahead.
I just wanted to say we should remember that Georgia is 2 hours ahead of Kyiv, so it is right now 02:30 in Georgia, and there really is only so long that you can stay up for. Let me check what the weather is there. It's 6 degrees Celsius, so it's a pretty cool evening. And you know, these things do. It's quite hard to keep these things going. You know, it's a school night, so it's quite hard to keep these things going until that late in the morning when it's cold and you're wet and there's a lot of water cannon water running down the streets, even if you haven't personally been hit. So, but the officials are going to be having quite a long night. They're going to be grabbing 2 or 3 hours of sleep to see what's there first thing in the morning. I don't know to what extent the opposition is organized. For example, are they in a position to bring students and perhaps even senior high school students out onto the streets in the morning? A school strike can often have a surprising effect. Where are they with respect to trade unions? Is there a general strike possibility? So all that, I mean, I wouldn't want to be running WhatsApp's server for Georgia this evening. I imagine that there is some steam coming out of the back of it. But these things tend to calm down at night anyway. So yeah, it's 02:30 in Georgia right now, which means that Georgia is my goodness, what's the time? It's 2 p.m. Georgia is 12 hours ahead of Los Angeles, for example. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Folks, we have a full speakers panel and some pretty important requests to come up. So if you do not want to be part of this conversation and you could drop yourself down, I would appreciate that. And then I can bring others up. I also want to mention Chuck Farrow will be here at 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. That's in about a 90 minutes time. There is a lot of news to talk about from the battlefield in Ukraine. But I want to welcome up Joanna. Joanna, I believe, has been watching events in Tbilisi probably rather closely. Joanna?
Yes, thank you, Alan. So, unfortunately, I think that the police managed to disperse the protesters. Apparently, the crowd has, well, the meeting is no longer so
adjourned.
Substantial, let's
we would
say.
call it the meeting is
Yes.
adjourned.
Yeah, something like this. They used the water cannons and tear gas and those grenades that make a loud noise and light. I don't know how they are called, but they are meant to just stunt the
Flashbangs.
Yeah, something like this. So the crowd is almost gone. But what I wanted to say, and from the experience in Romania with the protests, and we all know about Maidan. They will be there tomorrow. They will be certainly there tomorrow, because it is no more about just a law. It is about their desire for freedom. So they will be there tomorrow. Be sure about it. And it's kind of late. I will probably, go to sleep, but I will still be here for a moment watching what's happening. And thank you, Alan, Axel. Have a good evening.
Motivate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Alan, we
So,
have to work on our
actually-
synchronized singing.
Yes, we do. we need to get on the same piece of sheet music for sure. Axel, we were talking a little bit earlier today about the 101st Airborne on a deployment currently in Romania. Just a standard rotation, I believe. What would their status be vis-a-vis Georgia?
Deployable.
And what would trigger that deployment? An invitation from the president of Georgia, or
I
something
like the way
else?
you're thinking. The Georgian Defense Forces since the war with Russia, which Russia created in 2008, and the strategic partnership between both the United States of America and its defense, its army and air force and navy with Georgia, which has been quite extensive. There's a long-standing strategic partnership, as well as NATO in Georgia. And Georgia has participated in NATO missions, such as in Afghanistan, and in with no small components. The same goes even down to Kosovo. They've been with 200? I think 200 experienced soldiers in Kosovo, as well as policemen. So Georgia not only has trained on US equipment for many, many years and received US training and integration and the likes, but Georgia is culturally very much geared towards NATO doctrine already, in a fashion not dissimilar to the actions and activities and training sessions which Operation Unify and others have brought to Ukraine. So there's a good capacity, and they are very open for training. And maybe we should just have the president invite the 101st for a training mission. I mean, if the sea were open, I'd say a classic Navy visit, open seas would have been called for. But in this instance, if you can't get to Batumi, then maybe you should just literally find a way to fly there and drop a few proper, sensible, airborne chaps, say 1 battalion, just in order to have them there for a little look-see, bit of joint exercises. I think that would help.
I think that would be a great idea, actually. One thing that I found very interesting and remarkable to watch in the field of protesters in front of the Parliament building in Tbilisi, the number of Ukrainian and European Union and even American flags that protesters were waving. A country's population looking towards Europe and looking towards freedom, and as you pointed out, Joanna's tweet earlier tonight, I wonder if Europe understands how much those who do not live in freedom look to them, how much they admire the European Union. So, Axel, I will let you know I cannot bring people up if there are open slots. I can't see them. So I'm going to leave that to you.
Oh, please don't.
There are
Just
a few
recycle,
requests.
because I will have to cycle out soon.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All righty. And in the meantime, Nick. Nick? Clarion Call. How nice is it that people, and you said it a little bit earlier, how nice is it that people finally, yet again, just like on Euromaidan, find out, and Europe finds out, how much people aspire to the idea of a federation?
Yeah, I mean, more to the point, a voluntary federation that even lets people leave if they really want to go. The USSR, of course, had a clause allowing anybody to leave at any time, but for some reason nobody ever did.
How did that go when Estonia,
Although actually,
Latvia, and Lithuania seceded?
I was going to say, except right at the end, and of course, yeah, right at the end. But I mean, you know, I don't know for how long the Soviet Union existed after that happened. But I remember learning this in history at school at a young age and being told, you know, yes, anyone can leave the USSR. My teacher was not in any way a communist sympathizer. He was entirely skeptical about this, but he pointed out and he said, oh, the USSR allows states to leave at any time, and one or two of the more gullible students sort of thought this was a good thing, and then he sort of pointed out what might happen, given the countries that had attempted just to liberalize within the Warsaw Pact, which was in very recent memory when I was in high school. So yeah, there are two. I'm reminded something Tony Blair said. He was actually talking about immigration rather than, but he said, Tony Blair said, there are two kinds of countries, ones that people are trying to get into and ones that people are trying to get out of. And I think that's also true of, political situations and federations and all that kind of stuff. There are ones that people would like to be a member of, and the club will say, well, you've got to meet our standards. And then there are others where, you might want to leave, but they don't let you. I mean, let's face it, the Berlin Wall or anti-fascism barrier was astonishingly successful. Not one fascist ever crossed that wall to enter East Germany. So, did a good job, did it not? Yeah, no, what we're seeing also, I think, is the Gunny will not thank me for this, but the realization that undermining the EU was one of Putin's goals all along. And
how did that work? How did that work out for him?
Well, it was going okay. I mean, as I say, I have been, and I've said this many times, I have been astonished by the reaction of the European Union in the last 12, nearly 13 months. I did not believe that it was capable of doing all of the stuff it did. I certainly didn't believe that the people in charge were capable of doing that. And I think Putin, when he made his gamble, when he drew things up in the yes column of the no column, I don't think he thought that the EU would react as they did. I don't think he necessarily thought the Americans would react as they did. I still think that had he decided to just boil the frog more slowly, that he might have got away with it, because it's interesting. We are boiling the frog. The West is boiling the frog with the constant escalation of weapons. And every time it's all, how will Putin react if we send weapon X or weapon Y or weapon Z? And each time he finds a way to make it not a problem. And it turns out that I think for all politicians, being salami sliced is difficult. And the West was getting salami sliced, and then it got to the point where we could no longer ignore it. And I think this is a lesson that perhaps the Chinese will learn. I don't know what they're, we have this idea, will China invade Taiwan? If I was China, I wouldn't invade Taiwan, but I would try and salami slice influence over it in small chunks. Right now, perhaps we're sensitive to salami slicing, but it really is it's the better weapon for all politicians. As I say, I think we're doing it to Putin, and I think it's delicious to watch the way in which we are salami slicing his red lines. But of course, we talk, and our media talks in terms of big things, big events, but really history is mostly about salami slicing, I think.
Well, spoken like a true butcher, Nick. History mostly about salami slicing.
My grandfather was a pork butcher.
Well, there you go then. I wasn't too...
he was a Metzger. He was in Britain, but he was from the German pork butchering tradition. So yeah, he will have known all about that. And my mother was one of the very few women in England who only ever bought streaky bacon rather than what most British people buy, what Americans call Canadian bacon, back bacon. And she knew it made better. She knew it was, Americans are right on bacon, streaky bacon, not back bacon. But she knew it was the best, and it was cheaper. So her father could sell the higher margin Canadian type bacon in the shop. So yes, I grew up in a house that knew its pork products pretty well.
Indeed. We should go to Brend and then to Armadillo. Brendan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Alan. This was in relation to the whole Putin undermining of the EU thing. I finished my poli-sci degree with a focus in, I guess, EU politics and law. And one of the economic bases of the EU is through Germany, France, and formerly the UK. And so what we had seen back in I don't know, 2016-ish, or I guess the whole Brexit push, that was a lot of, I guess, had a lot of ties back to the Kremlin. But then you look at the far right-wing movements in France and Germany, and it's kind of still somewhat going. I don't know if the economic, I guess, base of the EU still being those three on the pedestal, but yeah, I mean, is that still an accurate statement to think? Thanks.
I would throw that question to Axel. Frankly, it seems to me that there's, although Germany, France, and Italy, I believe, are currently the largest economies in the EU. The fastest growing economies are elsewhere, in the Baltics, Poland, etc. So it's not just which economy is or which economies are currently the largest, but where are they fastest growing, and that is occurring in the East, not in the West. Axel, am I accurate on that?
Absolutely.
Axel may be. So we are singing from the same sheet music after all.
Sure, yeah.
Brenda, did that get to your question?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, the whole theory behind it was that if you can get these largest economies removed from the EU, then it would be a lot easier to pick it apart. And so that was just kind of the broad strategy of that tactic, I guess, or whatever.
The fastest shrinking economy in the EU is, of course, also in the East, being Hungary. So these things can go both ways, but it's mostly self-inflicted in the case of Hungary.
Yes, if you strike a deal to pay more than anybody else for energy with Russia, you're not really doing yourself a favor of any kind. Armadillo, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I just got off work a little bit ago, tuned in. Very glad I did. I was not aware of the goings on in Tbilisi, so I'm happy to hear that and tell me if I've got this straight, but it sounds like the people of Georgia are wanting to topple a Moscow-backed government? Is that I don't know as much about Georgia, so I'd love to hear more on that. And then I have one more topic, kind of that I'd love to hear some discussion on. I guess I can maybe one question at a time though. So why don't I pause there and give you guys a chance to explain that a bit further?
And this is definitely a question I have to throw to Axel or to Nick. It is. So Nick, go ahead. Then we can get Axel to chime in again.
Well, the proximate cause of these disturbances is that the Georgian government and parliament voted for about foreign agents, which basically is a way of saying all those European Union assistance missions and all those NGOs are basically spies, and we're going to limit their freedom. And this is a very standard Russian playbook thing. Viktor Orban has also done something similar. And so they're not going to get taken in by that. So that's the immediate proximate cause. Now, normally people don't go out and riot on the streets when their government passes one unpopular law. So, clearly there's a last straw effect taking place here. How far it will go, we don't know. But I think I don't know how this current government and parliamentary majority came about. Were the elections relatively free and just influenced by Russian money, or was there extensive manipulation of them? I'm not sure. Georgia is a Council of Europe member state and an OSCE member state. I would have expected its elections to be supervised, but the OSCE election monitoring tends to revolve around the process of casting the ballots rather than the process of campaigning and any other stuff that may be going on. But Axel, can you tell us maybe more about how the current Georgian
poison the electorate, suffocate voices, salami slicing tactic? It starts with what I indicated a little earlier, and what our Georgian friends, including Alex Kaftetti, was the kind of the highlight, that they started with a say rather populist agenda at the very beginning to tackle those areas, not dissimilar to what some people have seen as a strategy from our colleague, Erdogan, who started with the AKP very early on with social programs in order to ingratiate himself by doing good, which is fine and it's completely okay. But the ingratiation led to then transgenerational or intergenerational affiliation with his AKP party. They created soup kitchens quite literally at the very beginning. They created savings clubs, the neighborship programs, and the likes. This is how then the AKP created Association for Housing Savings and providing housing to socially underprivileged people, kindergartens, the likes. You name it. All these programs. This is how they then also won Istanbul, for example. Istanbul as a growing metropolis. The same program, going after the entitlements, increasing the sweet poison of entitlements, positive rights, and the likes. The billionaire who came in to found this party created in Georgia just as well. And over time, he managed to find a way to highlight this agenda that, a little bit of appeasement here, a little bit more trade there, and we have to trade more rationally with Russia as our big neighbor. And don't forget, most Georgians do speak Russian in some shape or form, or understand it due to historic reasons. And then there is trade, and people came and brought money, and then the investment flows into the country at a point in time when everything in Europe comes out of the financial crisis at the beginning of the 2011s and so on and so forth. And it comes out of a financial crisis after Georgia has been denied access to NATO. And whilst there's the security cooperation and assurance program, it continues over time. So they make their way through the institutions. They create the new basis for a new social consensus. They move the Overton window, as Nick would probably allude to. And by that means, they've established a more malleable public sphere. And they have won elections. Not all of them, but they've won elections. But they have also at the same time seen that the participation in elections has dropped, that the immigration, the brain drain from Georgia, young people leaving the country has increased. And they've had many, many more Russians come into the country and actually finding ways to gain citizenship or become local residents and influence with their money, yet again, the population. So this is not a simple game. Very long-term strategy of infiltration, permeation, subjugation, self-subjugation, and the likes. That's how it works. It's called suppression.
Tbilisi and Batumi have become chosen destinations or preferred destinations of Russians currently leaving Russia. Now, some of those people are surely there for nefarious purposes, probably inserted into Georgia by the FSB, would be my guess. Would you think that's possible, Axel?
Sorry, I didn't catch the question. I apologize.
Well, I was just saying that Georgia has become one of the preferred destinations of Russians leaving Russia.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it is oh God, I would have to check the number. At one point in time, it was close to 200,000 Russians were passing through Georgia.
And I was just suggesting that among those Russians would probably be some individuals inserted or infiltrated by the FSB for nefarious purposes.
Yeah, that's what we've been highlighting here. When once we saw the immigration thread and the many people invading, quite literally, or fleeing into, as they said, into Georgia, and the current Georgian government allowing this to occur, don't forget. Young military-age men fleeing into the country. Of course, there were lots and lots of agents amongst them. This is Russia. They're not sending their best, but they do definitely send some of their worst.
Indeed, they do. Armadillo, you have some more questions about Georgia, so please go ahead.
Well, I actually have some questions on another topic, and I may just come back for that. I mean, I appreciate the discussion on Georgia. I appreciate all of those insights. That's something I'm going to have to look into more to understand it better. I really do appreciate that, though. Kind of the other topic that I want to get into is sort of talking points. When I talk to certain people and I talk about, how Putin is, how Russia is, and how, obviously a lot of people, you can get agreement pretty quickly where they say, oh yes, I do think Putin is evil, and I do, see the atrocities, but they sort of stop short at some point of wanting to give the full support to Ukraine because they don't fully understand what we, if Ukraine falls into Russian control, or even as much control as Russia currently has of Ukraine, what is really being taken away from the free world and deprived from the free world when it's controlled by Russia? I don't think a lot of sort of the regular Joe on the street sort of understands this. I've heard arguments like, oh, well, it's, why should we be committing all this money to Ukraine? I feel like I understand, right? To an extent, that, and the simple answer for me is I don't want Russia controlling all this grain. They're already in the number one slot of grain exporters. You want them to have number one and number two spots of grain exporters? And, I can go on down the list, but that's kind of something. And I don't want to bog down the conversation too much. Maybe we can get back later. I'll be able to come on. I'm gonna have to drop down, but I see there are hands out there and things. And just some thoughts on my mind that I wanted to put out, around further talking points when you run into these people who just don't quite get it for the reason of doing what's right for humanity, doing what's right for the people of Ukraine. Talking points on how to get them to understand that it's also benefits the free world to deprive Russia of Ukraine. So
Armadillo, you should stick around for a few moments because your questions and comments have raised several hands. So I think that you might want to be around for this conversation if you can stay here. But if you need to leave, I understand and would welcome you back later tonight.
And unfortunately, I'm going to have to drop off here shortly, but I'll try to stick around for maybe 5 more minutes or so. I will drop down, though, to allow others to come up. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Armadillo. So I think we will go to Will T, then to Brand, then to Nick. Will T, go ahead, please.
Hey, Armadillo, I live in Perth, Western Australia, but I obviously grew up in America. We were talking exactly about this with a news host from Florida yesterday on the messages to get through to people in America, because obviously everybody's life doesn't revolve around what's going on in Ukraine, and it's hard to cut through with people sometimes in relation to how do you feel about genocide. And I mean, sometimes if you use the biggest issue, genocide, you can kind of shut people down. And cruel as it may sound, if I was in Texas or Mississippi, Arkansas, someplace in America where you see a lot of support for hardline conservatives, that's basically just tax, tax and money. I mentioned to the bloke that one of the best answers might be get people, tap into the same thing that has scared them for years, right? The communist system of the Soviet Union and Russia that carries on from that is basically the biggest strategic threat to the United States, and that's being destroyed for approximately 5% of next year's military. So I would think the value for money risk reduction would be a way to go, but that's not a very it's all about democracy, and it's all about the fundamental principles of all liberal democracy and one nation committing genocide. I can't believe that message wouldn't cut through, but if it doesn't, why not go with this is really, really good value for money threat reduction?
Yes, you would hope that the values arguments would be the most persuasive, but that is not always the case. Brendan, and then to Nick.
Yeah, back to the whole Russia controlling that much grain thing and why it's an issue. And this was discussed a lot, Brad, in theory, and it was that Russia's interest in destabilizing Ukraine is to prevent the flow of grain to Africa in order to create more unrest so that it would increase the refugee output towards Europe. Once he could create that instability and chaos in Africa to get more refugees to flow to Europe, that would be when those really hard right messaging, people voting against their interests kind of thing because of that. And so that's just a fun theory I thought I'd throw out there in relation to that being why it's such a problem. Thanks.
Yeah, very good point. There has been a lot of discussion, especially around where the Wagner Group is looking to expand its military operations, its influence, and its theft of natural resources. Africa is where the Wagner Group is looking, and it's where they are becoming very, very active now. Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think the grain thing is necessarily a particularly big thing. Ukraine is the world's biggest exporter of grain, but of wheat. But wheat is not actually a particularly wide. Are relatively self-sufficient in their most staple foods. So There are some exceptions, but the biggest problem is not that there's a shortage. The biggest problem is the price. So the idea that a Ukraine controlled by Putin would suddenly, withhold this grain from the market. It's got to be sold somewhere. I suppose he could burn it all in some huge bonfire to annoy people, but he's also got to keep control over the country when he's installed his puppet government. Even puppet governments can't totally enslave their people. So I think the grain thing is fairly minor. I think it was wise, good politics by Ukraine to play it up. But I think this argument that if we don't export it to Africa, then there'll be lots more Africans trying to come to Europe, etc. It's as much an argument advanced by Ukraine as it would be by Russia. And again, I think the actual effect of that is fairly small. I think let's not imagine that a country a little bit bigger than France is somehow feeding 30% of the world's population single-handed. That just isn't happening. So the grain thing, I think, can be overstated. That doesn't mean that I'm minimizing the importance of the grain deal or of keeping world grain prices down and preventing spikes and ensuring the continued supply. But I'm not sure which waverers on the question of support for Ukraine are likely to be persuaded to change their position based on that kind of argument, which is, it doesn't really hold up all that well among all the other arguments. Personally, if I had to talk to a conservative person about Ukraine, I would be emphasizing the rapes, the murders, the kidnapping of children, and because I think those are arguments that work with anybody, regardless of their politics, unless they are in fact kind of slow down the conspiracist rabbit hole that you're not going to get anywhere near them because they just want to own the libs 24/7. I don't think there are all that many of those people, but there are some. So everything else is to some extent some kind of politics. There are legitimate. If you imagine tomorrow a democratic Russia and a democratic Ukraine, there will be legitimate points of rivalry between them, just as there's legitimate rivalry between the EU and the US over Biden's 370 billion energy transformation program. But that's normal politics, and what Russia is doing goes beyond politics, and as such should not be about whether you identify with a conservative or liberal, whether you identify with a pro-free market or a regulation view of the world. I would have hoped most people would have had a view of the world in which the violent rape of men, women, children, and the kidnapping of people is not within the area of things we're prepared to have political discussions about. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. The absolutely abhorrent scale of that, to me, ought to be enough. And if you find yourself arguing about the minutiae of grain exports, particularly with someone who may have a good understanding of markets, I think that's probably not necessarily the best use of your time in terms of converting people.
Yes, one would hope that that genocide would be convincing enough, but we have, as unfortunately in history, seen that such barbarism has not been sufficient to convince people of the right thing to do, and to do that right thing swiftly. Brendan, come back into the conversation, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Nick is totally right on my mention of the whole grain theory is really, minutiae on anything that you would have in passing by conversation. However, one thing that is, yeah, a very persuadable argument, and it's just the right thing to do, is talking about, yes, the genocide and the displacement of over 307,000 children to Russia. I mean, this mass displacement of children and their families is very against the Geneva Convention, but yeah, it's just over 300,000 children. That's awful. So, thanks.
Yeah, it is absolutely abhorrent that Ukrainian children are being abducted and deported and sent to Russia. Carrie, Peter, and Shaggy. Carrie, welcome, and go ahead, please.
Evening all, and Nick, I'm with you on the streaky bacon, but I'd go smoked streaky bacon. So looking at what's going on in Georgia, I was just interested in terms of raising the question of how many fires can Putin put out. Is this a tipping point that will really escalate the stretch for the number of fronts that he's badly failing on dealing with? It's impossible, as we've said, to not miss the parallels with the Maidan. I hope they keep going. I'm sure they will. Seeing the passion there tonight, seeing the amount of people, and the determination, I really hope it keeps going. People are wanting to throw off the shackles, and I'm interested to see where this goes next. It will obviously bring an enormous amount of chaos. It will bring an enormous amount of distress and pain for a lot of people, as is happening in Ukraine. But anything worth fighting for to this extent, as the Ukrainians have proven, is worth dying for, because that freedom you cannot put a price on that. So it's a scary time, but it's also an incredibly powerful time to see what happens next.
And I've been getting some messages in the background from a listener who was in Georgia last year. This is in December, etc. And he was simply telling me privately that this reformist movement, this Euromaidan movement that we are seeing in Tbilisi tonight, has been building for some time. And he actually shared some information and videos and photographs from Tbilisi back in December. And yes, there are protesters there at that time, not in the same numbers as tonight. Yes, the police are concerned about the presence of the protesters, and even back in December, barricades were being used and erected by the police. So, in other words, we are seeing the pot boil over tonight, but it has been boiling for many months. Laughing Tommy, and then Peter. Laughing Tommy, please.
Yeah, just quickly to report that people seem to have dispersed and started going home for now, and we'll see if there's the main protest. The people have appeared to have gone home, and or at least have dispersed, and the live stream has at this point ended. So we'll see how things play out in the next days.
Very good. Thank you, Laughing Tommy. And this is well organized, just as Euromaidan was well organized. They have a goal, and the goal is looking west to the European Union and to the kind of freedom that Europeans enjoy. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Of course, don't forget Georgia has great wine, beautiful wine. But yeah, I mean, just look at what Putin's intentions were, and thankfully they're failing. And I think this needs to be clear to the West. He had his land grab down to Crimea, and that he's desperately tried to hold on to. I think it was a month ago, he said, Peter the Great said that the Sea of Azov should belong to Russia. And really, that takes a massive chunk out of the Ukrainian coast and sea access. So he wanted to hold on to that. The head of security in Moldova stated a month ago, Putin 100% wants to make a further land grab down to Moldova, and we know what his intentions were in Moldova. He would have controlled the whole of the Black Sea, threatening NATO countries who backed onto it, and he would have also controlled all the area around there. So, it is vitally important, I think, that message is clear, because his intention was to encircle Ukraine like with a Russian fortress all the way round, to stifle the economy, and what he's been doing, which is to destroying all these cities, turning them into piles of rubble. And those pictures should be shown to the world of this is what Putin does. I mean, there have been some incredible pictures put up where these cities just look like something off the moon, wasteland, with no buildings standing. It's done. It's done. First World War. And I think this is the problem, that Russia are time warped back 70 years. It's like they're not in the modern world. They are kind of just a retro country, and they have no future. They're not forward looking. They're not looking how to, they just hang on to the past. But that's what their intention was. And it was to suffocate Ukraine's economy, to block all its seaports, and to destroy its infrastructure and its citizens and demoralize them. And it is genocide in a huge level.
Yes, it is, Peter.
Yeah.
It is. What you're saying, I think, is completely accurate. It is not just the city of Mariupol. This is a city of over 800,000 individuals. It is not just the city of Mariupol that has been essentially erased by the Russian onslaught. It is also, as everybody has seen in the photographs, Bakhmut. Nothing is left of Bakhmut. And it is the city of Mariinka. Nothing is left of Mariinka. These were not only places with thriving industry and thriving communities and peaceful people looking to their future. They were also beautiful places with beautiful landmarks. And these have just been turned into dust and rubble, and it is so sad to see. But Ukraine, once regaining all of its territory, will, I am certain, rebuild all of these places. And there are places like Bakhmut and Mariupol, which essentially will become sacred ground in Ukraine for the sacrifices that have been made there.
It's funny because I don't call it Mariupol anymore. while the Russians are there, to me, it's changed its name to SOAR. And SOAR is shame of Russia. Once they're out, it can go back to MriyaReport, but for me, it's SOAR.
Well said. It is the shame of Russia, what they have done throughout Ukraine, and what they continue to do. Very, very well said. We have lots of folks came up just a little while ago now, and hands were up. Now suddenly the crowd has gone silent. If you have some questions or observations, please do raise your hand, or request to be added as speaker, and I will bring you up. Someone has a hot mic. And I will get to you right after Carrie. Carrie, go ahead, please.
I was just thinking as well, we were talking earlier about Wagner and the work that they've been doing across Africa, and I'm interested to think about how it plays out going forwards with Wagner being no longer being close to the center of power in Russia, and how that might work in terms of hopefully a loss of influence and ability to try and address and start addressing the impact that they have had in Africa. I'm wondering if that's an opportunity, obviously, as well, to really try and make some inroads, some supportive inroads in the countries that they have been influencing.
So you're suggesting, Carrie, that Wagner's influence inside Russia is declining. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that obviously the power that Wagner had in the past in terms of their closeness and their connection to Putin is currently being eroded, and I would imagine that Wagner was working on the edict of Putin in terms of the influence he was trying to get in Africa, again, because of resources as well as politics. And I'm wondering how things will be going forwards because of that loss of support, whether this is also an opportunity to try and ensure that we claw back what Wagner / Russia / Putin has been doing in Africa, that opportunity again to positively influence that malignant approach that's been taken.
Right. Well, I don't know. That is a question that I cannot answer. I think there's still so much infighting back in the Kremlin, and Wagner is still infighting. Yes, they have made lots of complaints about what the Russian army and Ministry of Defense is not doing for them, delivering ammunition, for example. But I think it's very difficult to speculate about the future of the Wagner Group and whether it retains a power and influence, or whether it loses. I think Will might have a better idea about this than I have. Will?
Well, I'm not sure if I have a better idea, but I do have another point to raise about Wagner, which I think is incredibly important. About 4 months ago, I believe, Wagner was formally recognized as a branch of the Russian army, and that's when they started making all this pressure to be used in Bakhmut, and 4 or 5 months ago, and also to get all the ammunition supplies they possibly could, and they wouldn't have to source them separately. So they were recognized as a formal branch of the Russian military. And to me, what that means in Africa and the other places where they've been working is now you have a nation, multiple sovereign nations, which have military forces of a foreign country present in there. And I think that could be a big deal as Russia loses this war and some of those countries are influenced to kick out these foreign, essentially invaders, if you will, because those folks are now Russian military forces, and many countries' constitutions don't allow them to have foreign troops based on their soil, especially countries in Africa who are wary of colonialization periods. And that might be an excellent. I don't really care what happens to Wagner inside Russia. I hope Prigozhin doesn't go out a window very soon, because I think he is a phenomenally disruptive force inside that country and inside the military chain of command, because it is like a big contest to see who's on the team and who isn't. And I think he's doing more damage from the internal than he would being gone. But as they lose this war, which I strongly believe they will, then the world presence that exists around the world. The real opportunity we as a world have is to further isolate Russia by requiring the removal of all of its troops anywhere in the world that they are, Transnistria and the rest, and let those countries get on with what they're going to be. Not try to put our thumb on the scale, but just let those countries do what they're going to do, because we believe in self-determination, and let's let that, messy though it may be, play out. Isolate Russia. Russia will do what Russia will do. As you said, Alan, we can't care about that too much, but we can absolutely use the opportunity to extract all of the Russian influence from around the world back inside that country to do whatever it's going to do, I would say.
I agree with you, Will, and that is a very good take on the situation. After Ukraine defeats Russia in this war, Russia will remain a superpower because it will have nuclear armaments, but its ability to project military power will be eroded simply because its military will have suffered such a grand defeat at the hands of the Ukrainians. I mean, they are already turning to 60-year-old tanks they have had in storage and getting these ready for deployment in Ukraine. I mean, they might as well be Tonka toys on the battlefield. So, Peter, we can go back to you, but then I also want to go to Madaus. But Peter, this is a part of the conversation that you initiated, so please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question on the Wagner Group. Obviously, they're a private, or they pretend to be a private enterprise, although I've got a feeling they're not. I think they are a specialist unit of the Russian army. But would they, being private in that sense, could that give Russia the ability to use the Wagner Group for atrocities and war crimes while denying liability? Is that a possibility, that Russia could say, "Oh, well, they're a private lot, and we don't endorse what they're doing here or there"?
Do you really think anybody would believe such a statement, Peter?
No, I don't. But
it's far-fetched.
Yeah. Okay.
Madaus, please go ahead. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Yes, Meadows. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, my English isn't very well, but I can tell you the Wagner Prigozhin's group are nearly the same like Blackwater or such a group.
Yeah, I think possibly quite a bit worse. Madaus, your connection is not that great, and so I would like you to please cycle down.
Not great.
Not great, and then request
Wait.
again. Okay, if you could do that for me.
You hear me better?
slightly better,
Right.
but it's still not a great connection. But if you just cycle around, I'll bring you back.
let talk me one sentence. These Putin,
Okay, go.
these Putin, you hear me? These Putin fuckers, I get them,
Okay,
and the
Meadows, thank
KGB
you.
and all whole. Okay.
Right. I thank you for
Yeah,
your
you're
comment.
welcome.
Thank you. Taras, welcome, and please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I joined not so long ago.
Oh, Doc, did you mute everyone by chance, or did I?
Oh no, sorry.
That was my fat finger. I'm sorry.
It's Taras. We will have the military update with Chuck Ferrer, so you should please make an appointment to come back in 30 minutes. We'll get going, and we will be starting in Bakhmut.
Yeah, and also I'd like to ask if there was mentioned in today. So there was a quite significant loss in Ukrainian forces. I mean, the personnel. There was a person called Da Vinci, and he was a very famous, known commander of the unit. Quite young. I think he joined the Ukrainian army when he was something like 18, and he was serving for a while, and he was the hero of Ukraine while he was alive, and he was killed today in action near Bakhmut. So I'd just like to remember him as a very exceptional, good hero, and if that wasn't mentioned, I'd just like people to know.
Yes, thank you, Taras. We have talked about it, and one of the reasons we talked about it is because a frequent visitor here, James Vasquez, Da Vinci was his commander, and so James was saying the entire every soldier who served with Da Vinci is having a hard night. And as James said, we'll go into battle tomorrow with a heavy heart, but with a lot of determination. But I do thank you for mentioning Da Vinci. And as you say, these personal losses are deeply felt in Ukraine, and they should be acknowledged every single day.
Thank you.
Will, please go ahead.
Yeah, Terrace, I also read that this morning, and note Da Vinci's passing, which is very unfortunate and devastating to those guys. But I didn't mention it before. In relation to this Wagner issue that Peter raised, it will be impossible for Russia to disavow Wagner and say that try to blame it all on them, because first, there's two issues of precedence. They have formally named Wagner as part of the Russian military command structure, so they can't escape that sovereignty, or as a nation taking responsibility for that. And if they tried the military or militia type excuse, that was attempted and overturned at the war crimes trials in The Hague over the breakup of Yugoslavia. The paramilitary units that participated in Srebrenica and things like that were found to be state-sponsored actors, and I don't see any way Wagner could escape that at all.
Yeah, I don't think they'd escape it either, Will. I agree with you. Hey, I want to welcome up Doc. Doc, great to see you. Glad you are here. I can't call you shipmate, but Chuck will in just about 30 minutes time.
But you can
call me
call
anything
him
you'd like
for
to, Al. That's
mashing that
perfectly
button.
fine with me. The space is definitely freaking out on me tonight, so I hope everybody can hear me, and I'm very grateful to be here tonight. I've missed a few days for some personal reasons, but always looking forward to being back on here. And Will, and Peter, I've brought this up, and I'll challenge Chuck with it again tonight, because he's worked with the PMCs in the United States. He's worked with them a number of times, and he has a hard time disavowing some of that because of the actions he's taken with them. But I truly believe that the reason we're not seeing more aggressive action against Wagner is because of the use of PMCs in our military adjacent kind of operations that we do all the time. I personally think they're a horrible idea, and until we get serious about mining our own backyard, we're not going to do anything to stop Wagner.
Well, Wagner was designated an international terrorist group, Doc.
Well, not an international terrorist organization. They were an international criminal organization, I believe. I don't think I have that exact word right, but the wording was very careful and very, very specific.
Okay, I think actually, as I recall, I think you're right about that. However, you know, maybe that's the designation that works right now and will enable the Wagner Group to be sanctioned in ways that will hurt it, particularly as they try to expand operations in Africa. I don't know. The paramilitary groups are troubling. There's no question about that. But Russian paramilitary
Alan,
groups
it's not paramilitary. It's not paramilitary. It's private military corporation. There is a difference there.
Private military corporation. What? Tell me the difference between paramilitary and private military corporation.
You could call partisans paramilitary.
Okay.
And they're not PMCs. There's lots of different definitions for a paramilitary organization. One that's under training, any other number of other things, but it's definitely very different. I mean, my point is, because we're saying the same thing basically, but my point is the U.S. is being extremely careful about how they word this, and I'm quite sure it's because of possible outcomes that could retaliation against the use of PMC, because quite frankly, there's been some horrible events and we've had to do that. That's something we have to be very careful about.
Yep. No, I also see what you're saying, the difference between paramilitary and private military corporations. I get it. I understand. Yeah.
The other interesting thing today was I attended several spaces from Ukrainian friends and supporters, those here in the United States as well as across, and really enjoyed many.
Doc, I think I just lost your audio. Doc, are you using Chuck's old audio system tonight?
I hope not. Is this any better?
Yes, it is better.
Yeah, Twitter's been acting funny. Go figure. I might be on somebody's shit list because my account seems to be getting lots of problems. But I was starting to say that I attended several spaces today that were memorials, right? People talking about what happened, how it impacted them, the trauma of all this. And one of the messages to take away for our Ukrainian brethren is how deeply committed we are to supporting Ukraine through this for as long as it takes. And we recognize these atrocities that they're committing, and we will also stand by to hold them accountable for their actions. And I was on 3 different spaces today having that topic, and I just found it very touching how many people were so profoundly moved by what's going on over there. Really, really proud of everybody.
Yeah, I saw the same thing, Doc. I think the last couple of days in Ukraine have been profoundly moving for I'm just going to say just for every single Ukrainian. And I think that tonight in his address to the nation, President Zelensky reflected on that. And someone just sent me a note about it. And I'm going to see if I can find it and share it.
You know, that's awesome. John Spencer was on the other day. He was talking about Bakhmut, but he was talking about us liking to have a name we can pronounce to assign to a rallying cry like Bakhmut, right? And if you think about the difference between using ground launch small diameter bombs and GMLRS and the abbreviations and how people try to say that better, we like saying HIMARS better than we like saying MLRS, right? These sort of things that do that. And while profoundly sad for Timothy and his family, and then that's the American pronunciation of it, and I'm sorry, I can't do better. Somebody can educate me. I'd love that. But having that rallying cry is an important rallying moment, just like when the border guards on Snake Island told the Russian ship, to go F itself. Same sort of thing, in that while these are tragic, they are a call to arms and a rallying cry. And we're going to see more heroic efforts on behalf of the Ukrainians because of this. I know we will.
I know we will too. Very, very soon. And
sooner the better.
The
I also
sooner...
saw an interesting video today that I can't wait to talk to Chuck about, but some really close air support towards combined arms with Ukrainian Mi-8s. And these guys were flying and shooting their unguided bombs so close to where the Ukrainian troops were that when they fired their flares to help prevent an ATGM from hitting them, a Stinger or whatever, from hitting them, it was literally catching the ground on fire where the Ukrainian soldiers were. I mean, they are that close. And I think of a helicopter pilot being that close to RPGs while supporting the battle is an amazingly brave thing to do. I mean, just amazingly brave.
Yes, it is. I think the Ukrainians might have lost a helicopter there. In the last 2 days, primarily in Bakhmut. And Bakhmut is not the only hotspot. Russians have been attacking it a dozen places all along the line of engagement without success anywhere. And I think that tells you a lot about what has happened to this Russian offensive. It's not going anywhere.
It's not. And, they keep trying to flank the Ukrainian position. So they keep extending the length of the battle line because they're trying to find that turning point, that where they can cut the corner and come around behind them. And the Ukrainians just kind of play it with them as it rolls along this line and keep pushing and pushing them and preventing them from coming around. So that's still very interesting to me, and I'm still confused about Bakhmut and why Ukrainians are still fighting there. I heard President Zelensky say why if they get there they can move further east, but we know what the battle space looks like in that region, and they're going to be in a much more tenable position if they were to go ahead and move back from Bakhmut somewhat. Of course, I'm not on the ground there, and I'm not trying to pretend I am, but it just seems that kind of what John was saying about having these towns with names that can be pronounced, which is just a silly thing, but it's really true.
It's also just so difficult to get all the news you need to make a truly accurate assessment of what's happening. It's next to impossible to get all the news you need from the front, and so there's a lot of guesswork that is left to military experts like John and Chuck, and even the retired generals, and to George, who has come up. Good to see you, George. Go ahead.
No, hey, yeah, and thank you, Alan. Yeah, I'm no expert. I just reiterate what I've seen, but Speaking of, when you're trying to figure out what's going on, this is, this is one of the issues we run into because we catch ourselves, Alan, all the time, right? You see a video, there's no time stamp on it, right? You see a picture or whatever, and it sometimes the actual people tweeting it out believe it to be something it's not. Sometimes it's done innocently, right? You retweet something thinking, oh my God, this is this. And then you find out it's not. So you might take down the tweet or whatever. And that happens innocently enough. And I think, people make, mistakes, or no one's infallible. But the other problem that we have with getting information is you have the nefarious operators that are trying to, you know, not necessarily propaganda, but will retweet out things that make you question what you're seeing, what you're hearing, you know, um, anything that causes confusion, chaos. Get Smart TV show. Do you remember the enemy was chaos, right? And
Chaos, yeah.
and that's, yes, thank you, Dog Bites. And that's what this is like. That's what they love. They love chaos because if they can put confusion into the story, into what's going on, then it's easier for them to disseminate their nonsense. So there's a lot of obviously there's a situational blackout, from Ukraine on what's going on in Bakhmut. Obviously, they don't want to tip their hand to the Russians. Uh, and we get bits and pieces, and we have to. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Unfortunately, we have to piece it together. But right now, for whatever reason, the Ukrainian high command, uh, with its leadership and with its political leadership, has Zelensky's not making the decisions on the ground. He's making decisions based on what he's getting from his generals. Today there was a meeting, Alan, I forget where it was, but Zaluzhny and a couple of other high-ranking Ukrainians got together with their American, British, and some of their other allied counterparts, and to discuss the strategy and to explain exactly what's going on. Obviously that was probably up to the minute, information that was shared with them, and I'm sure they discussed, what the options are and how they're going to move forward. But
Right. Yes, I did read about that meeting. They are wargaming various counteroffensive that they can plan and launch later this spring. I believe this was taking place back in Germany, but I'm not certain. I also know that General Zaluzhny and General Sersky, who is the commander of the Ukrainian special forces, and President Zelensky, they made the decision about Bakhmut together.
and just like they made the decision about Severodonetsk. So and everybody was doubting that decision, right? Because there was videos going out, people, obviously, it's war. Unfortunately, our armies lose soldiers. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of war. But people were criticizing it and this and that, and then for about a month later, then all of a sudden, Ukraine's liberating, hundreds of kilometers of its territory. So we can only report what we know is going on, and it's hard for no one here is of the grade to second guess the guys that have been keeping Ukraine, who's outnumbered by population, at least five. Actually, it's more. It's like 6-7 to 1 against Russia, and they're in the fight and actually holding their own, and have sent a lot of Russians to the nether region. So no one here should be second guessing them.
I agree. And as you point out, George, we don't even have all the pieces of the puzzle, and some of the pieces we will not have until after the war is over. And some of the pieces of the puzzle probably will never have. And so we're going to go to Hans. Chuck will be here relatively quickly. So we'll go to Hans in this order, if I can remember it. Nick, Shaggy, Peter, and Jared. And Doc, if for some reason we don't have a space for Chuck when he comes up, we're going to have to ask one or two people to duck down and then come back later. So I think I said Nick, Shaggy, Peter, Jared. Nick, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I was first, but I just had a very quick point to George. What you're describing is what the federal criminal and jailbird Steve Bannon describes when he advocates, quote, flooding the zone with shit. Basically, it doesn't even matter if your points that you're making are true or useful, or even if they convince anybody. The point of the exercise is to convince people that there's no point even attempting to separate truth from fiction, so that when you come along with your message, they'll believe it as well as they might any other, and they're certainly no more likely to believe the actual truth coming from the authorities. And Steve Bannon, very, very, very dangerous man, and I hope he gets. I don't know whether he ever got banned from any European countries as being undesirable, but since he has served prison time, I would hope that at least he would need a visa to enter the European Union, for example. Horrific individual.
Nick.
Anyway, that's
and to your point, his tactics look. Just really quickly, his tactics have worked to a significant extent on too many people. Let's just put it that way, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's a good place to leave it for now. And let's see. I believe it is Shaggy, then Jared, then John. Or no, I forgot you, Peter. Sorry. So Shaggy, then Peter.
Yeah, evening everybody. Yeah, the subject a little bit more was about what arguments can be used to persuade people to support Ukraine that are either sitting on the fence or to support them more, mainly from sitting on a fence point of view, actually. So in real life, I mean, I don't get out that much actually. It really depends on the demographic of the person, i.e., whether they're male, female, whether they have kids, whether they're religious, whether they have a certain ethnicity. Quite difficult to persuade on the Ukraine wants to choose the EU path argument because, well, they voted Brexit and therefore they don't really go for that one, especially the ones who have dual passports, like a European one and a British one. So they've got to vote to have Britain leave the EU, and they still enjoy the benefits of European life, as it were. But the ones that are stuck in the UK, they normally get persuaded. I've had some success persuading them on the European, on the economic aspect of things. But the ones I know have been a little bit religious as well. I've never had a problem with any of my Jewish friends because well, they understand what
what their people went through in the Second World War. So they didn't really need persuading; they're all on board already. But from some of the religious ones, I use the charity aspect. Because normally, sometimes they come at me with numbers saying, "Oh, we're giving a hell of a lot of money and all that kind of thing." And I say, "Well, if you split out the actual cash or equivalents that actually the West is giving Ukraine from the materiel costs. Now, the materiel costs are normally kind of like you give them old tanks. We're giving them old tanks, but the numbers that we use or the numbers that are used are kind of what their list price is, kind of. So it's like I hit them with a hand-me-down, the hand-me-down argument, because they hand down clothes either to they've either had clothes and stuff like that hand me down to them when they were younger, or they give clothes to charity. So I use the charity aspect of it, saying, well, basically we're kind of giving them hand-me-down material, military material, which we would just not use. They're just in storage, and we've got new stuff now. Especially when it comes to some of the older stuff we give them as well, and that generally works when they split out the costs. Sorry, go on.
Shaggy, we have only a few minutes before Chuck gets here. I have a few more hands, so I would just like to ask you to wrap up. I've got to make room for Chuck, and that takes a little bit of work to do in the background. So if you could just wrap up your point, and then we'll go to Peter and Jared, and then we'll bring Chuck up and get going with a military update.
Yeah, don't worry. I can wrap it up right now. I can bring it up another time. Don't worry. I'd rather listen to Chuck as well and listen to some other people. Tell you the truth. Cheers.
Okay. Thank you, Shaggy. Peter, and then Jared. Peter.
Yeah, just very quick about Ukraine moving east. You know, I'm not a military guy, but I do quite like tactics. Also, I think that's part of my profession. But for Ukraine, as soon as they break that land grab from Mariupol down to Crimea, or even just cut it, it's all over for Putin. It's the end. Because that was his big plan. And with that gone right through to the coast, then it's over. It's finished for Putin. So that's what they must, in my opinion, and I'm not a military guy, that's where the offensive should go. It should go big chunk straight through the land grab, and it's over.
I think you have a point, Peter, at the right time, at the right place, as I like to say, at a place of Ukraine's choosing. This counteroffensive to victory will begin. And then there won't be a window large enough in Moscow for Putin and Medvedev and Lavrov and Shoigu and Prigozhin to all get out at the same time. They'll have to find a bigger window. So with that, we can go to Jared and John. I ask you to be concise, please. We are 3 minutes away from bullet points. Jared.
Yep, thanks. I'll try to be concise. I just wanted to touch back on the point again from the American perspective. I grew up conservative and then kind of evolved into libertarian. And I was all gung-ho about the Iraq war, about the Afghanistan war. Then Ron Paul came along, kind of started thinking differently about it. I was at one point in the Air Force. And then I saw, Libya fall to shit. I saw our actions in Syria be highly questionable at best and unhelpful at worst. Then Afghanistan ended up being a total waste. It didn't matter that they were raping and beheading in Afghanistan. It didn't matter. And no, today it doesn't matter because it's back to where it was. Doesn't matter that Saddam was a terrible torturer because no one in America thinks that Iraq is a dreamland today, and ISIS and parts of ISIS aren't still doing similar types of things. So I get to this point where I'm very much pro Ukraine in the war, and I'm cheering them on every bit of the way. I would say I'm from the conservative side, but I'm running into a lot of in my groups. I get a lot of the tension and pushback. I become a bit of a minority a lot of times in some groups that would otherwise you would consider just sort of rational conservatives. And I think one big part of it is the immense amount of damage that was done by the media pushing the fake collusion stuff and all these lies and investigations into Trump. That damage was so catastrophic. It's pervasive today and can't be undone. I think there needs to be some accountability for that somehow in order for conservatives to come around in any shape. Until some accountability is done for that, that lingers as a big problem. The human rights stuff, I think, falls on a bit deaf ears. From a conservative American perspective, they don't think Eastern Ukraine is some rape-free wonderland for women or whatever. So that's probably a non-starter in terms of messaging. And then Putin has cynically and effectively communicated a message to Americans where he continues to harp on this sort of family values, traditional families thing at a point in time where Americans feel that this country has gone from, liberal, progressive, things moving in the right direction to completely bananas.
Yeah.
And
But
that message is working.
Yeah, by a former KGB agent.
Michael.
It's just
Excommunication.
it's not going to
I'm
work
not saying
for
that any
long.
of those arguments are right or correct. I'm just saying that that's where you get strong pushback here in more conservative areas, which is basically half the country, or even half of half. It's pervasive, and it is getting traction here, and I don't like that. And so I'm also myself looking for these arguments. And for me, I find this. I mean, to me, it's just obvious someone was an invader. And when you see the photos of how they wage war, it's just disgusting. But people aren't paying attention that closely. They just know there's a war. They're not looking at all the photos and videos. To me, the strongest arguments that I've found are weakening their military, but we can say we're saving money in the long run, but then we just see bill and piling on, and we know we're going to be short of equipment for years and years to come. And so that's a tough one too. And
Jared, I don't think we are going to be short of equipment. I think that the United States and all of the European Union and other allies around the world are going to step up manufacturing of everything that's needed, and they already are.
Well, that's what I mean, but that also means stepping up expenses. So the money saving part is hard, although I get it, the long term investment, I get it. But that's also a hard argument. So I'm not saying there aren't arguments, because there's a million of them. I listen to this platform all day, every day, pretty much. And I concur with everybody, but I'm just trying to illustrate where I think some of the sticking points are, so that maybe that everyone can work on messaging a little bit. And that's kind of all I really have to say. I don't know what the answer is on the messaging, but there's been a couple of people that brought up some very good points and some good arguments here, because most of the world doesn't need the arguments, but I think it's very important for maybe 10% of the U.S. population that is on the fence.
Jared, I want to thank you for coming up and speaking, and for helping us look for those persuasive arguments, because we're all looking. So,
thank you.
Thanks, Jared. And if you could drop down,
yep.
I would appreciate that. I just want to go quickly to George and then right along to Chuck. George.
Yeah. So really quick on the conservatives, a lot of them are Christian. First question I ask is, what would Jesus do? And if you don't give me the answers that I can point to in the New Testament, then they need to go buy a new Bible. If you have no empathy, then all the other arguments are going to fall on deaf ears. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Good point, George.
Thank you, George. Welcome, Chuck, and to everyone listening. This is the Tuesday night edition of Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer, who we are so fortunate to have here regularly on Tuesday and Thursday nights, and sometimes by surprise when there is news to look at and to report. So there is a lot of news tonight, and to help us understand it, if you look up in the nest, you will find a couple of maps, a map of Bakhmut, a map of Kremina, and also a photo of the Bakhmutsi River, which Chuck is going to enlighten us about. But it is a pretty important illustration of why Zaluzhny and Sersky and Zelensky decided together to continue to defend Bakhmut and even to reinforce it. And first of all, welcome, Chuck. In terms of Ukrainian actions today, defense reinforcement, is that what we're seeing?
Hey, Alan, it's good to be on with you, my brother, my wingman and partner here every Tuesday and Thursday. Enjoyed listening to the guests coming up here, and right, going right to Bakhmut and right to that photograph of the Bakhmutka River. That is a still frame from a video that was taken in December. And that portion of the river right now is the front line in the northern urban area of Bakhmut. You can see that although that certainly isn't the biggest river anybody has ever seen, you can imagine laden with 60 pounds of combat gear, which is about what every soldier in the world wears for a day in combat. That's your magazines, your water, your radio, your armor, your boots, your clothing, night vision devices if you have them, swear batteries, your wallet, all that other stuff. You can see that it would be a little difficult to swim across that river, and it would be a lot more difficult to swim across that river if you were getting shot at. So, in terms of a defensive barrier, there isn't very much better in the world than a river. So that one photograph pretty much sums up why it is that Russia is pushing so hard on the northern boundary of this battle space, which is the M03. And Alan and I, we know that highway well, I think.
We sure do. We walk along it every Tuesday and Thursday, and sometimes we cross it and sometimes we don't, which is kind of where the Ukrainians and Russians are too.
Yeah, there was I was talking with Rock Roshan on TVP, Polish television, this morning, and we talked shortly after the 0600 briefing of the Ukrainian General Staff, and that briefing this morning summarized combat yesterday, which was 6 March. The Russians decided to attack Dubovo-Vasilivka, which is the middle of 3 towns on the M03. The first one being Berevika, and the farthest one down up north is Oryhok-Vasilivka. So these are the 3 little villages. The Russians pushed all day yesterday on Dobro-Vasilivka. They made 37 separate infantry attacks on this village and wound up taking an L for the day. So you can imagine if you try to do something once and it doesn't work, and you try it twice, then you try it 3 times, and you probably stop and say, I got to try something else. If you can imagine doing something 37 times and having it not work, then I want to take you back to maybe the 25th time it didn't work, but you just kept going. Every one of these attacks was made primarily by Wagner PMC, the convicts, the rapists, the murderers, thrown at this village. Vasilivka, time and time again, obviously with inadequate combined arms support, but it just didn't work. The Ukrainians, by dint of a flexible improvisational defense and some better terrain for them, took out this Russian attack. There is no way that attack did not dissipate, deplete, ground down the Wagner units that were making it. After that sort of attack, you can imagine the morale of these units, if there is in fact anybody left. And as John Spencer and I were talking the other time, Alan, with you as well, we talked about the military fact of culminating. Culminating means that your unit, while doing its mission, has reached its peak. You've exhausted your resources. You can no longer perform your assigned task because, to put it bluntly, you've shot your bolt. That's it. You've got to unplug, get your stuff back together so you can get in the fight. When there are failures like this on a battlefield, let alone Bakhmut, anywhere in the world, in any war since the Peloponnesian War, if your unit does something like that 37 times, is frustrated in its military goal, I didn't say defeated, but I'd say frustrated, that unit is weak, and that unit is a succulent target for a counterpunch. So these are the things the Russian commanders are ignoring at their peril, because the Ukrainian position around Bakhmut has been reinforced. And that reinforcement is superfluous to requirements, meaning there are a lot more reinforcements than it's going to take to keep fighting at Dubovo-Vasilivka. So there's a Sunday punch circling over Bakhmut. Where it's going to fall, I guess we'll find out.
So Ukrainians had a lot of success behind the lines in Bakhmut, taking out radar, taking out air defense systems, and right in, I guess, Dubovo-Vasilivka, the Ukrainians also were using Mi-8 helicopters in attack runs pretty successfully. So, I mean, the Ukrainians accomplished a lot today. I understand it's still an unbelievably intense fighting. It's still a critical situation. There's still this Russian mitten that is trying to get a grip on Bakhmut, but it doesn't look as tight tonight as it did a couple of days ago.
Well, it's that you and I were communicating earlier, and I think the needle is somewhere between serious and critical still, but things aren't as bad as they were 3 or 4 days ago, because that was a time at which a retrograde movement out of Bakhmut was appearing more and more likely, more and more more and more a serious option. And I think what has changed between then and now is the Ukrainians have demonstrated, 3, 4, 5 days now, that they have enough force on hand, and they've got their defensive terrain in hand, so that critically they can keep a line of communication and supply open to the urban area of Bakhmut. Of course, there's no civilians there anymore to speak of. It is all Ukrainian combatants. They are mostly on the west side of the Bakhmutka River, but they control still a pretty good chunk of territory on the other side of the river. The Russians are not going to give up on Bakhmut. There was an estimate I made today. using the median amount of Russian casualties per day for the last 8 months, and the number approaches 90,000 dead. That is unfathomable. That puts it within the last 100 years in a battle for one city. Bakhmut rates certainly in the top five or six, certainly in the top 10, but that's up there with cities like Stalingrad. It's incredible. But the advantage that the Ukrainians have in knowing that the Russians will keep coming because Putin has told them to do it. So there is a possibility that that the Ukrainians could launch a counterstroke here around Bakhmut. One of the reasons I don't think they will is they will risk nothing by remaining in their defensive positions and simply waiting for the Russians to show up over their front sight post tomorrow morning. And the Russians will do that. So they risk nothing, and they will continue to inflict punishment on the enemy by simply staying where they are.
At some point, you would expect the Russian forces to melt away like snow under the spring sun. So there are three items I wanted to mention in particular about Bakhmut, Chuck. One, Sarah Ashton Cirillo, who was a medic on the front line in Bakhmut, was wounded and evacuated back to a hospital. I don't know exactly where, of course, but other wounded Ukrainian soldiers were evacuated to the same hospital, and she reported in a tweet that they all arrived in very high spirits. So despite the intensity of fighting, their morale remains high. The two other events that occurred in Bakhmut, today it was reported that a well-known hero of Ukraine, who was in fact the commander of the unit that James Vasquez serves in, was killed, and this is mourning throughout the nation because he was so well known, so well respected, so well regarded. He's fought, I believe, for the last 8 years, and is widely regarded as a hero of Ukraine. And then the third event was the execution of the Ukrainian prisoner, which was captured on video and circulated by the Russians on social media. And this has enraged Ukraine. It's enraged the world. It was a grotesque war crime. I wonder how you might assess these events on morale of the soldiers, on the focus of what they're doing in their missions. Do events like this make a significant difference on the battlefield?
No, they absolutely do. The loss of a beloved leader is always taken hard by the men and women that he or she commanded. But one of the best things about good leadership is that it is always conspicuous, and it always inculcates into the men and women of the command the commander's intent. What did the boss want us to do? And someone like Mr. Balio, I'm sorry, I don't, probably mispronouncing his name. Everybody knew what he wanted to do. Everybody understood his example. And I know that unit is going to carry on. I know this was a tough day for them, and losing the boss is it's a very difficult thing. But those things, those kind of losses, tend more often than not in good units to pull the people together. I know it sounds a little counterintuitive, but in a good unit, it pulls the people together. Then there is the example of the execution of the prisoner of war. You know, there's ironclad rule I'd like everyone to always remember. Who is telling me this, and what do they want me to know? So some Russian, I can't call him a soldier, some Russian pulled out a cell phone and decided to film this. And there is an unarmed prisoner of war standing there, a man who is absolutely at your mercy, right? Someone that you are obligated to take care of. And this man, this hero, said 2 words: "Glory to Ukraine." So they killed him while they filmed it. Who told me this, and what do they want me to know? That greasy thumb on that iPhone, he couldn't wait to get to the internet hotspot and put it online because he wanted you to see how powerful he was. He wanted you to see what he would do to every Ukrainian, didn't it? Every Ukrainian combatant who saw that knows exactly what kind of mercy they can expect from the Russians. It will make the Ukrainian defenders fight to the death. So, in terms of informational warfare, in terms of having an effect on the Ukrainian defenders, it was an own goal. It was a thermonuclear own goal. And it shows to the world exactly who it is the Ukrainians are fighting. So, bad day all around for the Russians.
Chuck, would you allow me to read something out, given the fact that you just spoke with Alan and everybody about exactly those 2 examples? It's very brief.
Please do, Axel. Absolutely.
Last year, when Roman Latuzhny died, because he was taken prisoner and killed in the field, we read out the fallen. This year, within the space of 2 days, we have the news. We do not know exactly when the prisoner of war was killed in such abominable fashion, but we do know when Da Vinci fell. And I was reminded of Eric Bayer's The Warrior Heart. Let me share that with you. This warrior's heart, deep inside, refuses to run, refuses to hide. This warrior's heart within my soul takes its stand. It knows its role. This warrior's heart I love so dear will not cower and will not fear. This warrior's heart inside of me taught me that I never flee. This warrior's heart I call my own is in my heart, my soul, my bone. This warrior's heart deep inside is who I am. I will not hide. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
That was wonderful, Axel. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Wow.
The heart of that poem beats in the heart, I think, of every Ukrainian, wherever they are right now, wherever they are tonight. Can we just take one more look at the river that runs through Bakhmut? It's an urban river. In other words, it runs between built up urban banks. it's relatively shallow, but that kind of river in the springtime with snow melt is also very swift, which makes it even more difficult to cross. And when I saw your report that the Ukrainians had reached the west bank of that river, I was surprised. I was worse still fighting street to street in the center of Bakhmut and control the center of Bakhmut. But to have reached that river is a pretty significant step forward. Uh, would you agree with that idea?
Well, it was an achievement for the Russians, but it gains them little. So this neighborhood, um, as everyone knows, that going north and south through the city is the TO 513. That's the highway that goes north and south. There is a railroad that goes north and south, and the Bakhmutka River also goes north and south. There is a northern suburb, Yahidny, and the Russians have taken that, and they've taken the junction of the M03 and the TO 513 up there. They are on both sides of the river in Yahidny, and they pushed down from there. And along the east bank of the river, the Russians have been able to enter those suburbs and take the slice of the city between the T1302, another T series highway that leaves Bakhmut and departs to the northeast. So it isn't surprising that the Ukrainian forces would withdraw from that section instead of risking forces on the east side of the river. By pulling them to the west in that neighborhood was tactically, it was tactically the correct thing to do, and it isn't much of a loss because the Ukrainians are holding south of Yahidny, and they've held there doggedly, and I don't see anything telling me that they're going to be retreating south from where they are right now. So the Russians, if they are attacking from the east, they will face the barrier of the river through the entire urban space. In terms of tactical possibilities for the Russians, they could take all of that section of the city that lies to the east of the Bakhmutka River, and that won't ever get them to the west part of the city where most of the city is. 4 or 5 days ago, I thought it quite possible and even probable that the Ukrainians might withdraw across the river. Right now, I don't know if they will. I can tell you now, at least for the next 48 hours, I don't see that the Ukrainians will be compelled to leave the eastern part of Bakhmut. That's the one thing that has definitely changed here. There are sufficient Ukrainian forces on sufficiently good terrain that the initiative and the ability to dictate the pace of battle 4 or 5 days ago, definitely that ball was in the Russians' court. Now it isn't. I think right now Ukraine, for the most part, controls what's going to happen in the Bakhmut battle space. 6 March was a huge defeat for the Russians. 37 failed attacks. 37. Let's say you only lost 50 guys in each one of those attacks, which I don't think we're talking about. I think we're probably losing 100 guys in each one of these attacks. That's 3,000 people. Whatever unit they came from is no more. And whatever 5 units they came from, they all got a nice hefty vaccination of defeatism. So, the situation, it is still fluid, but I think the Ukrainians are doing a lot better than they were a week ago. And I think to a great extent, they're controlling the pace of the engagement right now.
You know who I think is going to be with us shortly, I hope, is John Spencer. He was here a moment ago. He's disappeared, at least from my view of the speakers.
I see him right now. So, John, if you hear us, buddy, come up.
I'll go get him. Meanwhile,
okay.
Will go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Good day, Doc, and hello, Chuck, again.
Hey, Will.
Cheers, mate. I'm just going to describe a couple of things I see overlooking at the map for over the last 4 days since I spoke to you last, and just see whether or not you can clarify for me what I think I see. And 4 days ago, Prigozhin stood on a roof in Pereskovica and talked about closing the pincer and overwhelming the bravado you normally hear from a guy when he thinks he's going to do it. It would appear to me that Zelensky came out and said they weren't going to abandon Bakhmut. No territory was going to be abandoned. So those two statements by the people who aren't doing the fighting led me to think, oh boy, this is a bad deal based on Spencer's book and others on how this city battle is going to go in relation to once it gets into close quarters. But what I see in video in the last couple of days is I see, the Ukraine has backed up and appears to be not wanting to leave the city and playing a incredibly dangerous. Well, this is a very risky game, but backing up to across the Bakhmutka River, but they are turning it into a 3D war instead of a 2D war. And I note that Russia is trying to move up those TOS 1A things, the thermobaric bomb things to try to help clear out things. But it would appear to me they've backed up to a line that they believe they can hold. Although, wow, this looks like Arnhem to me or something like that. If you were trying to hold that river, of course they don't have armor. But the manner in which the Russians are still attacking is that method that they showed with their captured a new organization structure with these man waves preceded by artillery heavily and for suppression, and then using the mostly unsupported attacks with infantry infiltrating through or rushing across open area. Now, with the 37 attacks up in, or 37 repulsions of attacks up in Dubo-Vaslika, didn't Prigozhin actually just predict exactly what he was going to try to do, and they've defended it precisely how they should to keep that pincer from closing in the top, but still backing up across the river and going to try to hold that city. Isn't that kind of what we're seeing? And wouldn't the damage assessment in relation to the last couple of days, given the amount of artillery units that Russia is losing in counter battery fire, might this actually be working? And what would you say the damage assessment is going to be up in Dubovo-Vasilivka due to the 37 repulsions of those attacks?
Yeah, great points. I think we'll look for the casualty numbers tomorrow morning, 0600 local from the Ukrainian General Staff. Most of the time, they will put out an incremental report on Russian casualties. I expect it to be certainly in the high hundreds, and maybe 1,000 from the Dubo-Vasilivka issues. Did Prigozhin give any warning to the Ukrainians? Well, I don't know that they did. that he did, given that this is the obvious and necessary move that the Russians are going to have to make. The secret to taking Bakhmut, although you can do this by fighting doorknob to doorknob, the best way to take a city is to encircle it and get the defenders to vote with their feet and leave. And I do know one of the world's leading experts, and I no exaggeration there on urban warfare, Colonel John Spencer, is in the audience. And of course, I'd like him to come up and prevent me as a naval officer from eating my own jungle book.
And Chuck, he's here, I think. John, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? I'm having a little technical difficulties.
No, we got
Yes.
you, John. Welcome aboard, shipmate.
Thanks,
Great to see you, John. Go ahead.
Thanks. No, I so you triggered me, shipmate, on the best way to take a city. That's actually a very fascinating academic debate on what is the best way. And there, I actually deal a lot in this space as I watch U.S. Army units do it, like in a large scale exercise, and they always do it one way, which is the deliberate attack, which is encircle it, penetrate, seize a foothold, start clearing. But there are, like Chuck just said, there are other favorable ways, and if you can, even in recent battles in the Middle East, where if you even signal that you're headed that way and the enemy leaves out of fear, that's great. If there's all kinds of academic research on encirclements, or some people call them sieges, but and we've seen a few variations of that even in Ukraine. I agree with everything that Chuck said, of course, like I always do, up until I was able to get on the net.
John, what's your assessment of Ukraine's decision that seems to have been made together? Zelensky, Zaluzhny, and I keep forgetting the general in charge of the Ukrainian Special Forces, Serskin, I think, or close enough anyway. They made this decision together to defend and reinforce Bakhmut, but it's also partly a political decision as well. Are we seeing politics creep into military strategy in Ukraine?
Absolutely, and I think the Battle of Bakhmut will be, me and Major Giroux will write that case study, because it'll be one of the greatest, really, outside of the first Battle of Fallujah, which we finished not too long ago, highlighting that there is no unconstrained generals in charge of battles, that the political apparatus always gets a vote, and sometimes that can overrule even good military leaders to say, hey, I don't like that. I don't think that's best military advice for this situation. I think we've seen that a few times in Bakhmut. Not saying anybody was in disagreement with President Zelensky, but his sheer visit totally changed the acceptable, because there's these things called courses of action. There's acceptable, suitable, feasible. Like the acceptable course of action of abandoning it, back when supposedly, and I got this question yesterday in an interview, the U.S. recommended Ukraine pull out, months ago. Once it was elevated in political situation. So I agree with you, Alan, that today, after all the trials of Bakhmut, we can look back just in the last 6 months and see political considerations in the tactical fight of Bakhmut that will continue, I think, going forward. I mean, I'm really promising. I hope I didn't miss Chuck's discussion of the southwestern corner and what's going on over there, and the reestablishment of the line there. What I said in my interviews about this teetering between both sides being in need of resources, even Ukrainian formations being able to reinforce and get resources, but then the Russians taking out one of the key bridges, that even I can't get a read, and why I come to bullet points is to get a better read of, this is literally, like Chuck says, update to update on who has an advantage, because we talk advantages in the military, not who's winning or who has control, but who has an advantage in a certain part of the city versus another, and who might be close to culminating, which I know my shipmate always asked me about, and I still have this feeling Prigozhin is close to culminating. One, because he's saying he is, and two, just because of what's happening on Chuck's maps.
Yeah, well put, John. And we were definitely going to get there today or this evening. Those those 30 odd attacks in Dobo Vasilivka, which is a little town in the middle of the three little towns on the M03. Looking at the topography, looking at given that an attack on Doblo Vasilivka would at least on the map have support on its right flank and left flank. I think the Russians did some head scratching. That's where they decided to hit. 37 separate attacks. After 20, I might have written a memorandum for the record for my commander saying I don't agree with this. But I only touched on it briefly, John. But whatever unit those 37 attacking elements came from, I would say they are culminated tonight. Would you agree with that?
Quite possibly, yeah. Like I said, it's always there's both let's say a qualitative and quantitative assessment of culmination. There's a kind of the definition that you've heard me say before, inability to move forward with the assigned mission, whether it's defend or attack. But then there's the percentages aspect, that the percentage of what I would consider a Ukrainian culmination would be around 30%, 50%. I think the Russians are willing to go to 100% dead before they will acknowledge culmination themselves. And we've really seen that in Prigozhin and with the additions to Wagner. And I was trying to explain this, and Chuck, I'd love your thoughts on this, on the the bell curve of even a Wagner mercenary from what we saw in the beginning of the war, which is good kitted out prior service mercenaries that you might see in other private military contracting organizations, and then of course the recruitment thing that we saw Prigozhin go on to, and most people validated, although some people were arguing with me that it can't be proven, but about 40,000 tier one felony criminals being added, but I think he's lost both his elite, and now he's just using the whatever was added as cannon fodder, and I really mean that in the sense of the term.
Yeah, I definitely see his the quality of his manpower going away. But when I think of those sorts of men, these criminals with minimal training and probably no training, and we talk about them as as cannon fodder. I think those are the kind of people you can drive up to the battle space with a bus, poke them in the butt with a bayonet, and force them over there to fight the enemy. But on that dark and stormy night, when the Ukrainians take the offensive or flank these guys, they're not going to have any utility on the battlefield at all. They aren't a unit. Uh, they're not people that are going to follow orders under fire. The only thing they understand now is you either go over there and fight the Ukrainians, or I'll shoot you in the head right here. And I I think that Prigozhin is wielding this hammer right now, but I have a hunch that hammer's made out of glass. That he has like half a soldier. You can push these guys forward and get them to pull the trigger at the Ukrainians, but beyond that, in terms of the basic fundamental skills that you want in an infantry guy, I mean, the ability to fire in movement, fire and maneuver, uh, tactics above the level of the fire team, meaning anything more than 4 guys, John. Don't you? I just think, I don't see these people of being of any use at all.
No, I mean they're more dangerous to their home formations than they are to the enemy, especially if you give them stuff that goes boom. How much credibility, and this maybe for Alan, since I missed most of the day in the MriyaReport, unfortunately, to the reports of Prigozhin or Wagner going to now mental, psychiatric wards and things like that, and emptying out those coffers of Russia.
I saw that report, John. Apparently, it is a credible report. An even more credible report is that Russian courts, Russian judges, for minor offenders are saying we will suspend a judgment and a prison sentence if you go to Ukraine and serve. And apparently, so in other words, both the Russian army and Wagner are scraping the bottom of the barrel to find new recruits every single day. And this is happening under the radar, so Putin doesn't have to talk about mobilization.
Right. I saw.
Yeah, and
go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, I'll be real quick here, John. I think the other thing we need to remember is psychiatric hospitals are used as penal institutions by Russia. So you get caught making a e-magazine that's anti-Putin, you might find yourself in a mental hospital. So, but still, it doesn't bode well. I mean,
I agree with you though and this is the difficulty I think a lot of people have, and I don't want to push the Gettysburg button, but if you look at a battle and you line up all the blocks and you try to identify what unit that is, I mean, I could never do it, and it's such an art and a science. But I know that that icon and the quality of the troops in that icon may be vastly different than the quality of the icon to this left or right, based on these very human aspects. And we can then talk about the equipment that they don't have, but the very human aspects, like Chuck said, of the training, education, the leadership, all these aspects that, if you look at them, there's a one diagram. It's in my book, Connected Soldiers, that I had found actually looking at the Peninsular Campaign, but it was one historian had created one diagram that explains combat effectiveness in a small unit, from discipline to all the different motivation. It's just amazing. So when I see an icon in Bakhmut, I really I really say, okay, what's in that little icon there, especially if it's a Wagner company. It would be fascinating. I know some people that have been there very recently, coming back with some great military analysis. But man, I would love to be a fly on the wall of one of those Russian icons there, and I think it's like World War One style. Get your uniform, move forward. You're dead. Scrape off what you can, give it to the next guy, kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it's
Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. I agree with you completely, and I think it is literally that over the top moment. These guys are delivered into frontline defensive positions, and then it is, they hear rifles cocking behind them, and it's a go ahead, and they go. But I look at those kind of men put into that battle. Do they even understand what the objective is? Do they have any idea what to do in the unbelievable lucky situation that they should actually reach the objective that they've been given? And I think that's why we have 37 attacks. When we talk later tonight about Kremenna, a similar situation there, for maybe the 100th time of Russians actually reaching the objective they set out for, but they're not there longer than 20 minutes because they just get blown away.
Hey, Chuck, remember? I'm sorry, Alan.
No, go ahead.
Get in there.
No. We got to fight around here. How are you, shipmate?
Hey, Doc. Good to hear you tonight, my brother.
Thanks. Hey, you remember a couple weeks ago when we talked about them forming these attack brigades and how they were trying to properly equip them the way we would with, everything, all the different elements that you need, and a lot of talk. And 2 weeks later, and they're still doing the exact same things. I'm going to say that attack brigade formation really didn't maybe happen.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear what John says about that. I know that at the time when I heard Russia is forming a special assault brigades, that immediately told me that they're running out of people who are willing to conduct assaults. Right? They need to train special guys to do what? Half of the soldiers' job, attack. John, what do you think about that? We've now got special guys who can attack.
That's right. Well, I have a couple thoughts on that actually. I mean, one is you could take the world's best equipment and line it up and everything you would need for a combined arms assault element. And if you don't have the quality of individuals, then you're just wasting kit. That has nothing, that's why some people say doctrine is the refuge of the ignorant, right? So because what you put in that book is one thing, what you do in reality is another, which is a complex. I love these talks and this study of military effectiveness, and Chuck knows this, and Dino Doc knows this as well. But it's just such a it's, I mean that some of that stuff that came out, and the Russian urban assault element, the tactics are like PhD level from World War II tactics that stormtroop from World War II tactics that stormtroop tactics that if you could do that might work. But you have the big problem with one, quality of soldier, lack of a non-commissioned officer corps, lack of experienced officers to execute the most simplest tactics, which is tactics are taking organizations and equipment and then fighting it in a certain way. If you don't have the basic recipe of quality, soldiers, like Chuck said, trained in fire and maneuver, right? I can actually in these basics that takes you more than a couple weeks to learn. But then in this Chuck and I talked about a couple nights ago about falling in on a completely different kit, because I had people have years of experience in the basics of fire and maneuver, cover and concealment, combining an element of an assault force, a support force, and a headquarters element that can apply to any mission set. Those basics, I can guarantee you, every individual on the Russian front are lacking those basics outside of leftover, regular army forces. And if you don't have that, then it doesn't matter what you put on paper is you're forming a new element. It ain't going to work. That doesn't say that just a massing of firepower and massing of waves of infantry might take a piece of ground, but the costs are just going to be astronomical.
Yeah, and that's John. We talk about this all the time, and I know it's something you study and bring to all your years of leadership and combat leadership and life in the armed forces, and that is that delicate, almost unfathomable question of morale. But to put it in a 0-1 digital, go or no go, white or black, if you don't have the will to fight, it doesn't matter. If you've got the greatest airplane, the greatest tank, the greatest holographic rifles, it doesn't matter. You've got thermal, you've got night vision, you've got air superiority, artillery, none of that matters. If you're not willing to fight, then you're going to lose. We're still facing the same battlefield wipers going, and it's hard to win the fight if basically you've already lost it, right? Getting into contact, it's crazy to me.
And Chuck, that brought up a great point. Another question that I wanted to ask Colonel Spencer. think arguably Ukraine may be one of the best urban warfare fighting armies on the planet just because of how much recent experience they've had. And now we see reports that basically fighting in Bakhmut is street to street, house to house. Not that there's many houses or many streets left, but it's very close quarters. And your urban warfare manual that you provided to many people earlier was invaluable in Ukraine, and I'm sure we all appreciate that greatly. But what do you think about what's going on now, Russia and Ukraine's capability to be victorious in close quarter urban warfare?
Yeah, no, that's a tough one, Doc. You can't. There is no greater professor than experience. One of my own vignettes from my own experience of studying a very specific environment is that even looking back at my own training and education in the Western military and in combat, there were simple residual repeating tactics that I didn't know about in urban terrain. Sometimes you just rediscovering them. I actually say, me and Jason sometimes say, there's not a lot of lessons learned. There's a lot of lessons relearned. The Ukrainians, if you had these leveling bubbles of training, education, and experience, their experience will be off the chart. One of the challenge, and I agree with you, some formations who have had, let's say, a very high or a very low turnover rate, because that factors in on these shared experiences, right? Shared lessons, shared learning that would transfer from theater, or from area to area, right? Kherson to Severodonetsk to Bakhmut, things like that. That's a very complex, challenging thing. I agree with you. There are some formations, and we've had a few on here, and I know the Georgian Legion is great, that who have kept leadership together, have had casualties, but I haven't had a great amount of casualties, and all that increases their proficiency, right? So a regular military unit tries to go through this cycle from individual up to collective. The Ukrainians had this very unique thing, but I agree with you that they have off the charts. There's no military in the world that has the experience in fighting a peer combatant in dense urban terrain, and that, if not carefully, might be lost. And that's why I'm back in a couple weeks, back in Ukraine, just trying to gather as myself as somebody who learns every day, in trying to apply that context. That's the challenge that you can put that on the Russian side with such a high casualty rate. The transfer of knowledge, lessons learned. Don't stand there in the open window. All these things that are these tactics that actually win and survive in an urban environment aren't transferred, right? And that's why that manual is very interesting. It wasn't a manual for lessons they've learned this conflict. That was tactics learned from World War II, fast forwarded and put into a manual, which militaries do. Well, there's a problem where people don't read their own doctrine, but I would be fine with that statement. But there's some caveats there on the transfer and the in unit to unit togetherness, which builds that what Chuck was talking about, that those intangibles that actually can overmatch weapons, technologies, and tactics. The intangibles of keeping people together, becoming brothers and sisters. That is the superpower of the Ukrainian military, in my mind. But I agree with you. One of the most experienced, and their tactics. I hope they have their own version of like a lessons learned facility that to gather this. But I know from experience that Ukrainian military after 2014 was you're trying to get all these systems in which militaries are also learning organizations and then transfer that. Sometimes they have a real bad habit of not letting go of their past. Ukraine doesn't have that problem, but in order to keep Ukraine that elite dense urban terrain against a peer enemy, because there's great variety across the spectrum of conflict, they need to do a lot to maintain that and that rotating. And this is my question to Chuck, actually. Thanks, Doc. When do you think, Chuck, that the Ukrainians had to stop rotating forces out of Bakhmut? as in you're rotating and refitting? Because I knew it was happening until recently. I've heard a lot of reporting that is likely has stopped, and that to me that has a calculus into the defense and the offense.
Yeah, this is an informed guess on my part, but I would say 2 weeks ago, all leaves and rotations were stopped. Let's say 3 weeks ago, and I wouldn't be surprised, John, if within the last 4 days or so, I think some limited rotations began again. And as the positions were reinforced, and everything that true reinforcement means, uh, everything that is necessary to plug an army in was moved closer. Food, medicine, ammunition, repair facilities, everything else. I have a hunch that the guys that did the hard fighting and stabilized this situation when it was at its most tense about a week ago. I wouldn't be surprised if all those and going, not completely. Some people didn't get some, not rotated home, but I mean at least 20 kilometers in the rear for a couple of days sleep.
No, that's
So,
go ahead, Alan.
well, I was just gonna ask quickly, any other spots on the line of engagement, Chuck and John, where Russia may also have culminated? Remembering to all the listeners here, culmination does not mean defeat, depletion, where you cannot carry out your assigned mission. There are a few other candidates, I guess, where you might see Russia culminating. One is in Crimea. We should take some time in Crimea. The map is up in the nest.
John, before we leave Bakhmut, you know what? We didn't talk about the southwest part of this, what we've been calling the thumb of the mitten. I'd like to get your lights on that sector of this AO here.
No, I'm here to learn. It looked very promising in a weak point on the Russian lines, as opposed to the center sector in the dense urban terrain. It looked like a weak point where the most change might happen. On the replacements, I think it is interesting. The art of this campaigning is that I'm sure we'd all like for the sector to be reinforced greatly, but every piece on the map that's moved it's almost like a three-dimensional chess. Like I said, if you move that piece, there are second and third order effects, kind of like the beautiful lesson that Ukraine taught Russia in September. You move some pieces out of Donbass, head them towards Kherson. You just created a weakness there. So that's the math. But I think, and this is where I want. And thanks for bringing it back there, Chuck. Get your assessment. I think it's one of the most, let's say, unsure parts of the line, and we've seen the greatest movements there. But you're tracking like by attack, so I'd love to hear yours.
Well, I think what's interesting about the Russian thumb, and that's, folks, if you imagine this big red mitten reaching for the city of Bakhmut, on the southern part is the thumb sticking up. The daily maps from the reliable sources, they tend to show just a slight indentation in the thumb reaching up towards Chasiv Yar and Ivanaski. But it's interesting to me that keeping track of the fire missions fired by the Russians keep striking the little village of Kilshevika, which is 3 or 4 kilometers behind where the forward edge of the battle area is plotted. So on my maps, I've got a dip coming into there and a sort of no man's land extending south from Ivanansky to Kilshavika, because the Russians wouldn't be shelling a town in the area that they control unless there were Ukrainians in it. And the interesting thing about having Ukrainian troops in contact in Kilshavika means it splits that thumb, so that if you are a unit, a Russian unit, attacking Ivanansky or Chasiv Yar, or moving a little west, Stupki, the Ukrainians could be behind you at any time. And the fact that the Russians keep shelling that town tells me that the Ukrainians are still there. And in a similar case in Kremenna, the Russians beat their chest and say they control Kremenna, but they keep shelling it as well. Again, telling me, you tell Moscow you own it, but your own troops are fighting it out in Kremenna. So just interesting to me, John. I don't see. I don't know. I see that thumb, which should be the strongest part of your grip. I see, that's a little tenuous for the Russians, I think.
It looks like we just lost John, but I bet he'll come back. And we will move up to Kremenna, but we'll go ahead and John is back with us now, and I want everyone to make every effort to be concise. Will, go ahead.
You're looking right at me, mate. Chuck and John, do you? And I note that exact problem or that exact issue down in Ivaniski, that the counterattacks down there have been relatively effective each time, and it appears they've left troops behind, even in Klishkova, or left them forward, I should say, in Klishkova. Do you have any explanation for why that counterattacking seems to be so effective, and Ivanaski seems to be so difficult to take for the Russians? Anything in topography or units or anything?
Wow, my maps just aren't that good on the topography in that sector, but I do notice a bluff up around Ivanansky, a higher ground going from Ivanansky over to the Chasiv Yar suburbs, and getting to Kilshavika, there are several roads that go south there. It's a bit of a mystery to me how exactly the Ukrainians got there and how they're staying there, but they are definitely there. And I think this answers why it is that the northern section, the fingers of this mitten, that's where the Russians are attacking and attacking and attacking. But I'd also say this, having this mitten surrounding Bakhmut, that's bad. But as Chesty Puller, the famous Marine, used to say, when you're surrounded, you can attack in any direction. And that was the War College explanation for that is the Ukrainians have interior lines of communication, so they can move with greater clarity to points on the compass that are contacted. John, what do you think about this? This hypothesis that maybe the thumb is weaker than the fingers in this case.
I'm really hopeful, and like you said, if you could pull that off, this is the calculus that commanders have to make a decision on. What's the commander's risks of the day? I just can't imagine. I'm pretty jealous of some friends that have been there recently. The Ukrainian battle staff, in the front line, and the things that they're assessing, and all the reports that have to be sent in daily on strengths and weaknesses, all the different intelligence apparatuses, which we've seen in videos. If you look at that Kharkiv video that came out, which is amazing. And if that thumb could break and you can get behind Wagner forces, they would fold like a wet paper towel. I like the Chesty Puller comment there. And the Marines are also famous for the frontal assault, which the Army doesn't
have, or it doesn't use as a primary method of maneuver. But yeah, no, I think it's very promising to see in the topography, like we were talking about, was it yesterday or day before? I mean, terrain and weather, and keep an eye on it because it has as much importance as those icons being moved around.
And it's interesting also that the Russian units in contact down there are VDV, airborne units. I think
Yeah, I thought
one
they were all
at
dead.
least is a
Are they issuing out berets?
yeah. What
Because I thought they were all dead.
I, I did too, but apparently there's the 137th Guards Airborne Regiment. I guess they're trying to stay in the guards business, but
They're just
No,
recycling uniform.
yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I mean, we keep hearing about the most elite Russian force, right? It was a BDB, then First Guard Division. Now it's the Naval Infantry. Like okay, we're just making up names now. I agree with you. I'm sure that they're there. I'm just saying. I'm just being flippant on what's considered elite. And even my friends that are Russian experts are here. Most of that, most elite is gone.
yeah, they're exactly, John. What the icon says and what exactly there is exactly there. And I'm not sure that there is a single Russian unit in Ukraine anywhere that's at full strength.
Yeah, I mean these new numbers. Numbers are always bad, right? I've never been a casualty counter, but 90,000 dead is now the number, and 20,000 or 200,000 casualties, and that's just crazy. Even if you look at what the Russians lost in, what the Soviets lost in the Afghan war, like that's a bad day for Russians nowadays.
Well, so the 12,000 dead in Afghanistan and in a decade of war, that can occur in a week's time or less in Ukraine currently. So, it just as Chuck mentioned, 37 failed attacks down in Bakhmut. As Chuck said, he would have written a memo to his commander after 20 failed attacks and suggested maybe we can try this 15 more times, sir, but then I'm done. Are there similarly failed attacks up in Kremina? And are we therefore seeing the possibility of Russian forces culminating there as well?
Wow. What happened lately in Kremena, and this again was based on the 0600 report this morning by the Ukrainian General Staff. This time the target was a village at the north end of the Zebrets Reservoir. Russian forces came across the P-66 highway. They went about 5 kilometers. They entered the town of Novo-Lvivka. They actually got there and they were repulsed. Interestingly, there were a series of airstrikes that were launched after the Russians got to the village. And again, this must be, honestly, it is probably the 100th such attack that we've seen north of Kremena. Every village I could name going north to south down the map has been the target of one of these thrusts, and none of them work. None of them stick. Every one of these assaulting units gets blown back. But I watch this space very carefully because the Russians continue to have great superiority, numerical superiority in the what are the things that that make an otherwise good unit reach an objective, hold on it when they get there.
It's all the Met TC variables, right? What mission they've been given, how long to hold it. Once they consolidate that game, that transition, they call them transitions, is even the world's best, and that's not what Russia is, struggle with the transitions between achieving the objective and then transitioning to holding it or whatever the subsequent mission is. So 100% on that. I mean, I think the enemy gets a vote, so you might be able to get into the ground, but your ability to hold it, and we've just seen this routinely. And I don't want to beat a dead horse. Is that the Russians just seem so unprepared, no matter what the context, to hold ground if faced with a formidable, operation against them. I'm not saying everywhere, but that just seems to be routine. And because Ukraine is so good at setting the conditions for an assault that I haven't seen Russia do, I don't think, since the beginning. I mean, there are all these things that are done in setting the conditions for taking something, and the fires and the reconnaissance and the planning. And it just seems like, and I know we talked about on the face, want to be like, Russia's just all bad, they suck. But I'm looking as even as a, uh, a I don't know what the word is, but just trying to observe the tactics of both sides, and those setting the conditions for an operation, then come out when even if you achieved it in the planning of what's next, and the types of equipment and the types of troops and the amount of troops you need, all that level. So I think the failure is in before the fight even starts in the planning, and that you have a lot of disorganized units. Maybe even they achieve something, it's not in a organized orders process. That this is why plans are useless, but planning is everything to get you past the moment you're living in the military context. And brother, I actually have to go, so thanks for letting me in on bullet points and sharing the conversation with you, and being here to learn with all the other great Maria Report family.
John, you're always welcome, and we appreciate you sharing your time with us, and you're always welcome here anytime. And hugs to the family, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you, John. I hope
Thank
you're
you,
able to
John.
come back Thursday night so you can give us a little preview of your trip to Ukraine, where you're going to go, what you're going to be looking for, and that kind of thing.
Alan, wouldn't it be great to hear from John from Ukraine?
Oh, I think we will, Doc.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
I
I
think we
hope
can
so.
do that. I think we can do that. I can plan that in there.
Colonel Spencer, take Maria International.
I don't know if I get a fancy documentary like James Vasquez did, but I'll do what I can.
You might get a fancy documentary, John. I'll put in a request.
I'll second that.
All right, have a good night, guys, and thanks again.
Thank you very much.
So, Alan, before we caught up with John and Chuck and wanting to ask them questions and talk about things that we often don't get our way down the across the battle line.
That is true, and I think there is a lot to talk about in Kremina, and Chuck just did get going, and again, when I look at your map, Chuck, the situation begins to look a little bit better for the Ukrainians than it did a few days ago.
Yeah, the Russian operational cycle is definitely a sort of series of pulses, and last week was an example where they hit almost every one of those north to south cities: Novodiane, Nevsky, Terny, Yamplovika, Zarechene. All of those objectives being along the Zarabets River. And the farther south you go, then they were along the Zarabets Reservoir. And looking at the map, why would you do that? And we've been saying that if they were able to reach the Zarabets River in force and get behind, that is to the east of the reservoir, they'd have some barrier between what seems to be the irresistible force of the Ukrainian defenders and some tangible achievement for the Russians. But again, folks, it's I keep describing this. The Russians send them and the Ukrainians send them back. But it's good and imperative to keep your eye on this battle space, because there are more Russians up here than there are Ukrainians. And if the Russians pull their head out of their seat cushion, they could come out of the box here. They haven't been able to do it. Another place to watch carefully is south of Kremenna, and it's just on the very bottom of the Kremenna area of operations map. It's the little town of Bilyohorvika, and the Russians, they keep trying to take this town. And unlike the operations north of Kremenna, almost every day the Russians launch something at Bilyohorvika. You can see, looking at the map, we're talking an advance over the course of at its most, about 5 kilometers. That's about 3 miles. And they are not making it there either. So you look at an armed force with superior numbers, with at least the tools to provide combined arms support to the advancing infantry units, and they are simply not delivering. So I keep asking myself, what's missing, right? You've got on the ground superiority at the point of attack. You've got the equipment, you've got the vehicles, you've got the ammunition, you've got everything. What's missing? Why isn't it clicking? And I keep coming back to morale. And bad morale reduces combat effectiveness. And I think Russian commanders are dealing with troops that, frankly, man, they are over it, right? They've had enough.
So really, in Kremlin, for example, as I recall our conversations, the Russians are looking to make a kind of breakthrough, but only so they can take on a turning maneuver. So if they were to get to the banks of the Zarabets Reservoir, they would then turn south and have their right flank protected by that reservoir. But what would that turning maneuver give? What kind of advantage would they get from that?
Well, it would, you would think you'd get to the reservoir, you'd turn south, and now you have the reservoir on your right flank, and the Ukrainians would have a bit of a time getting across the reservoir to get at you. But again, and of course, then the Zarabets River continues on south for about 5 more kilometers. So you think, okay, well, that's a realistic objective. But there is a band of extremely heavy forest. Serebryansk is the name of the forestry area. And that clings to the bank of the Severodonetsk River, which basically goes east and west, south of Liman. That band of forest and that river mean that even if the Russians did reach the Zarabets Reservoir and turn south, and even if they did have the Zarabets River on their right flank as they advanced, they'd have to go through this incredibly thick forest. And then they'd have to get across the Severodonetsk River. Let's just deal with the forest first. And we've talked about this a bunch of times. In forest fighting, it doesn't matter what forces a general thinks he's moving, regiments, battalions, brigades, whatever he thinks he's pushing into the forest. Where the rubber hits the road, it's rifle squad on rifle squad. And in that situation, the Ukrainians, if we only take morale as part of the problem, their units fight better, they stick together better, their interoperability is better. So why the Russians keep basing operations out of Crimea, why they don't shift the center of gravity of these attacks down south to Lysychansk, why? It's really hard to answer these questions because there isn't an answer, and trying to figure out why they can't execute on simple objectives, why they keep trying things that don't work. And that example in Bakhmut, you can't even make that up. 35, 36 times doing the same thing all day long, losing 100 guys at a clip. I don't know.
Well, that's also part of this period of the war here in the East. There are no answers yet, and when will there be answers? There will be answers when Ukraine wants to give them to us, and that's when the Bradleys and the Leopards, the Challengers, and the Abrams are. Is related to weather. Chuck,
that's going to be interesting. Our friend John is going to be in the thick of it in 2 weeks, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm sure John is hoping for lots of sun and lots of good drying weather over the next couple of weeks. So we do have a couple of hands. We should go to Raver and then to Nick. Raver, please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Chuck. So I want to move us back south a little bit. So we know 2 months ago Bakhmut was a Wagner fight, and now it's not. Wagner has apparently figured out how to take Bakhmut one building at a time, but the Russian army hasn't. And probably because they have different types of troops that can do different things. But how much of the Bakhmut front has Wagner surrendered to the Russian army? Obviously, they're getting close to being shot out or closer to it since they've had to turn over frontage to regular line units. Do we have any idea of where the delineation between the PMC and the regular army is?
Well, we don't have an exact delineation, but it looks very much like pretty much all the fingers at the top of the of that mitten. There's a greater preponderance of Wagner forces up there, and it appears that the more skilled Russian MOD troops, in this case, a couple of VDV units, at least 2 that have been discerned. And I think that also has something to do with the style of fighting. This sort of, I always hesitate to say human wave because, that makes people think of John Wayne in the Sands of Iwo Jima and hundreds of people coming at a time. And that isn't it. But it is this sort of absolutely senseless and relentless infiltration of squad, multi-squad, and platoon size formations. I don't want to even call them platoons or squads because, look, these are untrained people. They're felons with rifles, and they are prodded towards the front, and they just keep coming. And their primary purpose is to get in contact with Ukrainian forces out of physical necessity, and that identifies Ukrainian positions, which are then selectively targeted by Russian artillery. So these Wagner criminals up there, they're basically being used as sort of human smoke grenades to designate Ukrainian targets.
It's how you every war. Go ahead.
They're definitely getting smoked, that's for sure. So one final follow-up is, do we see any hints or rumors that the Russians are moving up in these types of pursuit forces? That would seem to be the big indicator that they think they're on the verge of finally taking the town. They've moved up more mobile units to try to chase the Ukrainians to prevent the Ukrainians from setting up their next line. Any rumors of that being moved up?
Well, that's the thing that makes the Dubo-Vasilivka assaults sort of hard to grasp. That there is advantageous defensive terrain to the south of the M03 highway. In fact, there's a water course that parallels the highway going from the northwest to the southeast. And spring is coming, and that little water course, which looks basically like a little creek or a brook, it's only going to get bigger. So, I am sure that you're right, Raver. Look, they're moving infantry fighting vehicles and armor, and they're getting them into position west of Soledar and sort of west of Krasnohora. But there's a couple bad things for the Russians. They can't concentrate their forces anywhere because the Ukrainians will find out about it and target them. 9, I think it was yesterday. So there were 8 missile and artillery strikes yesterday in the Bakhmut area. Not all of them were in the Bakhmut area, at least 5 of them on Russian troop concentrations. And whatever the Russians put up there and tried to get across the M03 highway, look, the Ukrainians are waiting for them. The terrain in front of them is the mixture of everything bad in terrain. Water courses, marshy ground, and hills that the enemy occupy. And add to that the fact that the Russians cannot surprise the Ukrainians anywhere. I'm not going to say this is a futile effort on the part of the Russians, because it's not, and this remains a very closely run thing. But there are so many obstacles in the way of what the Russians are trying to do that I just don't know that they're going to be able to pull it out. And I am firm in this conviction that Ukraine has stabilized Bakhmut to the extent that for the next 24 to 36 hours, Ukraine is going to dictate the terms of what's happening in this battle, including dictating the terms that Ukraine is going to wait along the existing lines of contact and wait for the Russians to serve themselves up. And that's happening. The goal of that, of course, is to simply attrite Russia's manpower, materiel, and also to have a negative effect on Russian troop morale. And that actually means something, because it takes a lot to turn around a unit whose spirit is broken. It takes a lot. You don't turn that around by giving the guys new uniforms and some replacements. That isn't how it's done. So,
Hey, Chuck, I was just going to put in a plug for our buddy Colonel Spencer. If you guys have read Connected Soldiers, if you haven't, I really recommend it, because he's got a great point that kind of Siri decided to add her 2 cents, so I'll shut her up. Anyway, in Connected Soldiers, when he first takes over as Bradley Company commander, and is sent in, and he gets this unit kind of almost of misfits with broken morale and have had all these kind of problems, and that's really gets to the heart of his book and what he's talking about and what he had to implement to improve that morale, and how long that took, and then what the eventual outcome when he was successful doing that.
Well, Doc, but that's it completely. And I mean, there's 2 things in my book that have stood out to me always in in war fighting. And my view is definitely skewed because I always fought in small units. 30 SEALs for us is the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade, right? We are a very small unit. We're extraordinarily capable, but we're a small unit. And the two things that were the most important facts, I think, in any SEAL operation, one was surprise. The second was, the ferocity of our attacks. But the thing that underpinned all of that was the esprit of the unit and the morale of these guys who knew categorically that they could count on the people to the right and left of them. They knew that to the bottom of their souls. And being able to count on those people in the battlefield was an absolute force multiplier. And that goes for, a very small unit. But when you scale that up to a platoon, to a company, to a battalion, and that's what we have in the Ukrainian army. We also know that the Ukrainian soldiers know that their commanders are not casual with their lives. That even though a lot is asked of these Ukrainian men and women fighting for their country, they know that their commanders consider their lives to be important, and that the commanders will do everything they possibly can to prepare the battlefield so that Ukrainian operations can have the absolute maximum effect. You look on the other side of the coin, and frankly, folks, Russian generals do not give a flying F about their guys. They don't care that this battle in Bakhmut may have killed 20, 30, 40, 50,000 Russian soldiers. They do not care. And man, that is hard for Western officers like John and I, and Doc, of course, was in. And it's hard for us to even wrap our brain around that. Because if there was an American general commanding this Bakhmut operation, I promise you he'd be gone.
He would be gone and probably never return to another battlefield in the rest of his career. The other thing that strikes me, Chuck, is wherever you look on the battle line, whether it's Kremna or it's Bakhmut or it's Vuhledar, or even far west out to the banks of the Dnipro River, Ukrainians know the terrain like the backs of their hands. They know it better than the Russians. And so wherever the Russians go, they encounter Ukrainians in usually very, very strong defensive positions. In other words, the Ukrainians have looked at this map and a long time ago have planned defensive positions and fallback positions. So that this is going to constrain Russians, whatever they think they can do, for weeks. I mean, that's just an opinion and an uneducated opinion.
No, Alan, you're at this 10 hours a day listening to every source of information. And, in the case of, Colonel John Spencer, probably the preeminent expert in the entire world on urban warfare. And you're right. We talked about this in the darkest days of the Bakhmut battle, which I don't think are entirely behind us. But in the last crisis, were Bakhmut to be surrounded, cut off completely, I think there would be, three things. One, I don't see the Ukrainians winding up with any of their forces stranded in the urban area when the Russian mitten closed. I don't see that happening. Two, the geography of Bakhmut is not going to change. This isn't the key to eastern Ukraine. Bakhmut is the gateway to Bakhmut. It's the home of two highways that are at a 90-degree angle to each other. So advancing on one or the other only separates your force. And three, having run the Russian flag up in front of what's left of the Bakhmut post office, you are still going to face organized, layered, well thought out Ukrainian defensive lines and some of the toughest terrain on this battlefield. There is a line of bluffs that go from Dobo Vasilivka. They go southwest through Chasiv Yar, water courses, lakes, rolling hills that form ravines that would channelize any attackers into kill zones. It again, you can't imagine what it is that's driving the Russian obsession in Bakhmut. But I can say this: the Ukrainians are fighting the Russians in Bakhmut because the Russians are there. And frankly, to our Russian listening guests, the fascination with Bakhmut takes all these forces and resources and everything else that the Russians, frankly, should be using somewhere else, but they're grinding it up in Bakhmut. And the longer the Russians are fascinated with Bakhmut and are willing to expend 2 or 3 or 500 casualties a day to take this city of almost no strategic value at all and limited tactical value, we say it 100 times. Napoleon, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. And in this case, you don't interrupt your enemy and you just keep killing them on this unfavorable ground. And that's the Battle of Bakhmut.
And the Russians just keep on coming. The Battle of Bakhmut has gone on since basically last July. I think Bakhmut was first shelled last May, but this Battle of Bakhmut has now gone on as long or longer than the battle for Stalingrad in World War II. So as Chuck said earlier tonight, in terms of casualties, Russian casualties in Bakhmut, it's in the top 5. Of course, Ukrainians are also suffering losses. Really heroic soldiers have been lost in Bakhmut. So we have a couple more hands, and then Chuck, I want to talk about the tempo of artillery exchanges all along the line. But we will go to Nick and then to Lexicon. Nick, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And one thing I don't know in previous wars or whatever was because we have so much like Twitter and different space, places to encourage Ukrainian troops, where I'm guessing the messages get through to them, that helps their morale, knowing that there's people from all over the world. It's like, yeah, here we're with you. So that's just kind of one question. If the
Hey,
effect,
Lexicon, let me answer that.
so
Let me answer that real quick before you apologize.
Okay, well then I'll wait for my second.
No. Yeah, just stay where you are. Just stay where you are. We get reports all the time of troops in trenches in their spare time, even turning on MriyaReport and listening to all of us show our love and support for Ukraine. So it makes a humongous difference. Many times when I was deployed, I was out for a long time because if I wasn't with a ground unit, I was on a boat. And I spent a lot of time out there, right? And so it was great to get these messages coming back into me. It was fantastic to get them. They love them, and the report does that very well. Y'all's continued support, retweeting the space, reminding your friends we're here 24/7. You never know who's going to be on. One day it's a politician, the next it's a general, the next it's a Navy SEAL, the next it's somebody like me on the report, or Daryl, or any number of people we could point to over and over again that make the space so rich. So please retweet the space, and thank you for your question. And go ahead with your next one, Lexicon.
It's Nick.
My other
It's Nick.
question is,
Sorry.
that's okay. Whatever. Well, I have kind of two names, but anyway, the other question is, when these soldiers, they have guns and they're loaded, and they have people pointing. I mean, I'm talking about the Russian prisoners who were thrown for the cannon fodder or the meat grinder. Why don't they just talk to each other and say, hey, let's take our chances. Let's all turn around and fire at the people who have the guns aimed at us. We might survive and become prisoners of war. I don't know. I mean, to me, I'd take my chances. If I have a gun in my hand and I know if I'm facing the enemy, I'm going to die. Well, you know what? The person who's got the gun behind me, I'd rather turn around and fire at them. But that's just me.
Well, here's the psychological barrier to that. You were taken out of this prison, and nobody let you go home and see mom and get a hot meal and get your gear together and go to they shoved you into a bus. They kept you together. They drove you as expeditiously as is possible with Russian logistics. They dump you on the battlefield. They give you a rifle, and so here's your moment to make your break. And you're thinking, I will be killed instantly if I try this, or I have got to kill everybody else around me, or somebody's going to shoot me. And the other thing is, look, these guys are criminals, right? They are not the sharpest crayons in the box. So I think there is enough pressure on these guys that they're going to follow at least the first couple of orders that are given to them. But that being said, there have been cases of Russians, at least one or two, three or four rifle squads that I know have completely surrendered to the Ukrainians. But also remember the information environment that these criminals are in. They came out of the literal black hole of a Russian prison. They don't know anything. They're fed this diet of the Ukrainians are Nazis and baby killers, and you'll be lucky if you're wounded and they don't eat you. So these people are absolutely manipulated, and I just don't see them having the rocks or even the brain cells to think, now I'm going to make a break for it. But one of the huge mistakes that the Russians have done by bringing untrained people into the battle space, and even a nominally well motivated Russian civilian, by rushing this guy right from where you, in some cases, plucked him off the Moscow subway, throw him forward into the battle space. He didn't go through the period of basic training, which does a lot of things, but that's the place you learn to take an order, right? Before, somebody just asked you to make your bed, right? They didn't turn your rack upside down and tear your room apart and scream at you to put it back together in 5 minutes. You didn't go through that experience where you're pressurized and you have to pull together with a group of strangers and work as a team for the first time in your life. But all of that yelling and screaming and everything else at boot camp, which is essentially high pressure janitorial work, it teaches this magical thing to people. And that is how to put yourself in a group of strangers and start working together. And that is the secret sauce, and the thing that every man and woman who ever served for the United States military, they have that experience. That 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever it was, when you went from being a civilian to being a soldier or a Marine or an airman. It's where you learned how to do that. And that's the common currency of people in armed forces around the world. But if you take somebody from civilian life and you throw them into this military situation, and especially when they look around and say, look, things are screwed up here. You know, you dropped us off in this field. There's no food. There's no one waiting for us. All these other things. Those units and those unqualified people that were sent forward to reinforce Russian units, they weren't reinforcements. They were a bacillus. They were a contaminant. And they're, you know, in some cases justified contempt of their leaders. They're pointing out all these shortfalls, but all of that belly aching, all of that insubordination, it weakens the units that they were sent to. And every time you see a video on Twitter of somebody reading a statement in front of 20 or 30 other disgruntled soldiers saying whatever, justified or not, we were sent forward without artillery support. We were only given shovels to attack the enemy. We haven't had hot food in 3 weeks. Okay, those are all legitimate gripes. But reading them in a manifesto with 30, 40, 50 other people is mutiny. Mutiny. And you can't run an army like that. Those guys are reading this statement on social media. You know, does that negatively affect Russian combat effectiveness? We haven't heard very much from the 151st Naval Infantry Brigade at Vuhledar, have we? Because they mutinied. They said, that's it. We've had it. We've had enough. Whoever's leading us, you blew up 30 tanks in an afternoon. We lost 120 armored vehicles in 2 days fighting. We're not doing it anymore. And that was naval infantry. Those were Marines. So these, you know, the Russians they're shooting themselves in their foot a lot.
And you know, morale goes.
Sorry, I
go,
don't mean to interrupt. So apologize. I just
Yeah.
want to say thank you for taking hands, because there's people like me who don't have a military background who we just want to know questions. So I appreciate the space, and yes, I've retweeted it, but thank you for taking hands, and I'll drop down.
Thank you, and that's why we appreciate your coming up to ask your questions, because I ask plenty of stupid questions, and I have done that for months. But one thing I was going to say about morale, Chuck, it goes downhill from the moment Russian recruits, Mobics, arrive in Ukraine. For example, today I read a report that seems pretty verifiable. Newly recruited and Mobics arrived in Donetsk city, couldn't find the units that they were supposedly to report to. They are lost behind the lines. Some of them have been arrested as deserters because they weren't with their unit. The dysfunction of the Russian army is laughable in a lot of ways. Not to downgrade this army. They've taken lots of Ukrainian. They've killed a lot of Ukrainian soldiers. They've inflicted casualties, but the dysfunction of this army is just something to see. It's remarkable. You just wish they would melt away like the snow under the spring sun. With that, we'll go to Lexicon and Dryfly. Lexicon, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, well, as you say, we're talking about morale a lot. We're talking about the morale of the troops, but and we're seeing some awful anecdotal information, these videos and stuff, stories. But when you think about their officers, who probably despise these men, they know who they are, where they're from. From the stories, the men may not see these officers from one week to the next. We talk about the kind of planning, what they plan to do. I just wonder how much they do plan. You get tell-alls that talk about the I doubt they refrain from the looting. I don't know. But, I'm just thinking that try and put together in your head officers with very poor morale. They're stuck where they are with stupid orders from above. Put that together with the idea of planning any kind of operation. And it sounds quite like I just wonder if they don't kind of throw a couple ideas at each other before they hit the sack. They toss it around. And I mean, I cannot see them planning. I don't know. What do you think, Chuck?
We lost Chuck for a moment, but he will be back. He hasn't been rotated out. It's just a really glitchy space tonight, so I apologize for that. But he will be here momentarily. So we'll reserve your question, and Chuck is back. Chuck, did you catch?
I'm afraid I only caught the last 15 seconds. So if you could rephrase the question, I'll get on it. And I'm sorry, I was I was in the nether Twitter world there. Sorry.
No worries. I was just saying, taking the morale question to look at the officers, and because I think the officers likely despise the men because they, knowing the origins of them and so on, they look down on them for maybe reason. And I don't think from the anecdotes we hear, they don't often have contact with the men at all. The men don't know how to even find them. I'm just wondering, when you talk about Russian officers trying to plan an operation, that's what I was saying. How could guys who are maybe drunks or looters themselves and not conducting themselves as officers or gentlemen, maybe, are they really, is that part of it? Like, to sit down and plan operations sounds like an maybe just as bad.
Well,
maybe just as bad.
People, let's take the sort of unique. It's almost incredible to me that these Wagner recruits are delivered to the battlefield where everyone who is, in air quotes, leading them knows that they're absolutely an expendable commodity, that they are put forward as they were in Dubo Vasilivka with no expectation at all that they would survive the assaults they were sent on. They were just sent forward, and their job was basically get the Ukrainians to shoot at you so we can figure out where the Ukrainians are and artillery will handle it. I mean, I can't even imagine, that isn't any sort of leadership that I know in a military situation. I think in other parts of the Russian armed forces, you're right. There is this very large gap between the commissioned officers and the enlisted men. That is a gap that is not only bridged in a Western military, but I won't even say bridged, because the pillar that supports both the officers and the troops is the professional NCO Corps. And when you're dealing with a master chief, senior chief, petty officer, master sergeant, top sergeant, gunnery sergeant, this is a person who spent 20 or 30 years in the ranks, and his profession is the profession of arms. And they are not just the cement that cements the military together, but they are the granite pillar on which the whole thing rests. And again, incomprehensibly, the Russians don't have that. They don't have that career, master sergeant, top sergeant, master chief, who is, the guy who gets things done, the woman who gets things done. And and especially for someone who is in the SEALs, where we are, I mean, it staggers other services that, my guys didn't call me Commander Farr, they called me Chuck. Uh, that's how collegial we were. But you know what? We were that way because it took a long time to be an operator at DevGroup. It took a long time. You had to be one of the best. So you earned that privilege. And we were collegial in how we planned operations. At the end of the day, and not even at the end of the day, by the end of the briefing, it was still me making the call. I made the call, but I made sure I heard everyone out and I heard their opinions and I knew, what right they had to give their opinions about the tactical arrangements because they'd been there and done it. But we've heard Yehuda speak earlier about his mission and the mission of the Canadian military earlier to change the post-Soviet ethos that had hung on in the Ukrainian armed forces. And one of the worst things about that was that huge gulf between officer and enlisted. And that there's a fine line. There not everywhere in the military would that SEAL team arrangement work. And, it that was a very unique place. And that exception almost proves the rule. But if you are an officer in an effective military branch, you lead from the front and you give a damn about your guys. And you never forget that the platoon, the company, the battalion, the brigade, whatever it is, that is your weapon. So you keep it clean, you keep them fed, you keep them informed, and you keep them motivated. That's the most important thing you can do. And the Russian officer corps, man, they do the exact opposite.
Hey, Chuck, I want to go to a few hands real quick, if that's okay with you, but I want to make sure we talk about the reports coming out of Zaporizhia at some point. So if that's okay with you, we're going to go with the hands. Alan, you had the order on this, didn't you, my friend?
Yep, Dryfly is next. Go ahead, Dryfly.
Yeah, I was just going to add one thing to what Chuck said. There's another reason. From what I've been reading, these soldiers are not even given live ammunition in their earliest, the limited training that they have, except for one event where they go to a shooting range and they get to shoot like a clip or two. After that, it's all taken away from them. They're not given weapons again until they're launched, at the takeoff point on an attack. And the reason they do that is because they don't trust them. So imagine you're a Mobic. You don't have an opportunity to kill an officer unless you're going to do it as you're ready to walk into battle, and you've got a half a dozen other guys behind you, enforcers that are ready to gun you down if you even make a move. So there's a reason why there's so few little fragging in the Russian militaries, because they don't give them a chance. Now the question I have for Chuck is, and one of it is Zaporizhia. We have seen a lot of activity with the Russians moving up equipment, not just people, but equipment, digging trenches, but also moving up a lot of equipment. There's scuttlebutt on Twitter, and some of them are not ignorant people. I mean, they're military bloggers that have looked at this a long time, and they're all saying it's because they think there's going to be they're getting prepared for the Ukrainian offensive. I don't buy it. I think they're getting ready to throw their own offensive into Zaporizhia. And there have been rumors or discussions that I'm trying to think of his name, not Gerasimov, but Shoigu has ordered that general, who was the guy who's been leading all the terrible attacks in Voldahar, to take Voldahar or die on a sword, basically. He wants it to be another Bakhmut. Then the other question is, so you have the Voldahar as they're moving stuff up. There are rumors now that they're moving equipment out of Kremina to the south toward Bakhmut and possibly even to Voldahar, because they're not confident they have enough equipment there. So they're actually starting to steal forces from the Kremina region. Have you seen any evidence on either of these two? And I'll listen.
Well, really, really good points. I have not yet seen forces withdrawn from Kremina. But again, folks, I mean, I'm an OSINT tea leaf reader, just pretty much like everyone else. But Dryfly raised a really good point here, and John Spencer touched on it a little earlier. You know, your troops on the battlefield on either side of the line, look, they are a finite commodity, and when you move them from one place to another, you weaken the place that they were drawn from. The other thing, again, that we've talked about are those internal lines of communication and supply. So let's say we've got the country of Ukraine. Everybody knows this. You draw a line from Kupiansk down to about Vuhledar, and the line of contacts going essentially north and south. At Vuhledar, it takes that 90-degree turn where it goes all the way to the Dnipro River. For Russia to move troops around in that L-shaped line of contact, they've got to go outside that 90-degree angle, right? They have to move in some places, 270 degrees in order to change the position of forces. And the Ukrainians on the inside of that angle, they've only got to move 90 degrees. That is there's the easy definition of interior lines. And the other thing, I mean, and it was hard for me to grasp as a naval officer, because in the Navy, you're on a ship, an aircraft carrier, a destroyer, a SEAL team. You are completely self-sufficient, right? You have everything you are going to need to do your mission, and everything else you think might break. You've got that together all in one sock, as we say. Armies don't work like that. If a SEAL team is a bullet flying down range, right? An army is a bullet at the end of an extension cord. That extension cord are lines of communication and supply. So, in order to take troops from Kremenna or anywhere, the Russians have got to go all around the outside of that angle and come to their position. To get back to Vuhledar, Dryfly, I think you're probably right. That general commanding at Vuhledar has got, two career paths open to him. One is take Vuhledar and complete his mission, which I think was to go from Vuhledar to Alexandria, which is Alexandrivka, which is, I don't know, 15, 20 kilometers to the northeast. His job was to cut off that right angle there. And I think that he's been given the orders, look, you either do that or you can come back to Moscow and join the Moscow skydiving team. So I agree with you. Forces have been moved from Melitopol to Vuhledar, and I expect the Russians to try it again. And again, there are the 155th, what's left of it is still there. There's a motor rifle brigade. There's a special forces outfit. There's a 40th Naval Infantry Brigade has been brought up, and two more motor rifle units and a unit from the Donetsk People's Republic. They are definitely going to try something again in Vuhledar. I haven't yet heard that an offensive operation could be headed north towards Zaporizhzhia. I don't doubt it. The order of battle that I've seen in that area, there again is a regiment of Donetsk People's Republic forces. There's motorized rifle division. Let's see what else. There's a couple more DNR units right there. I'm not sure that's sufficient force to start forward to Zaporizhzhia. But again, I mean, I don't know the real order of battle. Those are the best OSINT sources that I can gather and put on my Excel spreadsheet for there. The Russians would be better served, I think, to simply dig in north of Melitopol than try any offensive operations towards Zaporizhzhia. Why would it be good to head for Zaporizhzhia? You would have the Dnipro River on your left flank, and that would, that solves half your tactical problem, at least on paper. But the bad thing is that, and the Russians, they are really facing this. That operation in Vuhledar failed in spite of the Russians having every single thing they possibly could make or have on their side. The operation still went south at Vuhledar. They had superiority of forces, they had superiority of armor, they had superiority of mechanized infantry. They had everything, and it failed. If they head off for Zaporizhzhia, going north on the M18 highway, and it fails there, that's something that might be just too good for the Ukrainians to ignore. There's a case where I think the Ukrainians might just counterattack and drive for Melitopol. And the Russian forces, being what they are, I consider them to be very brittle. That means if you can't take Vuhledar in broad daylight with a pre-briefed operation that you've probably been practicing for 3 weeks, and you still get your clock cleaned in 2 days, in one of the biggest defeats in this war, and one of the biggest Russian defeats since World War II, and you're rolling the dice to get to Zaporizhzhia, the downside is those guys who can't conduct an offensive operation almost certainly can't fight backwards and put up a credible counteroffensive. And what would be at stake there is Melitopol. And that would run the risk of Russia having its land bridge cut into. A previous caller tonight mentioned exactly how important that is, and it is. There's going to be a Ukrainian offensive. I don't know where it's going to fall, but I promise you there's going to be a battle of Melitopol. I promise you that. And that will be the beginning of the end of Putin's Ukrainian adventure.
Dryfly, do you have a follow-up? In that case, we will go to Bloated Rhino. And then, Chuck, as Doc said, we do want to go over to the Dnipro. I'd love to talk a little bit about JDAMs. They apparently are close to being deployed by Ukrainians, and JDAMs really can make a huge difference. So, Bloated Rhino, then D. Scott. Bloated Rhino, go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you. How you doing, Doc? Hey, Chuck.
Hey.
I love JDAMs. I'm also wondering if they're using, if not just the JDAM, but maybe some of the GPS ones. What are those? The GU something? I forget what they start with.
The ground ground launch small diameter bombs.
No, the GPS guided ones that are like the, or is JDAM the GPS one? Because I know I might be getting them confused in my head, right?
Yeah, the JDAMs there's different variants, but let's just say for our purposes, they go to a geographical location, so GPS. Are you thinking of the difference between the JDAM and the JDAM extended range?
That's probably what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Well, that I read a report before I came on tonight saying that the JDAM extended range is actually in the it's in the battle space. The JDAM itself is a tail kit you put on a 2,000-pound bomb and it doesn't have wings per se. It has these sort of aerodynamic strakes that come out of the bomb, which are these very short, stubby keels, really. But there is a nose kit and a tail kit, and that the fins are manipulated so the JDAM will fly towards it to target. The JDAM ER works on a smaller 250-pound bomb frame, but it has, it has no kidding wings, and so when the weapon separates from the aircraft, the wings extend, and this thing can fly. So one of the things the JDAM ER can do that the JDAM can't do is the JDAM ER can change its course. I won't give it all away, but by better than 90 degrees. So this allows it to be, for example, if you drop a JDAM and there's a hill in front of you, the JDAM can address the side of the hill that you're on. A JDAM ER can actually approach the crest of the hill, turn around and strike targets that are on the reverse slope. So these are terrific point. You can deliver the heat to point targets. But again, the Ukrainians have to be, they have really got to pick lucrative targets for these things. And again, the risk calculus here is you're risking the pilot, the aircraft, and these are things you don't want to lose because you don't have them in abundant supply. You don't have the JDAMs in abundant supply, so you really got to make sure that the targets are worth the bang.
D. Scott in Redstone, I'm just going to ask for your patience for a moment because Latin's here to talk JDAMs, AMRAMs, and all kinds of other rams and dams. Latin, thanks very much for coming up. Really appreciate it. The news that JDAMs were in the operational theater was essentially broken here yesterday, which is kind of thrilling. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, Alan, and hey, Chuck. So Alan, you're referring to when it was actually Sunday night that we started breaking down some of that video that appeared, where a few of us were saying, yeah, that looks like a JDAM. Chuck, I have a question for you. You said you read something just before coming up, and I'm just wondering whether it was a further update to the story that I saw that ran today was if I'm not mistaken, commander of U.S. Air Forces in Europe confirming that the Ukrainians have received the JDAM ER. So what you read, was that an update to that?
Eurasian Times. And let's see. I'm looking at there were. You know what? There were about. I just hit I'm not this smart, folks. I just hit my search engine. There were about 20 sources that came out at basically the same time. So I don't think these are for earlier in the day, Latin. I don't think this is an update. And also, I want to thank you for coming up because the cavalry is here, and you can JDAM it for me.
Well, thanks. I think you'll agree because you've been talking about JDAMs for a while, as we were just kind of speculating over the weeks and months, really, since late last year. And you had been saying on a couple of occasions, I heard you talk about how useful a weapon system this will be. So maybe we can get into that a little bit. I mean, I think one of the things that people need to keep in mind is that you can look up range of different JDAM variants, but at the end of the day, there's a lot, like you said before, Chuck. There's a lot of variables in the range of a weapon in real world conditions. But one of the biggest ones here is that this is kind of an unprecedented situation, and that they're going to be integrated, presumably, into aircraft that were not designed for it. So how and what aircraft they end up, and it may be more than one type, is going to be really interesting to see, and not just from a plane spotter's point of view, but practically how they make it work. And that's going, and the method of delivery, which I think there's pretty much across the board agreement that it's going to have to be a low altitude toss delivery because of the air defense situation. It's very unlikely that because the ideal with JDAM is high altitude, like that is the way that you do it, but that's only when you have air superiority. So that's not going to happen right now. And we saw the other day with the Russian Su-34s, what happens if you try to deliver from altitude. It's in this environment, you're going to get hit. So that's really the thing to watch for now. And we may end up seeing an explosion, a significant, something like that video that came out on Saturday. Only, I mean, I agree with CJ that video was probably training for a number of reasons. It just didn't look like it looked. It was fairly quiet. It looked like a training scenario. And they got to do a lot of integration with this thing. It's not just a matter like the mechanical connection to the weapons pylon. That's the easy part. Then they got to figure out the targeting and how they're gonna do that is something that has to be figured out. And then Goldman was bringing up some really good points earlier in the day today about the aerodynamics involved, the release. The moment of release of weapon, depending on how you where it's mounted, which center line or on a wing pylon, it affects the aircraft tremendously if you release, especially with the 2,000 pounder. So there's a lot of things that have to be worked out, and they're going to have to test this stuff, and it's going to be they're going to be doing it at a frantic pace compared to how it would have been integrated over the years into an F-16 or an American platform, for example. So I suspect things are working fast. The commander of U.S. Air Forces Europe did not say specifically. I've read it a few times. He said they were delivered or sent to Ukraine 3 weeks ago, I think is the number I saw. So at what stage are they? I'm assuming that if they're being sent, it's because they have a delivery platform figured out. That's maybe not the case, but we're either going to see a big bang that'll be recognizable as a JDAM. I don't know, Chuck, if you've ever seen one. I've only seen videos of them. There's a lot of video of JDAMs going off in Iraq and in Afghanistan. But we're either going to see something like that in a combat sector, or we're going to see an image of one of these Soviet era aircraft of the Ukrainian Air Force carrying one, which I've said it many times. It's a very distinctive round. It's a very distinctive munition. It looks distinct, and we will be able to tell if we see one carrying it.
Yeah,
But when you talk about the use of the JDAM from a high altitude position versus a lower altitude position, to me, untrained on aircraft weaponry, the fins, the glide fins that come out, or are those glide fins? Is that why it's better from higher altitude? It gives it greater length or time in air.
That is, that in an ideal world, you're up at flight level 30. You're up at 30,000 feet, and you let this thing go, and those wings. In the case of the ER, they're actually deployable wings that come out that give it a certain amount of lift. I mean, this isn't going to be doing acrobatics, but it can change its course. 180 degrees if it has enough altitude. But as Latin pointed out, nothing is flying over Ukraine at 30,000 feet, because you are just gonna, you are gonna land in a million pieces if you're that high. So, so that makes it difficult for Ukrainian pilots. They've got to infiltrate, their infill leg. They've got to be extremely low to the ground. And then they've got to pop up, right? So pull their nose up, 40, 45 degrees and release the weapon as they're going up. So instead of being dropped from a high altitude aircraft and deploying their wings, and you could see this thing gliding down, Now imagine this thing sort of separating from the aircraft as it's climbing at 45 degrees. And as it continues up, the wings deploy. And so per force, it's going to have a shorter range. But the JDAM ER can do a couple of things. That it can go to a GPS position, but there are variants of the ER that can also go to a laser illuminated position. In any case, it is an incredibly it's not as spectacular as the JDAM, which delivers literally a ton of explosives to the target, 2,000 pounds. The ER delivers a 500-pound bomb, which in itself, that's enough to take out, it's enough to turn a 4-story building into, let's just say it looks worse than where I lived in graduate school. So, amazing weapons. And Latin, while you're talking, I dug out a slide and I'm going to be tweeting that. So if you will go on with your JDAMery, I will be an avid listener.
I like the word JDAMery. And I hope the Ukrainians are going to be doing a lot of JDAMery pretty soon. I think they will be. Alan, I actually posted or sent you, DM'd you, something that Doman had. I don't know if it's still in the nest. He put it up earlier, but it's a video from YouTube that shows old. It's old. That wasn't me. It's old film from the Cold War of an American U.S. Navy light strike aircraft demonstrating a toss bombing technique with an inert, a practice nuclear free fall bomb. And it gives a pretty good idea for anybody who's trying to figure out what this looks like. It gives you a pretty good idea. You can clearly see the aircraft at low altitude, and it pitches up and releases. And as soon as the weapon releases, is where Chuck would describe that it with the ER variant is where the wings would swing out in that particular variant. So the question that I have that we're not going to be able to answer right now is, again, it depends on the type of aircraft that they decide to, or types that they decide to integrate with, how that flight profile, what that flight profile will look like. And that flight profile, which will generally speaking, I think in the current environment, be what they call a low, high, low flight profile. And it is very similar to what we've seen with their unguided rocket delivery with helicopter and fixed wing. So they want to expose themselves to as little as possible threat from the ground-based air defenses. There is also the risk of, depending how far into Russian-controlled territory they would want to do this, they also risk coming into contact with the combat air patrol, which is the fighters that the Russians have further back at high altitude with their look down, shoot down radars that can, and the missiles that have the range to take a shot at the Ukrainian aircraft. So there's a number of things they're going to have to figure out. The Ukrainian pilots have been working with these threats for the last year. There was an Su-24 just shot down a couple of days ago. The two crew members were named, I think, today officially. There is speculation. I was talking to the friend of the space, Alex. We were in touch today, and it's possible it was an air-to-air kill, which would have been an example of the combat air patrol, Russian combat air patrol, getting one of the Ukrainian aircraft. So always underlying that, and you can't say it enough on the space. There are no secret weapons in this war, in any war. JDAM is a very useful tool for the Ukrainians, and but it's going to involve risk, as delivering any weapon system in a contested environment does. They will lose aircraft. They will lose aircrew in delivering these weapons. But hopefully the benefit of it is that they're going to be able to take out targets with a precision that they haven't been able to from the air so far. So that's something to watch for.
Yeah, if anyone provides us the answers, it will be the Ukrainians. They're ingenious. If anyone has the courage to undertake the risk, it's the Ukrainians. But one question I have for you, Latin, and then a follow up with Chuck. Are the Russian combat air patrols in the air constantly, and where are these air patrols taking off from?
I know that one of the major bases of operation is Crimea, and Belbek is a big location. The MiG-31s fly out of there, so that's one of their main platforms, and the other one is the Su-35. And I think some of them fly out of Russia as well. They stay pretty far back, and they have more than enough range to be they can kind of hover around the Russian-Ukrainian border, not the line of contact, but the actual legal border, and have more than enough range to look down into that airspace and fire if they see a target of opportunity, which apparently they did a couple of days ago. And as far as being up there, I don't think we can really say with any certainty. What we do know is that if this was a Western Air Force, if it was the U.S. Air Force, they'd be able to maintain pretty constant combat air patrol, and that's mostly because of with aerial refueling. But the Russians I'm not convinced that they have much of a capability they have aerial refueling aircraft, and most of their combat types have the receptacle for it, the probe for doing it. But I have serious doubts as to how good they are at it and how much they've actually practiced it over the years. Whereas in Western Air Forces, they're constantly pressing aerial refueling, and it affects combat air patrol, and it affects the large formation strike packages that we've talked about before.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that limits the effectiveness of the Russian Air Force, which would normally be numerically and technologically superior. And the fact that their combat air patrol, they're going to be flying much shorter duration missions because, as Latin says, uh, in-flight refueling is a perishable skill, and you have to practice it, and that takes fuel and that takes money, and that was also something that should have been wrapped up and delivered as skill sets to the theater commander long before this war started, because right now they don't have the opportunity to make up that shortfall. And even before the war, Western sources were reporting that the Russian pilots were current in type. And Carlos and I were talking about this, a month or so ago, 6 weeks ago. That it's one thing to know how to fly your airplane. It's another thing to be an absolute master of it, to be able to deliver all the capabilities of this aircraft, to fight it to its maximum effectiveness. And that is simply of how much money is available to keep those pilots trained, and that was something that Russia was not doing before the war. And again, you've got these high performance aircraft, and MiG-31. It's amount of flight time that it can stay on station without aerial refueling. We're talking a matter of a couple of hours, and I don't mean 5. So that's another cycle that goes through with Russia keeping a combat air patrol up, which it has to do. But instead of these aircraft flying their patrol patterns and tanking at periods, these are complete, like cycles. Takeoff and landing, takeoff and landing, takeoff and landing, and that's more stress on your aircraft, your crews, and everything else. So that could be another one of the reasons why, Latin, that this is why we're seeing what we're seeing here.
And the Ukrainians are going to practice this and plan it meticulously. in a way, introducing JDAMs onto the battlefield, it could be a one-shot deal to start out. I mean, you've got to choose your best pilot. You're going to send them into a risky operational area, as Latin said. You're going to lose aircraft. You're going to lose aircrew, but it is obviously a risk worth taking. Latin and Chuck, and Latin first. Where would you use JDAMs? First off, how would you use them in support of a Ukrainian counteroffensive?
Well, I think Chuck could probably speak much more to the more dynamic situation. I know that when I think JDAM, I think high value targets. I think supply depots, command and control, bridges, things that one shot, well placed, will take them out and have a very large effect on the battlefield. That's what I think of when I think of JDAM.
Yeah, Ladin's right on the money. It's these are going to be reserved for high value targets, but they exist, and I'd be looking at command and control nodes, high value logistical targets, sensors, air defense. Although there are better weapons to take out the air defense, which nominally the good Lord help me out. Why am I having a brain fog here, Latin?
Harm?
Yes, thank you. It's only 4 letters, and I had to buy a vowel. So, yeah, the high-speed anti-radiation missile. But the ability to put 200, 500, or 2,000 pounds of explosives exactly where you want it, that is a really good capability. And we are going to see Ukraine transfer to the offensive here, and that is going to be large maneuver warfare. And airstrikes are a part of that. And the ER and the JDAM itself, these are terrific capabilities to give to the Ukrainian Air Force, and they're going to need skill and luck to get them into the battle space.
And it's better to be lucky than good sometimes, but both skill and luck come in handy. Chuck, do we have 25 more minutes with you? That will take us right to the top of the hour. And I ask because we do have several hands up.
We do, Alan. I'm in it to win it with my partners here, Alan and Doc.
We win it every Tuesday and Thursday night. So if we go back to Latin, then Rhino, then D. Scott, then Redstone, I just want to encourage all of you to formulate your question, have it in your mind, write it down on a pad of paper, and we're here to learn. And the best way to learn is to have a good short question or comment. We learn from Latin. So Latin, you don't need to ask questions. You can just talk to us. Latin, go ahead.
Actually, I see a lot of hands, so I will keep it relatively short here. Two points I wanted to make about the JDAM. The one is to your comment, Alan, about the Ukrainians will show us, right? And there's a lot of variables here, depending on what aircraft or aircraft types they adapt it to. The Su-24 strike aircraft is the one that I'm convinced is on one of the better candidates, especially for the larger size ones. And one of the reasons for that is its ability to fly at low altitude in all weather conditions and at night. That's what it was designed for. It has the potential for them to be able to penetrate into Russian occupied territory to deliver the weapon as well. That's a decision they'll make, whether they think that's worth the risk. But that would be something that I'm sure their crews would be thinking about and their commanders would be thinking about in comparing it to other capabilities they have and cost benefit. The other thing I was going to say is that I agree with those assessments that are out there that the MiG-29 could potentially be a good delivery platform. It doesn't have the same navigation suite as the 24, but it does have the speed, both of which are important because at the moment of release of the weapon, faster the aircraft is going, the more that's going to maximize its physics, right? It's going to maximize the range of the munition. Problem with MiG-29 that I see is that force in the Ukrainian Air Force is already very busy with the SEAD tasking and with the air defense tasking. So if they do decide to, and the variant that they fly was actually equipped during the Cold War to carry a free fall nuclear bomb that would be toss bombed. So they can do it. It has the characteristics to do it at least in daytime and in good weather. But this just if they decide to go that way, it only adds more urgency to Europe getting its act together and sending what's left of MiG-29s in Eastern Europe because they need them. That force is stretched right now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that power in the aircraft, you wouldn't want to, bolt of JDAM ER onto your MiG-25, right? You're going to want a more high performance strike force is very good. I know somewhere where they'd have a good home, as they say in Latin.
So Latin, should we move on to a few more hands and then circle back on JDAMs? Okay. So D. Scott, tap on your microphone to open it and you can speak. Then Rhino, then Redstone. D. Scott.
Good evening, Alan, Chuck, everybody. Talking to an old 13 Foxtrot here, light infantry background, and I'm thinking about target lists as Chuck goes over on his maps daily. He identifies the variety of different targets that have been hit on that given day. And as we've continued to hear about all of the different munitions from all the nations around the world, I'm thinking that the Ukrainian General Staff, as they're developing these target lists, they really need to give a lot of consideration to which munition is going to work best as they move towards the moment of turning loose this combined arms counteroffensive. And so, JDAM, obviously, and you guys just talked about it, has its place, as do the small diameter ground bombs. I think I heard something today about the A120 is starting to be retrofitted for some of the existing MiG aircraft that are in the Ukrainian Air Force. I was just wondering what kind of a target list you're going to build to kick off the counteroffensive.
I think one of the things that is probably more important than the JDAMs, and that's going to be the HIMARS type weapons, small diameter bomb, because they will have a they have a range that can strike deep and important targets. On the other side of the forward edge of the battle area, and they don't put a pilot at risk. That old adage, never send a man where you can send a hand grenade, and that sort of goes. Don't risk an aircraft and a pilot if you can hit that target with artillery or surface-to-surface missiles. All of that being said, look, Ukraine needs everything, and there will be some targets, served up with some JDAMs and JDAM ERs. But I'm sure as a fellow walker on the ground, you might agree with that, I think.
Yeah, amen. I think the more information the satellites can provide now in daily monitoring of positions and locations of the Russian army and all of its different forces, it's gonna fall together pretty quickly. Voldahar, a push towards Mariupol, is that, if I'm saying that correctly? and I'm with you, Chuck. I think that's a real backbreaker. And that's when JDAM's going to really come into play, when you get to the Kerch Bridge and Russia's trying to withdraw its troops, and you want to bottle them up, or do you let them run and get out, or those decisions get made down the line. But hey, listen, I appreciate the opportunity. I know there are other hands up. This is my first time speaking, and I've waited quite some time, but I really appreciate everything you guys do, and it's a good program. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, D. Scott. Really appreciate your patience. Great question. Chuck, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say thanks for being patient, and thanks for coming up, and hope to be speaking to you again soon.
Always come up, D. Scott. You're always welcome. So we're going to go to Bloated Rhino, Redstone, then to Lisa. Rhino, go ahead.
Okay, so mine's a combination of Thanks for Chuck and Latin. When you look at the map and what's going on, and how Zelensky said they were going to send reinforcements there to Bakhmut, is there a chance, going back to something you said earlier, Chuck, with was it Mariupol? I think you mentioned earlier in the further south. Is there a chance that using the JDAMs, and you know how there's been talk of a push towards Crimea and whatnot, that might be what they're doing, is kind of like the original Kherson offensive, when they just bled them dry further north and over there in the east, kind of like what Malcolm Nance has talked about. And we'll just see them just kind of push south, and not only just south, but go southeast and eastward off of that. And that's where them having the takeoff and landing, because I know that's a lot of wear and tear on the planes, but Ukraine has the advantage of being able to get the planes closer, I think, than the Russians do, because we know the Ukrainians have better air defenses. And would this be maybe kind of like a feint, like, hey, we're going to do this and reinforce here, but we're actually going to be doing this big offensive here in a couple of weeks? Sucks to be you. And then,
Well,
like with the other thing too, sorry.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I muted myself. Go ahead, Chuck. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't think that was the end of the question.
Well, there's one other part, but it's more on Latin, because I saw a thing where it looks like Russia's bringing back the Tu-22 or something like that, which out of nowhere caught me off guard, because I thought those were basically done, trashed, or got blown up in Libya with all the stuff that happened in Libya in the years ago.
Well, that is a Latin question. Latin, have you heard that, the Tu-22? I thought they were all in museums.
Well,
That's
it would
kind
be
of
equivalent.
the fact these days.
It would kind of be, given some of the ground equipment they've been pulling out. Nothing would surprise me at this point. Their strategic bomber force wasn't terribly big, even on paper, at the start of this, and I think serviceability has probably become a real problem. They've, when you see those pictures of those impressive, the Bear Tu-95, that big aircraft that a lot of people like to compare to the B-52, in terms of the maintenance and the upgrades, there's no comparison to what the Americans have been doing with B-52, like none whatsoever. The serviceability of the Tu-95 is much worse, and it wouldn't surprise me at all. Then I haven't actually seen that particular report, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're pulling something old out.
Hey,
Yeah,
Martin, isn't that Bear more like the B-29?
The Bear is actually like a turboprop powered B-52, basically. They use it because it works and it has like incredible range. But the Tu-22 was wasn't a really good aircraft to begin with. It was a supersonic strategic bomber. But as I understand it, it was notoriously difficult to fly. It was unreliable. It was, it had a litany of problems. To me, that the report about reactivating the Tu-22s, that would be more interesting to me because, wow, if that's where you've got to go to get to get cruise missiles in the air at a firing point, wow, I think you've got a lot of problems.
Thanks, Chuck. So, Latin, then Redstone, then Lisa. Latin, talk to us about these long-range Russian bombers.
Well, just a quick note that there are a lot of variants of the Tu-22. So there's the later variants that they've had in active service, and I'm not sure if we're talking about the original, the first gen Tu-22, like the type that I think Chuck is referring to. The Libyans flew that one. They used it in operations in further south in Africa in the 1980s against French forces. I mean, that is ridiculous. I know they were flying them until relatively recently, as late as I'm sure the early 2000s. They may have still had a few of them, and I don't think they would have integrated them into the more recent cruise missiles. That they may be considering using them as free fall bombers, some kind of carpet bombing campaign, which they're in no position to be doing right now because of the air defense situation. But at this point, there's not much that, just like the situation on the ground, there's a lot of things that they do that the Russians do that just doesn't make any sense, that I can't figure out. Not least their extreme risk aversion of their more advanced types, that they just, here we are now. We had this conversation about a week ago, I guess, where is this big offensive over Ukraine that they were trumpeting a little while back? I'm not seeing it. I think this is all they got.
Yeah, I remember you and I were talking about that, and I think you called it then too, that it was largely an information offensive that the Russian Air Force was putting forward. I distinctly remember your comments there, and you called that one right.
Hey,
You
Chuck,
would
real
think.
quick. Hey,
Go ahead.
Chuck.
Go ahead, Rhino.
Chuck. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get out of this after I say this. Chuck, I just sent you a message of it yesterday. It was actually yesterday or the day before in St. Petersburg. A Tu-22 with missiles was spotted at the airport there.
Oh, I will go through that. That's fascinating. Was that the one that did a forced landing there? The Russians said it was in air quotes because of weather. Was that the same aircraft?
That I don't know, but I saw a picture of it. I just sent it to you from the one link I saw that I think it was in Russian, one of the Russian accounts, and I just forwarded it to you. I'm going to do the same thing for you, Latin and Alan, as soon as I get the chance.
Great.
And then I'm going to get listening.
I'd love to see it.
Yep, I always appreciate that, and many thanks. I'll get into that after we get off. Thanks.
Thanks, Rhino. Thanks, Latin. On to Redstone, then to Lisa. Redstone, please go ahead.
My question is around just how Ukraine has successfully been able to utilize like HARM and potentially some other NATO-based armaments on their fixed-wing aircraft. And it leads me to this question: is it even possible that Ukraine could adapt a GBU-39 on their ground attack aircraft, like a bomb truck format, or is that too much of a risky return on investment for what a JDAM would do? That's my question.
Who wants to take that, Latin or Chuck?
Should
Or you double team?
Should I take that one? Maybe I should take that one.
Please do. I only remember was it the paveway? I don't remember.
Oh, you're thinking laser guidance. Yeah. And laser guidance, unfortunately, it's well, anyways, that's a whole other thing. But look, I want to get the full name here. Redstone. Look, you raised a really good question about other NATO ordnance, but first I'll answer quickly to my understanding that ground launched small diameter bomb. I've come to think of it as essentially a ground launched version of the JDAM. So they're pretty equivalent. There's probably a difference in range depending on how they're set up and delivery method and all that. But as far as I can tell, they pretty much do the same thing. They're both GPS guided, and it would just depend on the situation and what they're trying to hit. JDAM gives them the ability to use much larger. These are all based on the Mark 80 American, what they call the slick bomb, and the larger ones would give the Ukrainian commanders a real destructive capability for some very important targets. They would want to for sure try to hit like a hardened bunker, right? A command and control center would be hardened and well dug in. The 2,000 pounder would do a pretty good job of taking that out. Where I don't think the smaller ground-based one might necessarily be the best for that kind of scenario. But to your point about the other NATO ordnance and integrating it into the Soviet era aircraft, that's a really important question, because remember that JDAM started as an announcement way back in November, if I'm not mistaken. Around the same time, rumors of Storm Shadow started to circulate. All through last year, there's been on and off announcements. It's to the point now where I can't keep track of it all, but there's been mentions of on 2 occasions or 2 different types of anti-ship missile that we have not seen visual confirmation of, but that were mentioned way back in last summer. I'm convinced now, with the way JDAM has played out, that these Western systems are on the way, as long as Ukrainian engineers are able to, maybe with some Western help, are able to make them on some level at least functional on their aircraft. And in some cases, that's not going to be easy. With something that's GPS or infrared guided, where they don't have to integrate with the radar of the aircraft, it's much easier. But some of and we can probably touch later on this AMRAAM story that came out today, but that's much harder. But I think there is more. There is more coming. Storm Shadow, to my mind, I don't know about you, Chuck, but Storm Shadow is a major one. And that is GPS guidance with infrared terminal guidance. That weapon, man, there aren't too many game changers in war, but that would come pretty close. That their ability to reach into occupied territory with that weapon is tremendous.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Chuck. Thank you. If Ukraine had the ability to do something like convert one of their ground attack aircraft to like a bomb truck, just carrying more munition, would they, since they don't have air superiority, would they have to do like a lofted sort of attack, loft whatever they've got in the air? Or is that just what they're stuck? Is that the range that they're stuck with right now? That's just how they have to use the field?
But when you say bomb truck, are you talking unguided free fall bombs?
Yeah, that or more precision, like the 39s, like the GBUs. My assumption is that they can adapt some of our more modernized munitions or ordnance that they might be able to use it in that way. I'm making assumptions.
Okay, no, I see where you're going with it, but just to be clear, you're like from what you're describing, there's 2 different scenarios there, and when you say bomb truck, to me that makes me think of conventional ordnance, like conventional bombs. I think it's the Russians that are more worried about trying something like that to go after civilian targets, because that's not precision, right? You just precision guided munitions typically are carried in smaller numbers, especially when they're larger. So they're some of the smaller, like the 250-pound, 500-pounder, they might use some multiple ejector racks to carry more. Again, everything depends on any pictures that you see now of how they're deployed in Western Air Forces are using Western pylons, Western weapons racks. The setup on these aircraft that they're going to have to adapt it to. We have no idea how they're going to be able to manage that. So until we see that, I don't know what it's what it's going to look like and how they're going to be able to set it up. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and that last question of mine comes from the I think the modernization of the A-10 Warthog. That's the whole reason why this like entered my mind in the first place.
Well, we had mentioned the Storm Shadow, which is I believe it's British and French developed. It is a air-launched cruise missile with stealth characteristics. And Latin, like you, I'd heard they're going to get it, they're not going to get it. At least one of those yes and no information cycles a couple of weeks ago, I actually put up a Storm Shadow infographic. That's one of the things I think, and again, I have to judge sometimes by these mysterious strikes that happen, and no known Ukrainian weapon on the books could account for it. It's possible that the Storm Shadow is maybe in the battle space right now, and that brings us back to the man or hand grenade argument. Because of the range of something like the Stealth Shadow and the Storm Shadow, because also it is a lower observable technology, that is the kind of weapon that you'd want to hit a very valuable long distance target. And when you're talking about Crimea, you also add the important political symbology of hitting a target like the Saki Air Base or like naval facilities in Sevastopol. So, and those weapons, if they are in Ukraine, they are precious and they have to be reserved for, really, really lucrative targets. But I've got a hunch, Latin, that I don't know. I think they might be there.
And those targets, as Latin spoke of, hardened bunkers, hardened command and control centers. Where would we be likely to see those? In Crimea, deeper into Donetsk, deeper into Luhansk, and so far behind the current line of engagement. So we have 3 more hands up. I want to go to Rhino and then to George. Lisa, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here, Chuck. I always enjoy Tuesdays and Thursdays. I can't always make it, but I wanted to ask you, did you see the Mi-8, is it helicopter, Ukrainian helicopter, um, go real low along the front line? I'm assuming, hitting the Russians.
Yeah, I have seen those flight profiles. That is, they're pretty standard, very low approach and pop up and let your rockets fly. So I probably have seen that video, I think.
Yeah, they recently had a new one up, and I saw that, and I thought, wow. But are they known to fly that low all the time, or are they just, or you have to fly that low to avoid detection?
Well, everything has to fly low because the air defense situation. There is no place on the battlefield really where it is safe for a Ukrainian aircraft to fly honestly much
Right.
higher than 100 feet. You really need to be down on the deck. And so I think if you're going to see a picture of Ukrainian aircraft flying anywhere near the battle space, they're going to be really low, which of course puts a lot of demands on the pilots.
Yeah, I would think that'd be pretty tricky. You'd have to be pretty good at that.
You know,
Well,
I I'm sorry, Alan.
I was just going to say the Ukrainian pilots are really good at that. We've seen these videos before, and as Chuck says, they are doing what they need to do to survive in this battle space. They got to be on the deck practically.
You know, Alan, I saw something today. I actually got busy and wasn't able to put this up, but Defense Minister Shoigu visited Melitopol today, and there was a Russian, news clip showing him sitting in his helicopter, looking tense, and got to Melitopol, and he toured, interestingly enough, a brand new empty hospital ward. Inadvertently, one of the clips was showed out the window of Shoigu's helicopter, and I could not help but notice the very, very large, very well defined shadow of that aircraft flying at about 15 feet off the deck. So that answers a little bit of Lisa's question. Everything that's flying in Ukraine has either it's got to be way back or it's got to be way low. But that was pretty interesting to me. I mean, that explained Minister Shoigu's tense look while he was sitting in the helicopter.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Lisa, for coming up. We have two more hands, and then we're going to look ahead to Thursday. So Rhino, then George. Rhino?
George was actually up before me. He had his hand up before me, so let George go, and then I'll go after him.
Okay. So George, Rhino, thank you, Rhino, for being so gracious there.
Yeah, just wanted to remind everyone tomorrow's International Women's Day, and there's a lot of Ukrainian women that are manning those front lines in Bakhmut and Volhodar and other places. As frontline soldiers, not only as paramedics and medics. So I wanted us to give a shout out to that, to those brave females that are doing their part to liberate their country from the Russian orcs.
Thank you, George. There'll be something special going on here tomorrow for International Women's Day. Rhino, please go ahead.
Okay, so I did find it. I sent you a couple of posts, Alan and Chuck, on there. I couldn't send it to you, Latin, for some reason. Apparently, we're not following each other, so it won't let me DM it to you. But what was interesting about it, what caught me off guard, is it is the one that had the emergency landing, because apparently it ran out of fuel. And what's interesting though is it's armed with the KH-22s on it. So that's something that was interesting, because when I looked at the pictures, I'm like, that thing's got something hanging off of it, and they didn't look like fuel tanks. So if it had the KH-22s making an emergency landing in St. Petersburg, where would it have been coming from or something, and why would they have had it like that so far north? Is that like trying to transport north south? Was it coming around like I'm just curious about something like that.
I think it might have been a deterrence patrol in the Baltic. I think the KH-2 started life as a carrier killer, anti-ship missile. So there is always all sorts of shenanigans going on at all times over the Baltic. So I've got a hunch that that's probably what it was doing. But it's very interesting that aircraft would be running out of fuel. So obviously something's going on in your flight plan if you're running out of fuel, and I'm thinking that probably meant some sort of fuel leak. Because presumably, if you're flying a strategic aircraft, you're probably supposed to be a better than average pilot. But that was a really good catch, and thank you for sending that.
No, anytime. I'm gonna drop out and disappear. I hope you guys have fun. Thank you again.
Thanks, Rhino, and thanks for coming up. Always good to see you. We appreciate your questions. Chuck, I think we have gone a little over the top of the hour, but again, really appreciate your time here every Tuesday and Thursday. And as you said earlier tonight, we're looking at the next 36 to 48 hours in Bakhmut, in Kremina, everywhere along the line of engagement to see. Again, it's just a critical time. It's a critical time in Bakhmut. It's a critical time in Kremina and up in Sumy, down along the banks of the Dnipro River. But thank you once again, and thank you for walking through your maps with me and Doc and everyone here.
Well, Alan, thanks so much, and Doc, shipmate, always good to be on with you. And folks, if bullet points is good, it's because I've got two such great swim buddies here, and really appreciate it. Alan, thank you for guiding me through this too, and we'll see you Thursday, and of course, with anything breaking, we'll get on that too. But thanks, Alan, and thanks, Doc, and good night, everybody. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, shipmate. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Chuck. And I only follow your fins. I wouldn't know where the hell I was going if I didn't see your fins in front of me.
You know what? We call that riding. One guy drives, the other guys ride, but that's okay. We'll all get to the target together. All right, guys, I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Good night.
Good night, Chuck. Thanks again.
Who knew seals were so aerodynamic, Alan?
Say that again, Doc?
Who knew seals were so aerodynamic that you could just glide behind them?
Seals really are aerodynamic. I have seen a lot of harbor seals just being aerodynamic, although they're really hydrodynamic. They're not aerodynamic, they're hydrodynamic.
There you go. There you go. Perfect. Well said.
So, folks, you're listening to MriyaReport, and I'd like all of you to retweet this space. MriyaReport has been reporting about Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine throughout this war, starting last year on February 24. This is a global space. There are speakers and listeners here from all over the world. Now, 60,000 of you, 6,000 people follow MriyaReport. It means we can do a job that's so important to us, and that is to defuse Russian disinformation. But we cannot do that without your help, without your participation. So retweet this space, bring your friends here, your family here, your work associates here. Go to Spotify and download archived interviews that are conducted here with experts like Chuck Ferrer and John Spencer, retired generals Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan, humanitarian workers of all kinds, historians, and Ukrainian voices themselves. The former CEO of the Ukrainian Railway, who is now working to help integrate Ukraine into the EU. It's a new job. We're going to hear about it, I'm sure. The other thing I would ask you all to do tonight is to go to MriyaAid.org. That's MriyaAid.org. You can go to Maria Aid and make a contribution that will send humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. They are urgently needed. For example, individual first aid kits, which are needed on the front line by every single soldier defending Ukraine tonight and fighting to win this war. It's a war of freedom. It's a war Ukraine is fighting for you and me. Ukraine has not asked for the United States or any NATO nation or anyone else to send troops. They are fighting this war on their own. All they ask for are the tools they need to finish the job. And we can deliver those tools, again, with your help. If you're in contact with your elected public official, from the United Kingdom, from the United States, tell your elected public official who serves you how much you care about Ukraine, how much you support Ukraine, and how much this war for freedom means to you. Ask them for their support. You can do that tonight too. So thanks everyone for listening and for retweeting this space. I want to go to Will and then back to my fabulous co-host Doc. But Will, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. Hey, the toughest thing to do is to keep the conversation going when somebody like Chuck leaves. But I have possibly a segue because I want to talk. I want to ask Latin a question to carry on the discussion. Now that we have confirmed.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that it is 100%. The last I heard was I think our friend Alex tweeted that it was a translation. So as of right now, this moment, I'm not sure where we stand on that, but they'll be there soon enough if they're not. Patriot, but a lot of the Western systems that are being brought in. And we speculated that we might have seen some result of those systems being brought in the other day when the Su-34 were shot down, in that it may allow the Ukrainians to free up some of their S-300s, which is their longer range system. If they're able to do that, if they're able to push some of those S-300s further up, that would put a lot more pressure on, well, primarily the Combat Air Patrol. Combat Air Patrol is not involved in ground support, but it's there to take out Ukrainian aircraft and helicopters. The S-300 would be primarily something to keep Russian strike aircraft like Su-34 from venturing too far into Ukrainian airspace, or even near the line. They would be able to take them out. I've seen no indication that those types of aircraft have been able to adjust their tactics. Those Russian strike platforms, that they've been able to adjust their tactics to work at much lower level. The other day's mission seems to indicate that they're stuck with the way that they're used to doing it, which is from high level. They're going to get shot down. So systems like Patriot might be able to make it more dangerous for them by allowing those S-300s to move around a bit more.
So sorry, I actually should have said combat air patrols and ground attack roles. But do you believe it's correct if Patriots are in the system and they can allow some of those S-300s to be pushed a bit forward?
I'm gonna have to interrupt you. Patriots are not in Ukraine yet. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but they're coming, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, and sorry if I confused that again. I meant when they arrive in the space, and S-300s are allowed to be pushed forward. Doesn't that create a situation where, because the combat air patrols of Russia would have to be stood back a bit farther, doesn't that open up some of the space for Su-24 ground attacks of the type that we would like to run if we're going to use JDAM ERs?
Yes, absolutely it would. If they're able to figure out a way with either fixed wing or ground-based air defense to, and one of the ways with fixed wing, which would be another subject, another one of the big stories today would be somehow, and this is a massive if, it's a whole other subject, but somehow being able to adapt a longer range Western missile to their existing fixed wing, or like you said, these systems like S-300, yes, it would open up airspace. It would make it easier for them. The Su-24s, we haven't really seen their work is mostly just like the other types. It's down low. They haven't been in the later stages of the war up to where we are now, because of the situation. They've had to fly very low, and I'm not 100% sure what they're doing. I've seen them with their outboard pylons carrying, and we've actually seen some photos of them carrying the limited number and variety of Soviet era precision guided weapons that the Ukrainians have. Alex, our friend Alex, has told me on a couple occasions that he's read Ukrainian sources that some of those weapons have been used basically as rockets, as unguided rockets. So I'm not JDAM. If they were to adapt it to the Su-24, would really, I think it would make it a far more useful aircraft. And we'll see if that ends up being one of the platforms they choose.
Well, a lot of this comes down to what can Ukraine do in the airspace? I mean, first of all, Patriots and IRSTs, strengthening Ukraine's air defense, protects its cities from drone and missile attacks. Absolutely essential. But is there any opportunity, Latin, for Ukraine to gain parity somewhere over the line of engagement, somewhere at a key time, for example, when Ukraine decides the time is right to launch a counteroffensive? Is there anything they can do to at least try for parity somewhere?
Well, it's a combination of the ground-based air defenses, and which can't move as much. They have longer range, but they're not as mobile as an aircraft. But a big part of this is somehow either bringing in Western aircraft, which we know is not about to happen right now, or getting weapons, Western weapon systems onto their Soviet aircraft. And we can talk a little bit about that now, because it's if you want to, if it's okay, because that was the other bit of news today, was that apparently, and I think it started with a Political report, that they were citing Pentagon sources that were off the record, that they're trying to figure out a way to put AMRAAMs on Soviet fighters, which would be the Su-27, MiG-29. I don't know if you want to get into that, but it's that would be, if you're asking about parity, air parity, and really being able to close the gap between the Ukrainian fighters and the Russian combat air patrol, that's what it's going to take, is something like that.
Yeah, I really want to get into air-to-air missiles and the ingenuity that Ukraine needs to get these Western weapons onto Soviet airframes. The MiGs, I guess, would come first, but Latin, go ahead with that. I know this intrigues Will too, but how can Ukraine accomplish this? It's going to take some testing, right?
Well, there's two possibilities that I see right now. The first one is, on paper anyways, or at first thought, the most straightforward one, which is to integrate the missile into the existing Soviet era radar. That's a reach. That's a real reach. I don't know from an engineering point that it's even possible. The two don't talk to each other. They have to be able to communicate. The radar needs to designate the target and guide the weapon initially anyways. It's really, really incompatible. So the source that Politico was quoting identified that as the primary challenge, and we'll have to see. I have no way of answering that question. But there's another piece to this that's interesting. It's a bit of a reach as well. None of this is easy, because look, Alex tweeted something today that I agree with 100% after all this came out. He characterized this as incredible attempts or incredible efforts being made to not give Ukraine Western aircraft, which is really what it comes down to. Because when you look at what it's going to take to put an AMRAAM, if it's even possible, onto a MiG-29 or an Su-27, I mean, maybe somebody can figure out a way to do it, but otherwise, the easy way to do this is to just give them the F-16s. And that's not going to happen tomorrow, but at least assuming nothing is already in the works, let's see it start. But the other potential solution, it's not really as crazy as this may sound at first, is to change some of the systems in the aircraft itself. The Romanians used to fly the MiG-29, and around the 2000 timeframe, they had begun a program with a German contractor, DESA, which is now part of EADS, their own Aerostar, their own homegrown aerospace company, and Elbit Systems in Israel. And as part of this upgrade, they were going to integrate Western weapons into the MiG-29, and eventually create the engineering architecture to be able to integrate an Israeli radar. Israel doesn't produce its own fighters, but it does produce a range of very, very good multi-role radars. And typically what they do with them is they retrofit them into older aircraft. They've done it around the world, and they're very good at it. Apparently, around 2019, 2020, Elbit, the Israeli company, was in talks with the Ukrainian government about upgrading their MiG-29s, including the installation of these radars, which are Western compatible, by the way. It opens the door to a whole bunch of Israeli air-to-air missiles, but also the Western ones. Apparently, the idea was dropped because at the time the Ukrainian government felt it was too expensive. Maybe they were already thinking of moving to Western platforms. But either way, it was stalled at the moment, and it didn't go forward. The point to remember here is that it means that in both cases, there's probably some engineering work that's been done, and Elbit actively markets its radars to be integrated with a whole. You'll check out their website; they'll list a whole bunch of different types. And the Israelis have MiG-29s. They have a small number of them in a test and aggressor squadron. They know the airframe. And I'm pretty sure they've probably sized up and done the engineering work on integrating these missiles so that they can do it if a contract comes up. That's obviously what they were discussing with the Ukrainians a couple of years ago. Now, it's Israel, so there's a political element. They would have to decide to do this. And I don't know what it would take for them to, because that would be a major blow to their relations with Russia. But from an engineering point of view, it's doable. But those are the only two ways they're both complicated, both methods. Giving them Western aircraft just makes a lot more sense. But for other reasons, they may have to look for a very short-term solution, if such a solution can be found.
Yeah, and just so we're all clear of what we're talking about here, it's not about fitting an air-to-air missile under the wing of a MiG-29. It's getting that missile to talk to the radar system. In other words, to receive the information it needs to do its job. Am I accurate? Okay, so Latin says I'm accurate. So the Israeli company, Elbit, is that just LBIT, ELBIT? What am I going to go look for? Because I do want to go look for it.
It's ELBIT, Elbit Systems. And they actually did another upgrade, which was interesting, to the next door to Ukraine. The Romanians ended up canceling the MiG-29 upgrade, but they did go ahead and upgrade a whole bunch of their earlier MiG-21s, and that was done with Elbit. And they actually put it was the 2032. It's one of their pretty decent multi-mode radars. Again, that opens up the whole range of Western weapon systems to these old 1970s era MiG-21s. They ended up getting a little more life out of them. I mean, if they can fit it into a MiG-21, they can fit it into a 29, and I'm sure they've done the work on it.
So I find that really interesting. I'm going to go to Elbit Systems and take a look at and what they offer and what they can do. And it's again Ukrainian ingenuity. As Latin said, Israel is walking a bit of a diplomatic tightrope with Russia, but a lot of things happen behind the scenes. You only know about it when you see the effect on the battlefield and in the airspace. Will, go ahead.
So yeah, Latin, I take your point 100% that this is kind of working on workarounds because we haven't just committed to getting the F-16s or whatever aircraft in there straight away. And but so whether or not this is valuable in the interim, because as Alan just said, and I was going to point out that because it's not just a matter of mounting an AMRAAM or any other missile on the plane, it's also the fact that you've got to replace, as I understand it from talking to CJ before months ago when we were talking about something like this, the entire data bus up the length of the aircraft or along the length of the aircraft up to the radar system. So like the radar system itself from the Soviet side might work, but the translation of it and the data cabling and the radar display and the computer that's behind that then talks to the missile and has to actually guide it for much of its length before it arrives at target and the local radar takes over. I think that's right, but it's a really big job, I guess, is the point. And having to replace the radar system and the missile system in the plane and figure out how to mount it and launch it there so it's all aerodynamic. It's such a big job replacing that entire bus, I guess, up the plane that just doesn't. It's probably more speculative, but I'll note that this point, trying to mount AMRAAMs on there or getting the Patriot into the country, it's all this thing you were talking about weeks ago about essentially what you're trying to do is walk back their air capabilities so you can walk forward your air capabilities and still maintain survivability. And this is just another workaround to try to keep that going, I guess, until such time as actual aircraft can show up where we can just load them up with what we've got. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And to your point about, you're talking about the weapon system, the whole weapon system, from the radar back to the weapons pylons and whatever they're carrying. It's complicated. Colonel Jeff, I think it was Colonel Jeff that tweeted earlier today that HARM and JDAM, again, because they don't have to go through the radar, pretty straightforward. Although, to be fair, I think a year ago, if anybody had been talking about putting HARMs on a MiG-29, I'm sure a lot of experts would have said, "Wait a sec, that's stupid," but they did it. But still, having to integrate it into the weapon system and the radar in particular, man, that's way past my pay grade. But I just know that it's not easy.
It doesn't sound easy, but I'm going to do something easy right now, Latin. I'm going to step down, and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back on Thursday with Chuck, and look forward to seeing all of you. I just ask all of you, do please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. Oh, heck, don't know if you can still hear me. It's a little glitchy tonight, and hopefully
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, well, thank you, Dave. So I'm going to sign off. This is my opportunity to say Slava Ukraini. Those words mean more today than ever before. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava. So it appears I am at the reins tonight. Hopefully we won't burn this space down. But if we do, if I let Will talk, we're probably going to. So let's go ahead and let Will start this party.
Let the dogs out. So all I wanted to do is remind you that Australians are so incredibly far ahead of you that we've already started International Women's Day. And March 8th is International Women's Day around the world. And I never really, got into International Women's Day until I was in Russia, actually, because it's a big deal in Russia and it's a big, big deal in Ukraine. And I just wanted to wish all the Ukrainian women who are up at 3 a.m. Or sorry, 6 a.m. to happy Women's Day, and everybody here in Australia. I hope the rest of you ladies have a incredible International Women's Day before it ends. That's it, man.
Yes, International Women's Day is, I guess it's hasn't started here yet, but we can celebrate it with the rest of uh, Europe, and I guess it started in Europe, and it's already happened there because you're just special and ahead of everybody. But and I'm joined here now by my co-host Finance, who hopefully is not too sloshed from
I am in the
his
celebrations
celebrations.
for now.
It's a 2-day gig, though, isn't it, Purim? 2-day gig of getting smacked.
Actually, I was called in for a family emergency of a friend of mine who randomly discovered the first Purim in a decade that I was sober at 3 p.m. Unfortunately, his wife wound up in the hospital with a broken arm, and he had to rush to deal with her, and he has a newborn at home. And you don't call your male friends until after you've called your family and your female friends who've had kids. So I just assumed when he was asking me for help with the screaming baby in the background that I was number 3 to 5 on his call list. Turns out I was number 4. I guessed right. I said yes right away. So I spent half my Purim, watching a newborn while his fortunate parents were dealing with in the hospital. Fortunately, his mom's broken arm. She will get better. Hopefully, all is well there. She had a terrible slip and fall. Her kid's father was barbecuing, heard a terrible scream. Anyways, they're dealing with it. Can't really fix it, but that's how I spent my Purim today. I figured if I'm going to miss something for some of the partying, I'd rather explain that to God than explain why I didn't help a friend out in such a moment of need. So that's what I did for Purim. I show up to the party late. It was still going on when I left to come hang out here with y'all in the space. And I'm currently at the legal limit because I know exactly how many drinks I can have for that. But by the time I'm done co-hosting, I probably will not be able to drive. Anyways, Slava Ukraine to all of you. I think we now have the name of the fine gentleman who fortunately is no longer with us because he was a prisoner of war by the Russians and decided to make Slava Ukraini his last words, to which we send our greatest love and respect. With that, welcome up to Kure, who has his hand raised.
Thank you very much. I wanted to speak a little bit earlier, but I'm grateful I get to chat here tonight. When I was listening to Chuck Fair a little bit earlier, and he was and during his the time he was on, he was describing about how the sort of order of battle and how they instructed or just brought their units forth. And it reminded me, I'm Finnish American. I have cousins in Finland. My parents are Finnish American. And it reminded me of a conversation I had with some of my cousins many years ago, some who were veterans of the Winter War and the Continuation War. And when Chuck was describing about how the Russians in the Ukraine, around Bakhmut and other places, had their order of battle, I thought I was listening to a mirror conversation I had with my cousins, well, already 30 years ago, about when they were on the lines fighting the Russians in Finland. They did the same damn thing. It was like, I was like, you have to be kidding me, Chuck. I mean, I wanted to I wanted to talk to him about it. They haven't learned anything. Mass waves of people, unorganized and outmaneuvered. And the one thing he said, Mike, if I remember what my cousin said, I think he's probably passed already. He was already a veteran a long time ago, and last time I saw him was in early 2000s. I'm sure he's gone by now. He said, they just don't know how to fight. All they do is send waves of people. And I was thinking to myself, good Lord, this has already been almost 80, well, it's 80 years past almost. And they're still doing the same tactics. How do they expect to win? So I don't have much hope for my Russian, uh, the Russian people in that regard. They're not led well. And he said, "Oh yeah," he said, "by the way, we're fighting for our homes," and that's what the Ukrainian people are doing. They're fighting for their homes and their loved ones and their children. And it's that that takes a lot of what they would call in Finnish sisu. It's real guts. They're in disarray. I don't expect to see them to do well as long as we keep supporting them. And I'm pretty much, I've always been pretty much a kind of a little bit of peacenik and throughout my career. I'm in my 60s now. I'm retired, but I tell you what, this is the right fight. This is where America. If you're an American listener, call your president hotline, talk to your senators, talk to your local representatives, and say you support Ukraine. And for your friends who you go out with coffee with, like I do now that I'm retired, invite them to support MriyaReport.org or a similar organization. And if they don't want to spend for lethal gear, obviously Maria Report has that option that you are just giving for non-lethal aid. It's a no-brainer for me. I think that this is for myself. This is really, as they would say in German, an Wendepunkt. This is a real turning point for us in this part of our century. This will define us. If we don't support them, I think it's un-American. So, anyways, I think I've probably preached too much. Let's go for it. This will define us for the next 40 years. And at the end of the day, when the Ukraine wins, we are going to have to be part of the rebuilding process, probably as big of a event or process when Europe was rebuilt after World War II. We might need a new plan like we did at the end of the Second World War. We can do it. So I want to say, hold fast. You go out for coffee with your friends each week. I'm talking as a retired person, even with your pals, if you're much younger than me, you can afford to make a little bit of a donation to Maria Report or similar organizations that will make a real difference to bring healing and reconstruction and renewal to the Ukrainian people. They deserve it. They really do. It's our fight. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming up here. It seems like pretty much every night. We appreciate your input, and we appreciate your coffee money. I'm sure the Ukrainians appreciate it even more. Finance. Do you have any topics you would like to discuss, or is it okay if I start one?
You are welcome to fire away. There is not particularly new news in the financial and sanctions world. The Western and allied powers are currently looking for ways to enforce sanctions better. The Russians are currently looking for ways to corrupt them better. We see a large number of news stories around countries that are either not totally aligned with us or not democratic, looking for ways around the modern financial regime because they're a little bit worried about being in the SWIFT system. And then we see a lot of bad analysis on that, mainly because they're asking Russian and Chinese sources. So in other words, not much changing in my world, but we do have a hand from Prince Heather, and I'm really curious to hear what you have brought for us tonight.
I do have a question for you. Mr. Gutierrez is about to come to Ukraine tomorrow or today there. He is arriving in Kyiv, and I'm sure part of the subject will be the grain deal. And as we are approaching the end of the grain deal, have you been keeping track at all of where they are in the process? I read something a couple of days ago that they might have reached an agreement, and I'm wondering if Gutierrez might be going to firm that up with Kyiv to make sure they're all on the same page and could move forward with moving the grain deal, extending the grain deal for longer.
So the Ukrainians, countries in sub-Saharan Africa, like the Horn of Africa, and possibly Gutierrez and Turkey, are on board with an extension of the grain deal. The Russians are against. The Russians pushed for the grain deal originally so they could, what they got out of it was the ability to export stolen Ukrainian grain and get away from export sanctions around one of the key products that they stored in bulk that they didn't have good storage for. So you need to export it and make money off it quick. But since it's able to be used to get a ton of grain out of Ukraine onto world markets, it reduces their pressure to try to claim peace in the world is needed, aka appeasement. It also allows Ukraine to make more revenue, which is better for the Ukrainian government. So they are against an extension. Ukraine, bizarrely, is for it. They were against the original deal because it had no real security guarantees, it had no enforcement mechanism, and a number of things. But it turns out the Turks were serious about it. They lent their own ships to protect the grain convoys. And by doing that, the Russians backed off attacking the grain convoys because if they pissed off Turkey too much, one, they could fire on Turkey, which may or may not draw Turkey into the war. But regardless, it would lose the ability for them to use Turkey as a massive hub of illicit export, and sanctions breaking. And Turkey being completely against their interests is a problem for them. Able to enforce the deal. So the deal turned out better for Ukraine than expected by far. There are no security guarantees. The deal is not worth the paper by law that it's written on. But in practice, instead of shocking the daylights out of it, given that one of the parties, Russia, is known for breaking every agreement it agrees to quote Sergei Kirilenko, more than anyone, the father of the modern Russian state, Russia is not built on treaties. So given that one of the parties is known for breaking deals, shocking everybody, including me, it held really well. Now the Ukrainians and a bunch of countries at the UN and the UN itself want a lot more of the grain deal, and the Russians don't want it at all because it turned out to work for Ukraine way better than anybody expected, including pretty obviously the Ukrainians. So now the Ukrainians are like, yeah, let's extend it, and the Russians don't want that to be the case. But all the same political influences that made it work despite all the odds in the first place are still there. So eating a bit of hat since it worked, and I expected it wouldn't, I'm going to say that it may well pass because there's a ton of countries that really could use some of that food, right? Grain is not just some abstract concept. It's food, people. There's a lot of places in the world they don't grow enough food to feed as many people that live there. And a lot of them live in places that are quite sympathetic, and everybody's sympathetic to the concept of starvation. So there's a lot. So the UN in general is pretty sympathetic to this deal. Turkey likes it because they get some corrupt money out of the whole deal in the first place. And it's looking like this deal is going to get extended. I hope it does at this point because it's worked out for Ukraine better than expected. Given that Russia is not taking any new territory, its ability to acquire new stolen grain to sell, its big uptake from the deal, isn't going to have more new stolen grain to sell. That's why they don't want it in the first place. So you can it happens. I think it's a good chance it might, because there's only so much the Russians can offend Turkey before they get their illicit imports cut off. So look, I think there's a good chance it passes again, and shocking the daylights out of a ton of people, it's worked out better for Ukraine than Russia.
And I love what also happened in the process, and this was quite a while ago. I read about it that Ukraine, and I'm sure they had to use this grain deal in order to do it, but they have donated a lot of grain to countries that were facing the risk of famine. So even in this situation where they need to sell their grain because their country is at war and they're financially really needing that income right now, they have taken upon themselves to donate a bunch of the grain, which I'm sure went through the grain corridor that was set up there. So I will I still have when I know you're going to be on finance, and especially since I've been co-hosting with you, I specifically look for economic news to try to engage you with. So I've got a couple of other things up my sleeve here if you need them.
Well, I'm always here for all these questions, and I'm happy to answer all of them every day. Also, welcome to Space Amelia. Welcome to, if you're in Europe, welcome to International Women's Day.
Yes, I would like to invite anybody that is out there listening. If you're down there, if you have any questions for myself or finance or Prince or Will, then we welcome you up here. Put your hand up, and it looks like Amelia has just put her hand up. So you're the winner.
Of course, I am the winner. Good evening. And I am broadcasting from Columbia, South Carolina. It's 10:30 p.m. here. When I will be done with this walk, it will be 7.6 miles. Thank you for acknowledging this International Women's Day. As long as I remember, it was always there, and kissing in the hand, roses, and this kind of stuff. So, and I'm sorry somebody got taken in prison of the war, and Slava Ukraini, and definitely it's there is no other way. Ukraine will win, and there is no other way. These people are fighting for freedom, and I mean it's horrible. I'm really sorry, but then the same, I am really glad to be here. And I have a stupid question. It's a very ignorant question. There was a rumor at Fox News that rally at January 6th, that this dude, obviously it was some cry for attention, and there is a lot of attention whores, and but 5 years in prison for just walking around the state house. That's a little bit. I mean, we have here our own war. I have. Everybody knows I am pro-Ukraine and great supporter. I don't need to inform anyone. I think it's a public knowledge. But we have our own war here, and I cannot even. It's a war. Children die, people die, and we don't even have a war. But I mean, I shouldn't complain. I feel pretty safe right now in this space and stuff like that. But it wasn't pretty. Anyway, I'm still here. Thank you for having me. And I would like to ask about those rumors. Is it true? And even if it was a true, because I am great supporter of President Biden, especially because I mean, how couldn't I? It's the greatest ally. That's what NATO is. President Biden and the United States of America. So President Biden has nothing to do with jurisdictional system that everybody knows is flawed. So how did you hear the rumor, and what do you think about that?
Well, I have not heard of that, um, but I do know that they are sentencing people from January 6th. I haven't kept up on that because, frankly, it's there. I'm not that interested right now. I'm more interested in Ukraine, and that's kind of what we're here to talk about. The other thing is that I would be very suspect of anything you hear on Fox News, as we have just learned. They will tell they will tell lies if that will increase their audience and their bottom line. They don't care about the truth. So, and that's been now proven in court.
Thank you.
Um,
I stepped on that. I knew it was something stupid and silly. Thank you so much.
so I'm curious, are you from Ukraine?
I am Polish American. I am from Poland.
Ah,
Poland is greatest supporter of Ukraine. As you know, we were waiting. We couldn't go like openly, but it's just like with Finland. Everybody knows. Yeah, and
yes,
the
Poland
guys
is a
there for all of us. And we have to support. There is no other way. This is the world. Like you said, we're building something here, and there's no way back.
yes. Poland is a great supporter of this. When they're right there on the border with Russia, it's pretty obvious that if Ukraine goes, Poland's going to be next. So
Never after our dead bodies. As you saw, we left a legal room there for Ukraine uprising. We are there. We are there. I'm not a fighter, even. You know, I am. This is like I wish the peace, but it won't be on expense of those people. Those people die for freedom. It's horrible, and what I post stuff when I hear about it to both presidents. I guess I shouldn't. Twitter is great about access to all those important senator, congressmen that we have in South Carolina. So I really loved it.
well, the wind is pretty bad there. Prince, do you have a comment along those lines
I am.
for Amelia?
Well, what I'm going to actually go to is a little bit more about Women's Day, and something special that is happening in the United States. However, it has to do with Ukraine and it has to do with Poland, since we have a Polish American up here. There are. Oh, I intentionally didn't scroll down because I couldn't remember the name of it. The 2023 International Women of Courage Award. And this is going to be presented tomorrow at the White House with Jill Biden, the First Lady of the United States, and Secretary Blinken of the State Department there. And there is a Polish woman who is going to be honored there. Courage, she says, is not the lack of fear, but the ability to act in spite of it. And this is Bianca Zeleweska, and I guess she is part of a big morning show there in Poland. She is a journalist who documented the Russian aggressor since 2014 and has advocated for the people of Ukraine for more than a decade. She persevered through life-threatening injuries suffered when her press car came under fire from the Russian proxy in Luhansk district in 2014. But still, there's more to her story. Yes.
Could you please send a link or the name because I would
right now.
Amelia, your mic is particularly bad. I had to mute you. You are welcome to speak here, but please get to a place where we can hear you better, ma'am.
Yeah, the wind is terrible.
Yeah. But she is still a very visible advocate for the inclusion of refugees there in Poland. And yeah. And so she still does a lot of work with refugees in her free time there in Poland. Now, the other woman that I wanted to highlight who is going to be honored tomorrow at the White House by President Biden, or not President Biden, I'm sorry, First Lady Jill Biden and Secretary Anthony Blinken, is Yulia Piaska. People would more commonly know her as Tyra. She ran a volunteer ambulance service for years and taught medics for years before the full-scale invasion broke out. And when the full-scale invasion broke out, she was in Mariupol, and she worked in Mariupol. And in March, she was taken prisoner in Mariupol. And she was taken prison while she was trying to evacuate women and children from Mariupol to Zaporizhia. Despite her non-combatant status, she was held in prison for 3 months. In that time, she lived in a cell with 22 other women. The one other thing that she is very well known for is she's known for secretly filming and smuggling out videos documenting the atrocities committed by Russia in Mariupol. These are all things that I've known about her for many months. She testified in September at the Helsinki Commission, and I watched that, and it was very moving for me. I see her as a woman hero of Ukraine for sure. And since she has been freed, she's of course been recouping and spending time with her husband and family. But she has been a vocal advocate for Ukraine, democracy, and independence, both at home and abroad. So those are two women who are and have and are still having a great impact on this illegal invasion in Ukraine, who are doing the right thing and are helping as much as they can and doing as much as they can, even though both of them have been injured and suffered greatly. One through her car being hit, the other being held captive by the Russians for months. And so those are two women that I want to highlight from Poland and Ukraine that will that deserve to be honored tomorrow at the White House. So I just thought I'd throw that in there for a little bit of perspective on that.
Thank you for sharing that. On this, I've been thinking about the International Women's Day today, because I think, well, especially in the U.S., we I guess there is we think that we comparatively to compared to the rest of the world, the women here have a pretty good, have I guess pretty good chances. That's not the word I'm looking for. They have mostly equal,
Opportunities.
not all the way equal opportunities. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm just kind of flailing there. Yes, they get opportunities. Whereas I have some friends that live in Nigeria, and one of them's a lady that she has no opportunity whatsoever. She can't do anything unless her husband lets her do it, and mostly he doesn't. It's really sad. And then when I see how Ukraine is, well, that's one of the things that Russia is, with their whole air quotes traditional values, where they're getting back, they're supposedly that's one of the things that some far right people in the Americas like about Russia is that they're supposedly, more family values oriented, which means, that's just a dog whistle for saying my wife stays home and she does what I tell her. Um, in a lot of things, I find that really, I don't know, if I cannot imagine my wife treating my wife that way because one, she would kill me. And two, she's far smarter than I am. There's no reason I would treat her lesser than me. But yeah, that's kind of the culture that Russia is putting out there, that they are, you know, that they're okay with domestic violence. They're okay with women not having the right opportunities, same opportunities as men. And that's, I think, one of the things that Ukraine shows us in their women that are fighting, the women that are involved in all aspects of Ukraine. It's not like the men are not allowing them to do and to help. They're in the army. They're on the front lines with men. I mean, they're getting wounded and killed the same as men. Um, they are equal partners in this war, and I am kind of I am in awe of the women that you know they fight back against oppression. They know oppression much more than I would ever know oppression, and they inspire me to fight back as well. So my little soliloquy there for the night, Prince. You have some more to add?
Yeah, I was just thinking, we focus on Ukraine in this space, and Ukraine is our focus. But with it being International Women's Day in many areas and time zones already, I don't think it would be inappropriate to name off all of the women who are receiving this 2023 International Women of Courage Award. Now, actually, okay, I have to say I fibbed there a little bit. I'm not going to say their names. I am going to say their countries, just because you would be hearing me butcher names for the next couple of minutes, and that's just ugly. So, and just think about where they are from. Um, and I think you'll see a pattern here. So we have a woman from Afghanistan who is currently residing in Turkey, a woman from Argentina, from Central African Republic, Costa Rica, Ethiopia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mongolia. Then we get to Poland and Ukraine. And then there is one group award. The Madeleine Albright Honorary Group Award will be going to the woman and girl protesters of Iran. So I think you can see sort of a pattern for the most part in these women who are standing up and doing amazing things in their countries, where in many of them, or if not all of them, are very oppressed. So I just thought that would be a good word, good way to wrap that up.
Yes, thank you for that. And when I think of the women in Iran, getting well tortured, girls getting poisoned, getting killed for just being women and not wanting to put a scarf on your head. Um, it's I wonder why the Russian women uh, don't revolt against the oppression that they've been under. Now, Iran it's a very oppressive society. My sister lived in the Middle East for many decades, between Oman and Jordan and Saudi Arabia and Yemen. Um, and she's American, but she was I guess, completely treated like a subhuman in most cases. She was, she told me lots of horror stories I won't go into. But yeah, there are many places in the world where um, women are subhuman, which is it makes me so angry sometimes. Um, anyway, I wanted to since you were talking about Women's Day, I was in the way of here it is. So there's a woman I wanted to talk about. I've been reading about different hospitals in Ukraine and how they have been dealing with being taken over by Russia and how they have been dealing with all the the lack of supplies, the lack of resources, and the huge amounts of incoming people they have to treat. Um, and there's so her name is Natalia Dvortetska. Um, she worked in the she works in the Syriarka hospital, which is outside of Odessa. And she was there through through the 9 months of Russia occupation. One of the instances she talks about was how she was when the Russians first came into the city, she was in the middle of working on a patient, and she was shocked because suddenly there were Russian soldiers just everywhere in the hospital, and a Russian soldier came up to her and told her that she had to stop treating this guy, um, and that and she refused. Then he physically pushed her away and would not let and pushed her out of the room. And then later on, she was also asked by a Russian a couple of days when they were trying to decide what to do with when the Russians were trying to decide what to do with the hospital. One of the commanders interrogated her, asking her if she would treat Russian soldiers, and she said, "Well, I told them we're doctors. Of course, we would help everybody." Even after that one soldier, shoved her out of the way, pushed her out, she would treat everyone. And then one of the patients that she was treating, a Russian soldier that she had treated, um, after as he was recovering, he confided in her that he now did not know if he could fight Ukrainians because of the care that she had given him. So that's another way of fighting the war, of converting your enemy into your friend. And I think women have that ability much more than men do. Prince, you're going to save me from starting to cry, so go ahead.
No, I think I might make you cry because it goes beyond that. That is a wonderful story, and it's very, very true that um, Russian soldiers, when they go to a Ukrainian hospital, are being treated as they should be treated. They are being taken care of as they should be taken care of. When they are injured on the battlefield, they are being taken care of by medics. And even when they are taken prisoner of war, there was a video a few days ago of a Ukrainian soldier putting a like a scarf on a man that was being taken prisoner, and the man was like afraid, and he said, no, we want to keep you warm, we don't want you to get cold. And the Russian soldier was just surprised. So you see those things. I saw a video today of Russian prisoners of war who were recently captured being fed a meal. the way that they are being treated is very, and what you see from the Russian prisoners then, like when there have been visits to the prisons and there have been some news stories done, the 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 Russian prisoners say they're treating us well. They're treating us very well. We're being treated better here than we were in the military. And so those stories, I think, um, I think they are having an impact. I think they are having an impact. I don't know how big of an impact, but I think that they are having an impact. Just like the story that you just told. I don't know if I can go and fight Ukrainian soldiers again because you treated me so well. A prisoner of war who has been fighting Ukrainian soldiers, but is taken prisoner and is treated so well. How can they go back and fight a Ukrainian soldier when they've been treated so well and they see the way that Ukrainian prisoners of war are treated and treated so horribly? Because they have that knowledge too. So, yeah. So that's just that was just something that I just wanted to point out about that. Um, so yeah, that's just a good thing. So I can go on
Mm,
to an economic theme if you'd like, but I'll hand it back to you for now, Dave.
thanks. I'm imagining finance is throwing back a few bourbons while we're sitting here talking. Um, so maybe he'll just be a little more entertaining when he comes back. Yeah. So I have
I've
a
been here the whole time. I'm just letting the conversation go. It didn't need my input whatsoever.
okay. Just want to make sure. Um, so here's kind of a to break up the lighten the mood just a little bit. Yesterday, and today, I don't know about you guys, but it's been a very solemn and heavy days the last few days. Um, and I'm so it's good to lighten things a little bit. You can't say solemn the whole time. I humor is a very big part of dealing with trauma. Um, and so on the humorous side, so there's a Czech company, Chechen, from Czech. Yeah, I don't know if it's Chechen or Czech, but they produce inflatable balloons, and they have switched over. They were prior to the war. They were just creating those inflatable lawn things like big Santa Claus and dinosaurs and other stuff. They have switched over to producing tanks, and they're adding HIMARS to their collection. So these are blow up decoys, real life size decoys of Ukrainian and uh, I guess NATO equipment that they can set out and hopefully attract some attention from the Russians and use up some of their munitions. I just think that's a great application of this technology of these blow up things that you see in people's yards. I'm wondering if after this is over, if we can still purchase a blow up tank and stick that on your front yard or something. That's something I would do. Look, I've got my own Leopard 2 right here. So,
I mean, I will say that the inflatable HIMARS is a real thing, and that the obfuscation and confusion that it's caused is part of why Russia thinks they've destroyed 3 to 4 times as many HIMARS as exist. Some of those is Russian puffery, but some of those is they have on video destruction of actual they see destruction of something that looks like a HIMARS, and I think they've hit one. not realizing that they just spent artillery and showed where their positions are by hitting a nowhere near as important, nowhere near as expensive, quite cheap inflatable HIMARS that in fact might cost less than the artillery rounds, and especially less than the system itself if it gets hit too, to hit.
Yeah. Well, that's my little bit of injected a little bit of levity. Did you see the article I sent you? Finance, was that what you were referring to in your opening statement?
No.
So you haven't seen it. Well, yeah, because it's another one of the. I guess it might be considered doom and gloom or Chicken Little. A Chicken Little article talking about how the dollar is going to get dethroned.
I mean, if a couple of countries want to trade bilaterally in their own currencies, there's nothing particularly problematic with that occurring. The reason you don't see it happen more is the difficulties in doing so. And until the countries that like to have controlled currencies want to change the trade-offs they're accepting and go for open currencies, it doesn't matter. Like everyone really loves the rhetoric around avoiding the dollar and its competitors and its restrictions, but actually doing what it takes. There's a reason people use the dollar, and this is often myth. Right? Like people use the dollar because they trust our court of laws. They trust that you can buy and sell it anywhere, basically anytime, settle it all over the world. It's not an issue to get dollars and spend them and have them be worth something to somebody else. And that is just not true for the currencies of the bad boys that care. You're not hearing these things come out of the other major globally traded currencies, right? The British pound, the euro, the Japanese yen. In order of euro, yen, pound. I believe it might be pound yen. Either way, those are the next three biggest traded global currencies. I believe the Swiss follow that up. Either way, the fact that you're not hearing any of them complain, right? They're all used massively in global trade, not always even by themselves. But why is it those currencies are both used hugely in global trade and are not complaining? Because they already have the kind of laws and systems and human rights that, they're within the arena of America. I'm not saying they're all perfect. I'm not saying it's all the same, right? But as the general rule of thumb, all these countries and places, in one case, a zone of countries, agree that human rights, and broadly democracies in this case, are agreed on, and that rule of law, this is the more important one, but it goes with human rights, that rule of law is agreed on. And all of those countries in the Eurozone have accepted a free floating currency. And they have made and accepted the trade-offs that comes with. And all of the countries that want to get out of the system, right, they tend to be authoritarian, though there are a couple exceptions to that. A couple of these are democracies and long-time democracies, and I'll give them credit for the democratic part. But they all want to have a closed currency. They all want to have deeper control over their monetary policy. And they don't want to take the trade-offs that come with an open currency. And until they want to do that, sure, you can lower the amount of dollars you trade, but unless you're going to trade in yen or pound, at which point, so what? It's not that important, right? Like you can trade in Chinese yuan, but you got to work with the Chinese for that. And raise your hand if you trust the Chinese court system to ever go against the Chinese interest over your interest if there's a problem. And if you don't think there's never going to be a problem, you aren't listening to Jingu enough when he's on this space. So that's sort of my view on the whole situation.
Thank you, because I have I do enjoy co-hosting with you because I have no experience or training or of finance, and you give me I always learn something from you. So thank you.
Hey, we all have our expertise. You don't want to hear me talk about medical things or military things. But if you want to talk about finance and bond markets, I'm right here, baby. I'm happy to answer all your questions.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's finance and bond markets are generally a lot more exciting than the stuff I can talk about. Plus, you can at least frame them in language that people can understand. I might
I
have a
would
hard
note that
time.
it's framing in language people can understand that is my particular skill. I don't think that anybody outside of these specific professionals finds bond markets exciting. Quite frankly, medical discussions are probably more broadly exciting. So any topic can be interesting if you hear somebody who's interested in talking about it. Something I learned in history when I was an undergrad, if anyone here is a student, I learned quite quickly that you take your courses by professor, not by subject, because the most interesting subject is boring if the professor is boring, and the most boring subject is interesting if the professor is great. So Spain in the Golden Age, the history of American medicine were two of the greatest classes taught at my college because we had two of the greatest professors teaching those two classes. And pretty much all intellectual history was absolutely a snoozer because we had a snoozer of a professor on those. Had nothing to do with the subject matter, everything to do with the prof. So I'll say that's true for teaching and subjects in general. With that, Prince Heather has her hand up.
Yes, I do. Would you like to talk about companies behaving badly?
I love talking about companies behaving badly, especially if I can cuss them out without using a cuss word.
Okay, well, let me pull up the right screen here. There we go. Heineken, the beer company. The Heineken Beer Company had said that it was no longer active in Russia. This turned out to be not true. Heineken's headquarters has authorized the company's Russia division to launch new products. That was necessary to avoid bankruptcy, which could have meant losing hundreds of employees, the company says. So I thought that was very, very interesting news today. So we could put Heineken on the bad company list. I don't know if you had heard about them previously, but I have more companies on the bad company list after you have a comment about Heineken.
Yes, I've seen a few days ago. I saw they had made up stickers that says this company supports genocide, and they had gone through the supermarket and stuck it on all the companies that were still operating in Russia, and Heineken was one of them.
So speaking of Heineken, yes, they've been on the bad boy list a while. They love the idea of saying they leave Russia. And then when the Russian government made it clear that if you tried to leave Russia, they'd confiscate all your stuff there, the Heineken Beer Company decided that they like genocide more than giving up their assets in Russia. And they're looking for some kind of seller that would give them a buyback clause so they could buy back into Russia as soon as the war ended. This is not leaving Russia, people. This is, we just want to get rid of the bad publicity. How cheap can we make it? And since they can't find a buyer to do that, because why would any buyer in Russia want to bother with that crap? Pardon my French. Yeah, since that's the case, they can't find anyone to go for it. And the Russian government says, if you leave Russia, we're just going to confiscate your stuff. And if you're not going to introduce all your normal products here, we're going to confiscate your stuff. Right? The Heineken company won't be bankrupt. Let's be clear. The only thing that would be bankrupt would be the Russian subsidiary, aka they'd be forced to pull out of Russia by Russian requirement by just shutting it all down. But they could have done that anyways before. At which point, why haven't they done it? Why are they claiming, oh no, we want to avoid being forced to stop making money in Russia, right? Let's read that headline properly. Heineken wants to make blood money in Russia and support genocide more than they want to leave Russia. That's what it boils down to. They feel it's more genocide than that they leave Russia. That's their decision. They make way more of their money outside of Russia. They will not be bankrupt. They will not stop making money. They will not stop making a majority of their money if they leave the Russia. They could leave the Russia right now. The Russia, small younger brother of Ukraine, founded by Ukraine and Kievan Rus. That said, they could leave the Russia right now. They're not, because they want to make the blood money. So yeah, I have zero or less sympathy for them, and my heart is completely with all the people who are pulling off the direct action that this is a company that supports genocide, Russian genocide in Ukraine, because they are. It's just a true statement.
Okay. Did you hear about there are now two Canadian companies who have found themselves under US sanctions due to cooperation with the Russian Federation? Have you heard about that one?
No, I had heard about Heineken, but which two companies? Ooh, these might be new to me.
Yeah. I found one you didn't know about. Canadian companies being sanctioned. Let's see. Two electronics importers. Punto Incorporated, an electronic network from Montreal. They are placed on the sanctions list for actions contrary to the national security interest or foreign policy of the United States, as well as those that are subject to U.S. export restrictions, according to the data from the U.S. Department of Commerce. I can send you the supporting article from Reuters if you would like. I saw it in multiple places, but
Yeah, sounds good. Are these real quick? Are these like real Canadian companies? Or are these like subsidiaries of Russian companies hiding and pretending to be Canadian companies?
I did not dig into it that much. I just like to find these subjects to throw at you because typically you know about them. When I find one you don't know about, I'm sort of tickled with myself, and always have the back. I always have the information to back it up to send you. So I will go ahead and send that to you really quickly.
Sounds good. This sounds fun. Yeah, I want to hear what dirty deeds some possibly Canadian companies are doing. And apparently we're having one of those quiet evenings. If you would like to come up and speak, the current time is 10:30 Central Standard Time, which makes it about 6:30 a.m. in Kyiv time for all of our Eastern European friends. That would mean bright and early in the morning for this International Women's Day, which I have been informed in pretty hilarious fashion is quite important to our is quite important to our female Ukrainian audience. And anyways, if you'd like to come up and speak, please press the bottom left hand to request to speak. Finance, I'm happy to answer all of your economics questions. We do not currently have a military expert up here, but I do see a number of them in the audience. And if you come up and start asking military questions, I have a sneaking suspicion that some of them will wake up, realize that they are wide awake, and would love to come answer them. So I cannot answer them, but someone else can. If you have a question about economics and sanctions, I am right here for you. And I would also like to welcome up WSW Shadow.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello. I just wanted to mention, because you mentioned Heineken, I just wanted also to point out to Auchan in Europe, because lately we have some news that they've been they've been supplying Russian military, and there's been an article in Insider, Russian independent news outlet. So I think for the American audience, it's not that important, but for us in Europe, it's quite a thing. So what we're trying to do, some of the people I kind of cooperate with, is to organize like some sort of petitions and organize maybe some sort of protests and stuff like that in front of. And basically maybe point out whatever's happening to our government, so they may somehow do something. Okay, that's it from my side.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of the Auchan malfeasance. There are a number of French companies, that one in particular, that are not leaving Russia or have said they left Russia and then have done absolutely nothing or are still working there. Auchan has the inglorious, I don't know what to call it, the inglorious dishonor of what would they do? They like organized a quote unquote humanitarian aid for the soldiers of the genocidal Russian army. I believe that was it. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Shadow.
Yes, exactly. This is the case.
Right. So, since those of us here, if you're paying attention to this stuff, are aware that the Russians don't provide enough stuff for their army. Everything ranging from food and tends to sometimes even guns and ammo, as the number of men they have is required. The company would be providing aid to the Russian Empire is quite offensive. And quite correctly, Mr. Shadow here, with the excellent dog picture, has pointed out to everybody that Auchan is helping supply the Russian military, which helps Russia not have to do it themselves. And the fact that a non-Russian company is doing more work than even the Russian companies are willing to do is absolutely vile. And for those of us who are friends in France or near France, if you want to make your voice known, I'm not sure the best way to do that. If you have any ideas, Mr. Shadow, I would love to hear them. But absolutely, they are very high on the bad boys of not Russia list as far as the corporate D-bags go.
Finance, I sent you that article. I looked up one of the companies, Punto. It looks like it's a very small company.
Yes, thank you very much. So at the moment, I don't have like a very good plan how to tackle the situation, but I will be speaking to some of the people over here who are also interested in this, and we might do something about it. Yesterday there was a discussion about writing to your local offices, to your MPs, and all that kind of actions that we can take. So maybe there's something that actually can be done here in the States, also to somehow influence all those who support, because they also have, the thing is that they also have their shops in Europe, not only in Russia, right? So probably they should, at one point, what we should do is probably at one point make them choose if they should, do business in Russia or in Europe, and put some public pressure on them to maybe back out from some of their. I understand. I understand. They're still in Russia, which is bad, right? This is really bad. But supplying Russian army, really, this is like another level of evil, from my point of view, I would say.
I don't think you're going to have any disagreement in this venue. I'd say this is you are amongst friends, and we are deeply agreed with your viewpoints on this one. And it's quite offensive that supplying the Russian army, I'd say, is above and beyond inappropriate. I would say that it's right up there with supplying Russian filtration camps, something that I don't know only the Red Cross to be doing. So yes, I completely agree with you, and think that it is a vile activity that would be best if it were to be stopped.
Yes, Prince.
Finance, were
Sorry.
you able to hear me a second ago? That's okay, Nathan. Finance, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hold on. Getting messages while I am co-host and trying to deal with screens is a bit annoying.
Oh, yeah, well, okay.
Sorry.
It's
I was,
okay.
so I was just the reason I was quiet here. So we had one of our listeners, Tina, had tagged me. I think and tagged Prince in a tweet about it's a. I was reading through this. It's in the Harvard International Review about the Putin's other war. The title is Putin's Other War: Domestic Violence, Traditional Values, and Masculinity in Modern Russia. And it's a very interesting read. The one thing I'm just barely getting into it. I'll give you tidbits as I run into them. This first tidbit is that so Russia as a whole, if you take the whole world population, Russia makes up 2% of the global population, but it accounts for 10% of all the domestic violence each year. There, you can't. The police will not interfere unless there is the abuse is so violent that the woman would have to be hospitalized. That's and what's the point of that? It's and it talks. One woman had she complained several times. Then her husband cut her hands off, and then her husband got arrested. I don't know. It's horrible. Anyway, women's International Women's Day. This is why we have International Women's Day, because they're still treated like this in places. They are not treated as equals, and I'm so much on the side of having women as equals, because in so many ways, they're all the women around me they're smarter than I am. They're better than I am. They should be treated that way. So I can go on that, I think, for a while, but I don't think we will, because we're here for Ukraine, and we're here to support Ukraine in putting off this culture. This is what would happen to Ukraine if Russia wins. This is part of Russification, or Muscovy. What is it? What's Ruski? Is it Muscovy Rus? I'm not sure if that's. I'm vaguely remembering this. But Russia culture, Russification. Russification includes this culture of domestic violence and toxic masculinity. Speaking of masculinity, though, we have one of the most masculine voices on the planet here to talk to us, Mr. Daniel Arfire. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you. I hear you talking about woman equality and toxic masculinity. And I'll shatter some dreams of you because there are a lot of nuns. But the most feminine in Russia, and all the countries dominated by them in, Soviet system. One of the few things they made good, and this will shock you. Soviets also made very good things, and I mean real very good things. First is about the equality. Women and men equal in all the things, including revenue. For example, in Europe, in the European Union, the Western countries, with exception Scandinavian, France, for a long, long time, have a range of inequality compared women with men, salaries, promotion, things like that. This was not happening in former Warsaw Pact countries or Soviet countries because 45 years of Soviet domination put this idea women are equal with men. And you know, when I sometimes tell you Soviets were better than Putin Russia today, it's because ideologically having the pursuit of socialism, communist, Bolshevik, doesn't matter. They hit some point like that. And it's funny how Putin talks about restoration of Soviet times, and people vibe in Moscow on this discourse about getting back on the good times of Soviet Empire, but he hates what Soviet Empire added. For example, everybody learned to read, write, learn mathematics, learn history. Yeah, where a lot of ideological discourse, a lot of communist bullshit. But many people don't know many countries from Eastern Europe, including Russia, had a high rate of analphabetism. Soviet system generalized schools, kindergarten, anything. Children must be taught from early age. They must be supported. Yeah, with all the bullshit. Pioneers, the young communists, but they added it. Within Russia, in fact, looks more similar with Florida. Don't be outraged, my dear America. Who are the enemies inside Russia for Putin? Emancipated women, gay people. I don't need to explain you, trans people are evil and mark of the devil. Who is not Caucasian? So some African ancestry, Asian, is not nice. In fact, if you want to rent a room in Moscow, all the advertising say only Russian. And only Russians is not a language test, because if you are from Uzbekistan, for example, you speak Russian. It's about skin color. Because they are fucking racist. And this similarity, traditional values, family values, fighting woke culture, liberal culture, is internal discourse of Putin, his paper party, United Russia, and divide. Oh, all divide with all the corn lovers from USA is stunningly. For me, always will be a question, how can you be a staunch Republican, very proud of Ronald Reagan, to believe in American values and share Putin points about society, woman, children, liberty, freedom. Because if you go to your constitution, which is great, really, really great constitution, was a constitution written by white slave owners who didn't live in 21st century. I don't want to put fire on this, but I know there are people convinced Governor DeSantis is right, but his discourse is like translation from Russian of Vladimir Putin. If you don't want this wake-up call, no problem. I'm just outside observer.
No, you are right, Daniel. That's one thing that that the Soviets did. They were much more progressive on equality between men and women because as is that's like a communist thing is that everybody is equal.
Sorry. In United States, to say progressive is so, I can say, irritating for people on the right spectrum. Like saying, I don't know, devil. It's not about progressive. It's about treat people equally. If she has another type of genital than me, doesn't mean she has different rights. We are equal. And any discourse about, we are in fact not equal because nature is just bullshit. Representation of the citizen doesn't matter your sexual orientation, gender, doesn't matter. It's not something progressive. Soviets understand something which Saudi Arabia, for example, don't understand. You cannot condemn half of your population in, I don't know, be poor, uneducated, irrelevant, weak to economy. You cannot try to compete with capitalist countries, putting women, in the kitchen, breeding people. They are not breeding machines, ever.
Daniel. Interesting voice for International Women's Day, but hey, we'll take the fires where you can get it. Since for whatever unknown reason we have staffed ourselves with all men, including me, this International Women's Day to kick it off.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay.
Can you
Sorry,
hear me?
I was commenting on Daniel. Could you not hear me?
No, not till you said hello.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I was just pointing out to Daniel that when I use the word progressive, that's in America, progressive. If you believe in equal rights between men and women, that's considered a progressive view. So I was just using it in the American sense of the word there. And along with what you said about the economy, you can't just shut out half of your workforce. I just heard some statistics today that if women this was just in the U.S. economy. So in the U.S., if women were paid the same as men, it would instantly bump our economy up by 10%, and that's a pretty big lift to your overall economy, wouldn't you say, Finance? Hello?
A lot of statistics like that have a lot of motivated reasoning. It gets to be quite hard to tease out a lot of the things going on underneath. So while there is a lot of honest truth to some of these numbers, it's hard for me to comment on these things economically because of the problems within the studies and their various biases. So I do not wish to hop down this equal pay rabbit hole for a number of economic reasons. I will say that there are distinct problems there's a lot of truth to the discussion. It is a rabbit hole I don't want to hop down because of the various issues in the discussion as well.
And there's the cold water on us. Thank you. You're good at that.
I'm always a wet blanket. That's what I'm here for. I'm just like Captain Wet Blanket. But we do have a new female voice up. Welcome, Amelia, to the space. How are you this evening?
I am perfect. Thank you. How are you?
Not perfect. I'm quite flawed, but thank you for joining this evening.
Well, I have few flaws, so it makes me more likely to make a history. I would like to point out Saudi Arabia is a kingdom, so nobody has a right there. And yes, I am very progressive. So progressive. Thank you for having me here.
Yes, that's one of the things.
Besides telling us your political views, did you have anything on the conflict of Russia and Ukraine, or the culture of Ukraine, or something you wish to bring to the table?
I am a little sleepy because it's 11:53. All I can do today is listen. Mostly, if I have something in mind, I will raise my hand. Thank you for asking.
You are always welcome here. I would send a shout out if there are any other women that you want to come up here and discuss National Women's Day in the context of Ukraine and what it means for Ukrainian culture, and how Ukraine is I guess trying to free themselves from the bonds of a oppressive society such as Russia. Go ahead and do so. You can hit that little microphone down in the bottom left, and we can bring you up here and you can speak. While I'm also here, I would encourage you to go to MriyaAid.org. We are MriyaReport.org. We are a 501c3, but we do not accept any donations. However, MriyaAid.org they accept donations, and they will 100% of whatever you donate goes to non-lethal aid for Ukraine. There is no overhead because they're all volunteers. Nobody's paid. We have been here for over a year volunteering our time to raise funds for Ukraine. And one of our most avid participants is Daniel. We'll go back to Daniel here.
You know, Dave, I imagine after our soldiers don't need to die in Ukraine and don't send any dollar in Ukraine, I expect to hear about we don't need the freedom for sexual minorities like in Ukraine, because in the big cities in Kiev, Kharkiv, they are very, very open. And look at their army. Not only they have women, they have trans people, gay people, everybody. They have Jews, they have Muslims, they have anything. And I think it's very, very, very funny. 8 March, you know what? Let me tell you more than 8 March. You know, the most communist symbol, very European, how Republicans call Scandinavian socialist, you know, socialist economy, socialist country. Most of the socialist value, you know, were first initiated in the United States. For example, union. Oh, so socialist, so evil for the capitalists. In fact, a lot of Americans die for this idea. You know? And 8th of March, if I remember well, was not even a bit alien for the United States. society. But look at the change 180 degrees. You know, unions in the United States look toxic. Women's Day is not celebrated. We have Mother's Day, right? So a bit paternalistic there. And you not need to be socialist to celebrate a day of equality. What I criticize, for example, in my society is people at 8th of March buy tons of flowers, chocolate, jewels, you know, all the things to offer their ladies, forgetting to celebrate your mother, your wife, your daughter, 365 days on year, not one time. You don't remember about how we cherish the woman one day per year. But this idea of days like this being something, you know, communist inspiration is wrong. And if I said to any Western European, learn something from the east side of European Union, from Estonia, from Ukraine, from, I don't know, any country who had developed something useful for society, I can say same thing for Americans. Maybe some lessons from Europe are good. You know, like healthcare, you know, equal pay for women and men. These are not stupid ideas. In fact, they work very, 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 very effective. And when you have a piece of crap like Elon Musk celebrated, like, I don't know, archetype for capitalism, sorry guys, you missed the point.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Daniel. You know, that isn't how it should work. Oh, we shouldn't need to have a International Women's Day every day, just like, you know, we don't have an International Man's Day because every day is International Man's Day. Every day should be everybody's day, not just men. You know, and Prince. So here we have a woman. We would like to have as many women as we can speak on this subject because obviously I'm not one. And so go ahead.
Well, actually, Daniel, you said something that's very important to me. Um, and I get flack for it every single year. Thanksgiving, somebody asks me, "What are you doing for Thanksgiving?" I say, "Nothing." Christmas, somebody asks me, "What are you doing for Christmas?" I say, "Nothing." Easter, I grew up celebrating these Christian holidays because of the way I was raised. People ask me, "What are you doing for Easter?" I say, "Nothing." And my response in every single one of those is it is the spirit of those days that we recognize. And we should be able to live with that spirit in our hearts every day of the year, not just one day of the year. So I don't see that I should make December 25th a special day. I should have the attitude of giving in love that goes along with December 25th every single day of the year. So, Daniel, the way you worded that just really struck a note with me because we shouldn't have to celebrate these special holidays and make them so special. We should be able to cherish and make these individual days every day of the year. We should be able to celebrate and appreciate the women in our lives every single day of the year. The moms, the fathers, you know, all of these international holidays, the greeting card days where they want you to spend money on flowers and presents and all of these things. We should be able to have the spirit of love that is intended for those days every single day of the year. So it just really struck a note with me, Daniel. So I wanted to respond by saying that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. And another thing that Daniel brought up is how incredibly diverse the Ukrainian army is. And one of the friends of the space, Sarah, is a trans woman, and I've been. I know I shouldn't find it funny, but I do. I find it funny that Russia is so triggered by a trans woman being in the army that she was on she's been on their national media because they're so aghast that there's this trans woman out there fighting against Russia, and how that's and there are many people that people are less than other people, and they're not equal to us. Ukraine's fight is showing that they are equal. Not only are they equal, they're probably better than most of us. And the Ukrainian army is
Being better
showing
than
that.
the Russians a very low bar. So I think that has less to do with Sarah being trans or not, and a lot more to do with the fact that she's just fighting for the right side of history and against the Russians. So I would say treat Sarah like a person because she is, and question whether the Russians act like people because they don't.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, I bashed a lot United States. Now it's time for gratitude. First, 23 years ago in Romania was illegal to have sex with somebody on your same sex like you. And this was a penal punishment, not a fine. You go to jail. And I remember very, very, very well, we pursue integration in NATO and European Union. And one of the staunch supporters to liberate our minds just 23 years ago was the ambassador of United States in Romania. They were the first who celebrate Pride Day, the first who put the flag, the rainbow flag, publicly. And if I remember well, one of the United States ambassadors, Michael Gray, was a gay person. And in Romania was a lot of political debate. Still we have morons with, retrograde view. But, this is in the past. Society evolved. And every time I imagine our point, lower point for democracy, for powerful institutions, for liberal society, I remember the action of American ambassador all the time. I mean, really all the time. All the time when, I don't know, some populist start something which will put in danger of our democracy, United States were there with civil society, like they were in Maidan, like they were, yes, and this is, I choose most of the time to view United States. Not just like proposal of Lindsey Graham, let's go in Mexico because 2 Americans died because cartels, with weapons, with arms. I choose to see United States like everybody look at European Union, a place of liberty, you know, a point where everybody want to go, everybody look upon and take it for a good example. If you want to have a free society, if you want to live better, if you live in a horrible country, horrible political regime, where do you go? There are two places where people go: North America or European Union. Why? Because even we criticize our weaknesses, our problems, some political leaders, the resilience of democracy, the success of our society is looking very, very, very shiny for everybody else. And we need to criticize continuously our government, keep them in check, but also not forget how much good we have, how well we live, and maybe how much Ukraine choose their destiny. Because example like this, enjoy the freedom. The image of that Georgian with European Union flag in Tbilisi is a symbol. Same symbol like I saw in Chisinau, in Kiev, in Bucharest, everywhere where people wanted freedom to enjoy their life and prosperity, to trust the future and their children's future. So, you can criticize, but don't forget, we are much, much better than sometimes we believe.
Yes, we are. Thank you for reminding us. Prince, your mic is off. Are you planning to speak, or are you hot micing us?
Can you? My mic is off. I was not hot
I mean,
micing
on.
you, was I?
Your mic is on. At least
No,
it shows it on.
no, it was off. Did you hear me doing stuff?
Nope, you were off to me. Nathan Dave is having a glitch.
I'm glitching. It's all my fault.
That's okay. But I will say though, one of the things that I learned very, very early on about Ukraine that I did not know was how inclusive and how welcoming they were to everybody, just plain and simply to everybody. I knew very early on that there were gay men and lesbians and trans people who were fighting for their military, and that they respected everybody equally. And as somebody who is a lesbian and has I've been a lesbian all my life, but I've been out for I don't even know how many years. But it was very difficult still in the early 90s. There were still times when it was not easy. And I've seen friends be beaten up very brutally. However, seeing how open Ukraine has been a very, very special thing to me. Yeah. So and as I'm on mute and listening, I am checking for things sort of as they're coming in this morning. And Ukraine's Strategic Command put something up on Telegram here a few minutes ago, and I think it might be a good thing to read to you all. March 8th, Women's Rights Day. More than 50,000 women serve in the armed forces of Ukraine. 50,000. That's a lot. Combat medics, signalmen, gunners, scouts, logistics workers, and dozens of other positions and specialties. All of them, with all their daily hard work, contribute to the approach of victory. We have seen some amazing pictures of women doing their job um, throughout this last year plus. And still for me, the iconic one is that woman who is on top of the destroyed piece of equipment. And I know there's somebody out there who tell me exactly what that piece of equipment is, but the strength and the power that was shown in that photo just was so perfect. But there's so many pictures of women that we have seen with sniper rifles and mortars and all kinds of things, who are fighting right alongside the men and respected, and who are non-commissioned officers, who are commanders, who are in charge of their people, and leading them into battle. And that speaks so much. And it doesn't matter to them if it's a lesbian, or if it's a gay man, or if it's a trans woman or trans man. None of that matters when it comes to the Ukrainian army. Everyone is treated the same, whether you're a man, a woman, identify as one of the LGBT community. You're a person, and you're going to be treated equally, and that means a lot.
Yeah, I will say that I'm not quite as rosy here on Ukrainian society, but I'm hoping I can get the Ukrainian voice. I've had this discussion with Awake. We've actually had her as a guest in the space, because I brought this discussion up privately with her before. It'd be Natalia Besklibna, Peace Building UA. Given her background as a lawyer, she said it is absolutely getting better. We saw protests supporting gay marriage in Ukraine, where basically literally the protesters were screaming the Ukrainian for "We are not the Russians," in response to just how homophobic Russia is. But the causality appears to a lot of ways being the other direction, right? Because so many LGBT, whichever letters you want, Ukrainians are serving in the army or defending their nation, as all members of society are, and because like most armies where they're fighting for existential threat, right? The poor gentleman who is now a symbol of his country turns out to be a year older than I am, right? The guy should be home with his kids. He's not a normal military aged man. He's not an officer. He's not a career military man. You can see it in his look, right? But he's fighting. Just as gay Ukrainians are fighting, lesbians are fighting, trans Ukrainians are fighting. Everybody's fighting, right? They're far right Ukrainians are fighting, far left Ukrainians are fighting. It doesn't matter. Right? You're fighting because you fight together, you die. But when everybody's fighting together, it's hard to say you shouldn't have the rights everyone else does, and that's actually driving a lot of this discussion in society. So unfortunately, they don't have say full marriage rights for people there are not lesbian gay marriage rights yet in Ukraine, but these things appear to be changing, and one of the major catalysts is in fact the current war. So I'm not fully. I don't want to again, in my wet blanketness, if you will. I don't want to say that this is like the shining light of LGBT rights, if that's your thing. But neither is it dire. You're not seeing, as we do see in Russia, where people are killed for such things. This is a country absolutely heading in the other direction, because it's much easier to probably get a coalition around your rights as a human when everyone sees you just as another member of the country, putting your life on the line so that everyone can live to be Ukrainian another day and not be under colonial oppression.
Thank you, Finance. Daniel, you have your hand up there again?
Yeah. Finance is right. He's totally right. It's not a shiny place. My country is not a shiny place. But let's understand something. When you die for your country, when you fight for your country, the social pressure when this war is over, the necessity of inclusion, of acting for your values you cherish because you die for it will be compulsory. Will not be easy to say some group, you know, you don't deserve this right. Um, the tax, for example, for Ukrainian government come about national minorities, for example. National minorities die in Ukraine like citizens. They don't look at them and say, I'm Greco-Catholic Hungarian and I don't want to die for my country. Look at Madja. He's a celebrity now, right? And this will force the society go forward to change the laws, to sharply stop some generation difference, which it is in Ukraine and many other countries. But for them will be accelerated because you cannot come with fascist government after this war. I don't know how liberal the politics will become, but I think the soldier, the veteran, will have a very, very, very important role. Extremely important. And let's not forget something. Not talking about how different, how cosmopolitan Ukrainian citizens, but also it's a big number, and everybody works for them. All the society works for them, and they'll come home and they'll say, "What? You don't think I'm an important man when I died in Mariupol for you?" Any politician will try any shenanigans stopping to make Ukraine a very European country. I don't know. I'm inclined to believe there will be a surprise. And call it how do you want. Liberalism, human values, equal rights, anything. I think the politics in Kiev will change a bit when this war is over. And this will add change in society. This will add change in what they think, what they believe, how they act. And this is a great thing. Very, very good thing. And by the way, this is what Russia scared the most. Because every time they talk about NATO, it's about European Europe, European Union values, way of life, because it's very contagious, you know? That's why so many wanted in, because it's extremely contagious. Yes, NATO offer you security. Yes, they have some targets you need to meet, which are not similar with the target put it to Franco or Salazar, or I don't know who was the leader of Turkey or Greece at that moment. But European Union, believe me, have a very high standard about society before economy, about justice before anything. And this is a good thing, a very, very good thing. And let's hope this success story will be extremely contagious, not just for Balkans, but why not? Caucasus, Turkey, and maybe some parts of Russia.
If I answer you around, my son is kind of yelling, but thank you, Daniel, for your insight on these things.
Yeah,
You are
I'm happy. I'm around. Say hello to your son for us all. Slava Ukraini to him. And one of our listeners has pointed out a tweet I now have up in the nest by Ina Sovsin. She is a member of parliament in the in a liberal opposition party to the current Zelensky's party. They are a pro-European liberal party, not a pro-Russian party. But they have submitted within the last 18 hours, it was pointed out they submitted a draft law on the legalization of same-sex partnerships to Ukrainian parliament. I have no idea how this will work. I would need one of our Ukrainian friends to walk us through this if this goes anywhere. But for those who are very interested in LGBT rights in Ukraine, that would be one to watch, see how it goes, see how it hits properly, if it moves anywhere, if say a similar law is then proposed by the leading by Zelensky's party, for instance. All sorts of things are possible, but clearly there are movements to have these things recognized in Ukraine. We've seen protests in favor, and as pointed out in the tweet in the Nest, a majority of Ukrainians now do believe in legalization of same-sex partnerships, marriages, whatever we wish to call them. Quite frankly, I'm not particularly fussed by these things. I come from a particularly religious and non-secular tradition of marriage where we are only into religious marriage and are used to hiding things from the state because state oppression, courtesy of Russia no less, follows when you tell them what you're doing. So with that, I want to go over to Prince.
Yeah, actually, this has become sort of an interesting topic because I appreciate what you've pointed out, that it is not perfect. And I actually don't really expect it to be perfect. Ukraine has been free of the Soviet occupation for what, 32 years? 30 years? 32 years? It takes time. It took a lot of time in the United States for us to get where we are. And there are some places that are still rolling it back. And what it made me think of was 31 years ago here in Oregon, where we had what is described as one of the most comprehensive, harshest anti-gay measures put to voters in American history. Now, it was not approved. It's you can never forget no on 9 if you lived in Oregon at the time. So that was 30 years ago. That was the same time that these countries were getting free from the Soviet Union. And, it takes many, many, many years. It takes years. I mean, when was Stonewall? I'm sorry, I would have to look that up, but I think Stonewall was in the 60s or 70s. So no.
Yeah, I think it was late 60s.
Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me. That was over 50 years ago. So it doesn't surprise me that it's taking time. But considering where they've come in 30 years, I think it's rather impressive to be able to open. I mean, we just recently had gays and lesbians being okay in the military in the United States. That wasn't all that long ago. I mean, we had Don't Ask, Don't Tell, but that was a freaking mess.
I mean, I will say, Prince, that being from Missouri, which I would note for those who are not from the U.S., is rated as the number one. We're number one in being least friendly and least legally friendly to LGBT rights in the entire country. Congratulations, Missouri. We're also number one in meth production. For all the jokes I give to Ryan, nope, that's us. These might be correlated. Anyways, given that we're number one in being least friendly to LGBT rights, and I grew up here in the 90s when it was just standard to say gay as a negative thing. I can tell you that it did not make me any friends. That I would actually correct people in a football locker room, no less, if they did use that as a slur, making me the only person who ever corrected anybody who used that as a slur in a football locker room, I think, for the entire decade, for the entire state. That said, I'm shocked that we actually have gay marriage in the U.S. I never expected it to occur, but I'm from a particularly negative point on these things. But things change, people progress. Our country hasn't a bit. appears that Ukraine is moving in the same direction. And for those who are very interested in this, I'm definitely following it quietly. Normally, I don't talk about it because it isn't perfect.
It
Oh,
is by no means. It is. Sorry, Dave. It is by no means perfect, and yeah. So we'll quit talking about America as far as that's concerned. But I
yeah.
will say, what I was just using it as a comparison to say it takes time. And so I think for how much time Ukraine has had to move through this process, and probably Romania also, as I see we have our Romanian friends here, it's moving a whole lot faster than it did in the United States. And I am very I'm very happy to see that, I guess is the way to put it. Now I will shut up because I'm not co-hosting tonight.
Oh, but you could be. So, along with the things that you just said, it's taking a long time. I've got a little bit of news that took a long time to come about, but it appears that there is going to be a Live Aid style concert for Ukraine in Wembley Stadium on June 24th. It's been organized by U2, the Rolling Stones, the Killers, Pink. There's also going to be Paul McCartney, or Sir Paul McCartney, sorry, Adelaide, Florence and the Machine, Noel Gallagher, others. So June 24th, put that on your calendar. It will be a chance to support Ukraine, and I hope they raise a lot of money for them. And uh, good to see you. Good morning. Hope things are well in Romania.
Good morning. Yes, there. It's a beautiful day today. It was a beautiful day yesterday, very warm. I was wondering then how. So Daniel can tell you, it's not windy. I hope it's not windy, Daniel, where you are. Is it?
No one. It's okay. It's a great spring day.
So these 2 days were really, really nice in Romania. Really warm. And probably Daniel already told you. I just woke up, so I probably missed that. That Women's Day is a thing here also, just as in Ukraine. A burden for the guys, but one day a year. So yeah. So I wanted to bring. I listened to you talking about women's rights and LGBT rights, and I wanted to chime in to talk a bit about how Ukraine is represented outside by women, meaning the fact that due to the fact that in the Ukrainian army there are women, but mostly men. This is a reality. And outside Ukraine at this point are mostly women. Some of them advocating fiercely for their country and for their husbands and for their loved ones. They kind of became the unofficial ambassadors of Ukraine outside. And one of the women that, I don't know if you talked about this, one of the women, Ukrainian women, who has become more vocal and more visible since the war started is Olena Zelenska, which prior to the war was not as vocal and not as present, actively present outside the country. And now it is creating foundations, talking on behalf of women at in front of different leaders around the globe. I think she also was in the U.S. Congress last year at some point. So she really stepped up to be and was more vocal in expressing what's happening in Ukraine and in her support for Ukraine, and asking for pleading, right? This is the correct term, for help for her country. And I thought that's really important, and I hope this change has a lasting effect, because actually I admired the fact that in the US the first lady is usually pretty vocal and pretty visible, even though the president is the one elected in office. Usually that is not so prominent in other countries, and I think in Ukraine was not. In Romania, for sure, it's not. So I was really welcoming this, and I wanted to bring it as a topic, if you want to discuss it.
Yes, that would be a good discussion, I think. And I kind of have I really like Dr. Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. She's I don't think she gets nearly the press that she should. But just the fact that she's still teaching, she's first lady and she's still teaching a class. Can you imagine being in the first lady's college class? That would be interesting. So what would you like to tell us, Miranda?
I didn't know she's still teaching. Right. So one of the things that one of the things that was relevant for me was the fact that prior to this war, the general visibility of the first lady of Ukraine, and from other countries, for that matter, was not was not a thing, right? So when Olena Zelenska started touring for Ukraine, that was really a change in how future Ukrainian first ladies, I hope, will behave. I think it's important to recognize the fact that when you have a man in office or a woman, it doesn't matter, more often than not, they are not alone, right? They have someone with them, and that someone can do, can help, right? Can do things, and their word matter as well. sometimes, because we have different approaches, sometimes the way a woman will speak about certain things is different. Let's put it this way: it's different. It's not more. It's not less. It's just different. So sometimes it has. We discussed, I think, yesterday or the day before, about communication and how communication changes the way people perceive things. So I think it's important and useful and really a good thing to have women talk more about this war. Not only Olena Zelenska, but other women. And there are other women in Ukraine talking about this war. One of them is Alexandra Matvichuk. Another is Hanna Hopko, which is a Ukrainian MP. We have had here Victoria Wojtyska as a guest on our space. And they're not the only ones talking about Ukraine and for Ukraine, right? So I think that's really important. As I mentioned, Olena Zelenska has a foundation. That foundation is centered around rebuilding Ukraine. So that was the thing that she focused her efforts on. We also have here in the space women helping the space. And I think that's important too, right? Because I know we have women listeners, and it's one thing when you know you're appreciated. It's another when you see you're appreciated. I don't know if I made myself clear. We had here on the space, for example, Lily. Biliana Lily. It's Dr. Biliana Lily. She's author of the Russian Information Warfare. We have had her on Wednesday last week. I'm really bad today. What's with me? Like, yeah. We also had last week we had here in the space Miss Stacy Cummings. So I think it's you had, for example, finance. You had a woman guest, Natalia Beshlipka. I butchered her name, right? Yeah.
Hello.
I was just helping Ando with the pronunciation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank you, because I really butchered Natalia's name, and I'm sorry for that. So I wanted to point out this, right? And I think it's important not only to recognize them today, because they were not all invited today, right? We had women all over the year. And I will just name some others, and then I will shut up for the moment at least. So one of them is Julia Skripka Seri. She was also on the 24th here in the space. Victoria, I mentioned her. We also have a Victoria Amelina, Melanie Lake. I would love to hear from her today. Kristina Morozova, and others. So there are a lot of females supporting Ukraine, in Ukraine and outside Ukraine, right? And also here in the space. And for the people who sometimes listen or criticize, this is my personal statement because I'm a woman, and I wanted to mention the fact that I always had the whole support of the entire team, men and women, here in the space. Support when I had personal problems, and support when I needed help here in the space and in every other way. And I'm really happy to be a part of this team, and I'm happy to be here. And I have a question, but you know all that already.
Fire away, Enda.
So, finance. This one is for you. I know you don't always love my questions, but you always are kind enough to try to answer my question, my convoluted questions, which are not always on a strict topic. So I have seen some changes in Ukraine, right? And I saw some, and I kind of missed that yesterday. I think you talked about that yesterday, so please forgive me if I will ask you to repeat about that. It was about payment. Payment towards the contribution to UN, a monthly, a yearly payment for UN. Let me come back for this one, because I really need to find that exactly how it was called. I'm sorry. Let me come back on this one.
United Nations contribution is the problem because United States doesn't pay.
But Ukraine does pay, right?
I do not know if they do or not. I do know that they have. Actually, I just saw that they had paid into some EU fund thing as part of their application to join the EU. Anyway, we have some hands. I'm not sure of the order, but I'll go with Prince first, and then Melodonna.
I would like to draw your attention to the nest. There is a tweet up there from Alexander Backus, whom we know on this space. And tonight, Yehuda, do you want to talk about this? I was just about to talk about this tweet from Alexander Backus. Do you want to talk about that instead? I did not get far.
You go far, Prince. It's International Women's Day. You're female. Fire away.
Okay. This tweet from Alexander Backus is of a speech that was given tonight by the oh my God, the EU president. Sorry, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. And in this speech that she gave tonight at the Canadian Parliament, she read a
Yesterday, it's
quote.
not tonight.
Yesterday. Okay, yesterday, I apologize. She gave a quote. And that quote was about Ukrainian women not waiting to join the military. And that quote was from Melanie Lake, who we all know very well. So it is absolutely fabulous and absolutely wonderful. And we would really appreciate it if everybody went and retweeted that right now, because it is wonderful to see. And it is great to see that go and happen and come out on International Women's Day, because we know that Melanie Lake has done so much for Ukraine when she was there training soldiers, and since she has helped to found Maria Aid, and in this last year, all the aid that has gone to Ukraine through Maria Aid, and to be spoken about and quoted in the Canadian Parliament by the it just still blows me away, by the president of the European Commission. It is just it in some ways leaves me speechless, but it's also so awesome that it's incredible. So I just wanted to highlight that, and it's a wonderful little moment and a wonderful clip there. I encourage you all to take a moment and listen to it and spread it far and wide. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chime in. It's really weird. My headphones were connected to an iPad where I was listening to a lecture on the Exodus by a professor. I'm like, why are you guys talking about the late such and such kingdom? Menahotep the first. Why is everyone talking about this? Anyway, no, yeah. Listen, the importance of that clip that Heather was talking about is pretty insane. It's the head of the European, body there, talking in Parliament, which is a huge honor in itself, and then referencing Melanie Lake. It's pretty shocking. I would only assume she just forgot my name personally. Could be too hard to pronounce. Maybe I'm just kidding. No, that's great for Melanie, and she's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Very, very influential. Has a lot of respect from people across Ukraine and Europe in general for all her work. So, victory lap for her. It's beautiful, and I'm proud to know that we support her. It's a great, and all my crazy with babies as opposed to the other way around. Hope that helps. You go next.
Did Yehuda break up for everybody else?
I thought it was my headphones, so I
Finance.
Yehuda's Yehuda is breaking up, sadly. I'm not sure what's going on with his mic.
Aliens.
Yes. Probably northern lights, interfering with cell signals.
Yehuda, if we give you a moment,
there?
can you yeah, can you hear us, Yehuda?
Yeah, sorry, my Wi-Fi is acting a little screwy. My apologies. I don't know what you heard or what you didn't hear.
We heard most of what you said. You are coming in and out of it. If we give you 5 or 10 minutes, can you help us out with the military update? We've got a lot of curiosity still, at least for me, around Bakhmut and obviously the other lines of conflict right now.
Yeah, and not too much I can add compared to last night, but if you want to do a rehash, I can do that. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, especially if anything's moved or changed, even if it's just still sadly more of the same. I'm sure I get it in PMs. I'm as curious as the people DMing me about it are, and I'm as into the dark as everyone DMing me asking about military updates. And we look to you for that. So if you could give us a quick update before I can, it'll make me and my kid happy.
All right, well, give me some time. I wasn't prepared. I'm not prepared, but I will look into it and I'll listen.
Thank you, Huda. All right, we're going to go to our hands, and then we're going to go back to Yehuda. Anda went down. We'll go to her second then, if she puts her hand back up. And that leaves us with Meldana. Meldana, welcome to the Spaceman.
Yeah, good evening. There is something going on with this Twitter space because every time I get onto speaker, I can just barely hear you guys, and I can't. I just moved, and I can't find a set of headphones. But anyway, the reason why I wanted to come up and speak on this International Day of the Woman is to brag on Anda a little bit because her voice is so calming, and she asks the questions that helps us momos out here that don't understand that much about military equipment. She helps this space be more educational. I just couldn't appreciate her more. And I'm gonna go back down out of. I'm gonna have to recycle completely to get out of speaker, but I'm gonna go back down so I can hear y'all. And Slava Ukraine.
Herem Slava.
Yeah, Harem Slava. Big issues with Twitter. If you have an iPhone, please remember to update your Twitter app today. That can help a lot with spaces. I can't make Twitter work any better than it does. We offered in old Twitter that they could contact us. We have more people listening here than they appear to have working on space functionality. We have many, many tech people. But since Elon Musk is firing 3/4 of his staff, I don't think he's interested in that. But yeah, we're going to move on to our hands. Anda, then Prince. Anda.
All right. So I found the information that I was talking about earlier. It is about the contribution received for 2023 for the UN Nation regular budget. Dave, I think you had the hot mic. So they did an update list of the member states who were paying within the 30-day due period. There is a financial regulation for the member states, and 64 of them did pay. And Ukraine was actually the fourth one to pay. And I think, given the fact that they are in war, they could have or should have been exempted this year, but nevertheless they contributed their fair share. So I think that's really important.
Thank you. I don't think that needs addition to. I think that stands on its own. And our next hand was, I believe, Prince, but I don't see any hands right now. So if there were hands, I don't see them.
Well, and I'm laughing so hard. It hasn't refreshed so that it shows on the space, but your new profile picture is absolutely perfect. And I am just sitting here giggling and loving every single minute of it. Yeah. So there is that.
I when I saw it, I could not put it up. I what can I say? Sometimes this is me in the mornings. having questions to our panelists, or sometimes non-questions, like I did today with finance when coffee didn't kicked in. So I have an idea because I saw some information and I wanted to ask something, and then realized I don't have to ask, I just have to say it. So yeah, this is me. True story, true me, right? For the whole world to see. Sometimes having non-questions for finance or others. But yeah, thank you very much, Maladona, for coming up. And I think I'm simply not afraid to ask questions from the back of the class. You DM them to me. Like I'm gonna ask them. I'm this is how I was brought up. And I like to talk anyway, so you know that because you're in here in the space and you listen to me talk too much sometimes. But also asking questions and understanding things. So if you have questions and you don't want to ask them for various reasons, DM them to me. And even if I'm not up in the panel right that moment, I will try to come up and ask the questions. So thank you. And actually, I wanted to add something else. Finance, if I'm allowed.
I'm not going to stop you. Fire away with your new hilariously furry picture.
Thank you. So, and because of Twitter algorithm, you will have a certain way in which you see all the followers when you are in the space, and either as a panelist or as a speaker, as a co-host. And I mentioned in a tweet Pam, because I see her. I think she's my first follower, my number one follower. I see her almost every day, like here in the space listening. And I also wanted to say kudos to Deb, with whom I speak often in the space, and she's a great support for Ukraine. Shy, but a great supporter. I have Tracy, who had jumped here in the space, helping me out when I needed, and supporting me, and I really appreciate her. Kate, which I see here in the space. Yana, who is from Czechia, and I always mix it up with her origin. I have Lisa here in the space. Peace, peace for Ukraine. I also have Amanda, who talked to me not only once. What Lusitania, Becky, Ruth, Karen, and these are some of the people I see here in the space, pretty buds, who talked to me and helped me when I needed, who were there for me when I had problems, or just to come up to speak with me here in the space when I needed. Mr. Porter, which is actually a lady. I think she's from Poland. Loved her to bits. Claudia, Samba, Terach, Titel, Surfella, which is actually here, Nicole, so many, Carrie, who was here in the space and at the concert and talked with us, and Gajewska, also from Poland, Wenda Hopes, which is my heart and supporter from last year. We will actually have a year since we talk soon, which, yeah, it's amazing. I made friends here in the space, so I think that's awesome. I forgot to mention Maya Stepanov. She's also from Poland. I love Poland. I think I never mentioned that I have ancestry in Poland, but I do. So a lot of supporters. Christy, who also is a great supporter. Spring for Livet, which is not only a supporter, she's a friend. She's my pillar. Yana. So many others. I want to acknowledge Robin Schwartz, Boca del Drago. So many friends, so many great people, and new friends. I made a new friend. Her name is Jane. She is, I think, Eugenia. She's actually from Ukraine. She has her own podcast about life in Lviv. So I wanted to acknowledge all of them, and many others that are here in the space supporting Ukraine, coming up to speak, supporting by sending information, having a good word when you have a bad day. That really matters. So I wanted to thank them all today, especially, not only today, but today especially, because it is Women's Day, and it's only fair. So yeah, this is what I wanted to bring up as a topic. So thank you, and Anke, also thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Anda. All right, we have Fella Key, and then I believe we have Mockers for our favorite explanation of daily numbers, and Yehuda, if he is back, to give us a military update around all of the line of contact. Fella Key, then Mockers, and Yehuda.
Good evening. How are y'all doing today?
Okay, you've got
Can you hear me?
quite a bit of.
You're loud and here clear, Fella Key.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I don't know if I blew y'all up. I'm sorry. This is the first time using Twitter Spaces. Anyways, a couple different things I've heard tonight. I'm trying to make this kind of quick because I'm driving down the Grapevine right now. I'm in California. I got a load to pick up a little bit later on tomorrow. Anyways, happy International Women's Day to y'all who are well on the 8th. I'm not quite there yet. I got a couple hours left to go. Couple things. I was sitting here earlier about, I know it's 2 hours past, but earlier we were talking about, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Oh yeah, different companies that were, unfriendly to you, unfriendly to not only Ukraine but also just blatant rudeness and just blatantly wanting to follow the money, and whether it be blood money or whatever it could be. It's I find that disrespectful, that they would do such a thing, because you know it's it's is it's like you're stabbing somebody in the back. Um, and I wish that there were. I know you can go on Google and find different companies. Like, hey, what companies are still supporting Russia? One company that I did notice, I wasn't sure about, that I saw, was the Danish. This portrays to my line of work. I'm a truck driver, and it, the company it's a Danish company by the name of Maersk. I saw that they pulled out the other day. The other day being probably like, I don't know, a month or two ago, um, out of Russia. Yeah, and trying to get logistics and freight and everything else out of a country as hard as can be. But at the same time, it is doable. Maersk did it, um, which kudos to them. Um, it's Anyways, getting to my question: would there be a more reasonable way to get this point across, uh, to everybody as a whole? Like, create a not quite a spreadsheet, but it's like, hey, this is that. This person is directly linked. I probably haven't looked deep enough, but there's probably fellows and other members who are allies of either the NAFO, or members who are friends with St. Jab, or even just in this space, with the Myriad podcast or whatever, or whomever. They would probably be able to help us. Is there any reasonable source to this? And that's my question.
Yeah. I don't know. I had to reset here. Can you hear me better now? Finance, NAFO, Marcus, and loud and clear.
Perfect.
All right. Can you just pull the horn on the truck, or you pretend I'm looking at you in a window?
All right. Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right.
There you go. That's for all the school children on the buses. You're welcome.
Dude, honestly, every time I see a kid on that's riding beside me, they do the arm pull. You gotta do it. You gotta do it, bud.
100%. Yeah. So, yeah, just if you could, your mic's a little loud there. Thanks. Sorry. Yeah. So do your Twitter updates. It is affecting, of course, people's connectivity. And I think the caller was speaking about which companies are pulling out. I honestly, I'm still shocked that there are any still doing business. I suspect that maybe they've used contractual obligations and timelines to justify why they're doing it, if they are doing it. I don't think there are many companies who are still daring to do business with Russia for fear of secondary economic sanctions. Is that about right, Finance?
There appears to be more secondary sanctions coming. There are some there. There is clearly a ton not happening. There is finally people putting their gaze on the rise of Turkish exports to Russia. We look at the Turkish exports, the massive rise in Turkish exports to Russia, because that's a massive fig leaf. That really means European stuff that first gets sent to Turkey, that Turkey re-exports to Russia and takes a little cut on the way. That is the number one European company sanction busting tool. If that didn't answer the question, please rephrase, and I'm happy to answer it.
That answers it perfectly.
Yeah, I will say that for those of us who are big into sanctions, trying to keep sanctions on is always going to be like whack-a-mole, because in the finance world, just as in the military world, the enemy gets a say. And if there's any key skill you want to have when you're trying to break sanctions, corruption would be the key skill. So for the negatives it has for Russia, it's also like, hey, we know how to pay people off to get dirty stuff into our country that shouldn't be here, that other people don't want us to have. So they do have, right? Espionage is one of the things they have spent money and is an expertise of theirs, and corruption is an expertise of theirs. And that's sort of the expertise you want to try to break sanctions. So they're going to keep finding ways around sanctions. And so to keep sanctions on, it's going to sound like whack-a-mole because it's the only way to keep sanctions on. Every time a corridor to Russia gets shut down, they're going to work and they're going to eventually find ways around it. And so it's just going to be a continual whack-a-mole game. I will be more concerned when I stop hearing about ways to break it that the Justice Department in the U.S. and various European boards after, because that means that we're trying to stop it. But yeah, it's a whack-a-mole game. We're still playing it. We're trying to shut them down. I am encouraged that the more pro-Ukrainian forces in the free world, that would be the US, the UK, and the Eastern Europeans, all of them are still trying to shut down the various ways in which stuff is getting to Russia. And they're playing that whack-a-mole game. That's how you keep sanctions on. Prince and Heather are next, but if Yehuda's ready with his update, I would really love to hear that.
No, not yet. Not yet.
All right. While Yehuda fixes up his update, we have Prince, then Chris.
Well, I was just, if you were listening, Felikai, I can't see the Heineken who has suddenly found a need for and you also heard us talk briefly. Maybe we'll talk about it more tomorrow night after finance has a chance to read the article and look into it more, to see who owns those companies. But two Canadian companies who it looks like they deal in electronics. They're electronics importers, and it sounds like they're reselling to Russia. And so now two Canadian countries have been sanctioned by the U.S. for that activity. So
Blame Canada. Hey, Heather, blame Canada.
That's right. Blame Canada. Yes, that is a good song.
Well, we have to change the words, Yehuda. I actually want to say thank Canada, because Canada was the first country to be like, screw this. There we go. That's the word I can say on air. Screw this. We are not just going to seize Russian assets. We're not just going to freeze. So stop Russian control of their assets. We're going to seize them and hand them over to Ukraine. Now, they don't have the sheer volume that some places like the US and Great Britain have, but there was more than zero there, and the millions of assets frozen in Canada. I would like to thank y'all up there in the northern territories for actually taking the assets you froze and handing them to Ukraine. And if you could teach us all how to do that, please do. I'd love it if you all could get our governments on board with that. So if you have any ideas, I'm all ears, because we need to follow your lead.
Well, first of all, we're not the Northern Territories. We're kind of the non-traitorous dominion just on top of the United States. Anyway, yeah, no, there's a question mark over some of those companies. I know that companies who have let their equipment get to Russia are the ones that are being looked at. Maybe they don't know, maybe maybe they were duped, but it doesn't matter. If they've been sanctioned, it's for a reason. And hopefully all of these companies have a really good or tighter controls on where their equipment goes to, because it certainly doesn't need to be going to Russia. That's for sure.
Looking into those two companies, some places are reporting them as specifically parts of the Russian government. They're export companies, so they don't really make anything as much as they buy it and export it to other places, which ends up in Russia. So it appears this is exactly the kind of whack-a-mole that's difficult to play, which is two companies set up in Canada by Russian-affiliated or Russian-paid-off individuals for the express purpose of whatever other business they do, also for the key and express purpose of getting machines and equipment to the Russian military-industrial complex. So it makes perfect sense why they were sanctioned, since nobody's ever heard of them for anything else. All right, hands remaining are Chris, then Fella, then Heather. Chris.
Morning, Finance and everybody. Finance, if you remember, I support a Ukraine company, Kiev-based company called U-Control, which also has a subsidiary, RU Assets, which stands for Russian Assets. U-Control and RU Assets indeed track Russian connections in companies in near real time. So U-Control will tell you which connections companies have to which Russians, be that holders, Russian holding companies, Russian directors, people that have been sanctioned. If I could just suggest that people go look at U-Control, that is continuously tracking all of these Russian connections.
Could you I looked it up last time you mentioned it. It's an excellent, it is, if I remember correctly, it is an interesting tool. Can you PM that to me? I will go put together a tweet about that, and we're going to go to Fellow Key.
I will, Finance. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me again? Sorry if it's a little loud.
Barely, but we can hear you, fella.
All right, there we go. Sorry. Like I said, still driving, going down the grapevine. Anyways, but yeah, like that's actually great information, Chris. I do appreciate it. That's top-notch information. I would love a PM on that as well if you are able. Second part of my job, logistics, whoop-de-doo. I saw the other day a article or a news article. I think it's by either the AP or some other European Union linked media, or somewhere. I can't remember quite where. I think it's a Polish article about there being links between Ukraine and Poland being strengthened to be putting them on the European gauge for rail. So specifically, I can't remember where the connection is in Poland, but it's supposed to terminate at in Lviv, which is honestly, in my opinion, that's a great thing. It brings assets closer together and unites them more with more and more with the rest of Europe. It gives them a chance to spread out, and this helps everybody in either way. Helps men and women get jobs, helps people, work, and it helps people make a living. It's hard to make a living out there, and it's a nice thing for them to do. Anyways,
it's hard to make a living, fella, because you're doing things all different down there. In Canada, we hear it through the grapevine, and in the States, you drive down the grapevine.
Yeah,
So
but it's
everything's
part of the I-5. Shoot. Anyways, we got to
Sorry
thank
to
our
throw
friends
you
in the
off.
great. No worries, bud. No worries, bud. We got to thank our friends at the Great White North about helping to show us the way in taking away the assets of the Ruski Mir and distributed it to our friends in Ukraine, because they could definitely use some money, whether it be $1 or $5 or a couple $100 million. It
I think we took one of their planes too.
I'm telling y'all are really leading the way. And you know what? I give full credit to the Canadians, and I give a lot of credit to the Poles, Estonians, those in the Baltics, and it's amazing how a lot of people have gotten together to help those in need, and it really does show. It gives points and hope in humanity, as much as there's some issues there. But hey, at least we got some coins in the right direction. Anyways, I appreciate y'all, and thank you for this time.
No worries, fella. Please come back soon. Don't run away, or you don't have to leave the panel. But it's great to have a multitude of diverse opinions, and we appreciate it for sure. Canada, as a lot of people might be already aware, has an enormous Ukrainian diaspora population, and we do things a little differently in Canada than some countries. We've been criticized for it. Melting pot sounds like a great idea sometimes, and promoting multiculturalism sounds like a great idea, I think. And in Canada, it doesn't hurt our unity, I would argue, to have people celebrate the cultures from which they came. So in Canada, you could have a lot of Ukrainian schools where a third generation Ukrainian attends, not even someone who's just left, right? So, and as a result, the ties that bind are strong. 1.5 million Canadians identify as Ukrainian Canadians, and not in a simply, symbolic level. There are Ukrainian language schools across Canada, and strong community groups that still promote it. And as a result, as militaries, for example, are representative of society, many Ukrainian Canadians serve in the Canadian military. And I think it's one of the reasons why the Canadian mission in Ukraine was so well received by Ukrainians, because they had people there that spoke the language, or they pick up the last name and go, wait a minute, that's a Ukrainian name. And so it's a very important connection we have. And as a result, politics is representative of society as well. So you have those people in government, and you don't have to be of Ukrainian descent. Here's the important part: you don't have to be of Ukrainian descent in Canada or the United States to know the difference between right and wrong. You don't need to know who's the bad guy in the situation. It's not a matter of bias. It's a matter of advocacy. Maybe those of that same in group are happy to share that information. But any right thinking person cannot look at what Russia is doing, the genocide it's inflicting, just the murderous barbarity of the Russian machine, Ruski Mir. It's plain to see for everybody. And it just it's heartbreaking. As you know, we've seen a lot of death and destruction, and war crimes being committed by Russians on a daily basis. They only wish there were more hours in the day in which to commit war crimes, I suspect. But no, it's a good point, and we're very proud here. I think all Canadians, all freedom-loving, reasonable people should be on board. So I think it's important. I did want to circle back to the economic thing for a second. We came in contact with a lot of companies doing things. I don't want to get into details, but big multinational companies, MNCs, global reach, companies that have thousands of employees in many countries, in dozens of countries. And it came to my attention, and I was asked not to share, and this was even 10 months ago. I still won't share the names, but certain companies to help to do things for Ukraine, but under the caveat of it not being made public. And when I asked in a couple instances why, I was told that it's because we have X amount of employees in Russia, in our Russian subsidiary, and we were told that by the Russian government, that if they came out publicly swinging, that they would sit down for this. Not that they would seize all their assets, that too, but that they would murder their executives and their mid-level, managers, saying that they'd be sent to a gulag and they won't come back. That's crazy. So huge billion-dollar companies being held over a barrel and told by the Russian government, you better not, publicly talk about us. The Russians didn't care if that company had shut down in Russia. Like, that's how much they don't care about anything. Like, they didn't care about it. Like, the company could turn around and say, okay, we're just, we'll get our people who aren't Russian out, and those who are Russian out, and we'll just collapse the business and walk away. The Russians didn't even care. And these are companies with billions of dollars of assets in Russia, and that's how Russia works. Russia literally said, they don't care. They just don't talk bad about us. Don't let us know that you're doing anything against us. And if you do, we'll nationalize your entire company and we'll kill your staff. Oh, that's sweet. Thanks, Russia. So that's how Russia does business. It's insane. And there were a lot of companies that had to take it on the chin because there are other people that would say, why is this still doing this and this? Yeah, it's because they're going to murder their staff, you know, and this is the behavior of Russia. That's how they do business on a daily basis. And they're so, I mean, it's so dystopian that it's literally to the point where they're like, you know, the services or the products that the company provides, they didn't even really care at the beginning if they supported Ukraine. They just were more concerned about the optics. You better not tell people you're doing it. Same when it comes to Israel. And I said it before, a lot of people didn't believe me, but Israel's behavior has come out. You know, people are starting to realize, for example, the state has done and does a lot of stuff. Even the Ukrainian government now says it. But they were told by the Russians, just don't say you're doing it. Don't try to embarrass us. We're kind of a big deal. It's a house of cards. It's a house of cards. But you know what? Russia's mental how do you call it, like the stranglehold, the mental mindset that they have is great because it leads to their own destruction. It's completely self-destructing. On that note, I saw War Doggo pop up. I'm sure he has some more accurate things to say about how the Russians do business. War Doggo.
Yeah, morning, hugs and love from Ukraine, or good night if you are in the area, like Yehuda. Look, would I be far if I say that this is kind of 21st century feudalism? I've got one of like friends who knows friends, and guy is coming from multinational global corporation having production in over the globe, but also in Russia in the industrial area of Lipetsk, and living is like $1 billion corporations, and they I've been asking him, but like how's going. It was like with the full scale invasion started. I was asking in the sense of like, what's your production doing, like why it is there since 2014. Okay, since 2014 for the company was pretty convenient to look aside and to make how to call it, to pretend that is some green man or something like that. Full scale invasion, I mean, what's your production doing? And he said something that that like it was not surprising me, but overall was fitting the picture. He said that like, look, Lipetsk is industrial area. They are producing there from